Right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday, April 22nd. We're going to convene our Board of Supervisors meeting. I want to thank everybody that's taken time to be with us here today. And then we're going to have what looks to be a relatively short agenda. Fingers crossed, this could be a relatively short day. We'll see. I got a couple open-ended ones there, but we've got some important stuff, I think, on a lot of what we're doing long-term financially, and that's going to be very important discussion. So with that, we'll open up the meeting and call it to order at 9:01. And picking on my friend, Mr. City Councilman, inconspicuously in the audience, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just let me pick on you, Mark. Appreciate you being here. All right. So with that, we will open up oral communications on the agenda. So this is your time to be able to speak about anything that is not on our agenda today. You'll have 3 minutes. And please come up to the podium and let us know what you think. You'll hear a beep at 1 minute, and we'll let you know the rest.
Get the timer
Good
going.
morning.
Now, for those of you who don't know me, my name's Dick Geiser. I raise cattle with my family out of the Chinese camp area, and then we have a summer allotment in the mountains. Why I'm here today, though, is because many of my constituents in the cattle business have come to me and asked, Dick, what are we going to do about this wolf thing? And after we go back and forth about what we can and shouldn't do and can't do, the question came up, should we be proactive or reactive? And everybody thought we should be proactive, and that's why I'm here today, to ask you people to take a look at what else some of the other counties have done, Sierra, Siskiyou, Modoc, Loomis just recently. Look at what they've done, and let's see if we can get the ball rolling on this problem before it occurs here. It's definitely cows on the menu, yeah, and for some reason they're not, and we don't have a lot of game for them anyway. So anyway, that's my comment.
Dick, thank you. And we do have a new ag officer as well that might be good to schedule a meeting with. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Elena Linehan. 1 in 10 young adults between the ages of 18 and 24 are experiencing homelessness. It's a significant issue, not just for the nation, but for our community as well. Our community is fortunate that Chicken Rancheria Tribal Government has taken a positive approach to this issue. They've created housing for transitional age youth where participants live for a year while they're planning their next step. Through the county's public health department, I was able to obtain a CERES grant. CERES stands for California Equitable Recovery Initiative, and it's aimed at helping those who are underserved in our community. I've been working with these young adults to build life skills through a series of workshops called Dealing with Life. Alongside with the staff there at the Tay House, we've explored concepts including conflict resolution, goal setting, and understanding finances. It's been wonderful working with the participants at the Tay House, and I'm very grateful for the quality and the professionalism of the staff there. I'm also grateful for the Chicken Ranch Tribal Government for their wisdom in meeting this need, as well as the county for the support through the public health grant programs. And I would also like to thank the participants of the Tay House themselves for the courage to step up and harness their dreams for the future. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Do we have any more public comment? Good morning.
Morning, Board. My name is Jake Varner, and I operate the campground concession on the south shore of Lake Tulloch. Since mid-February, Lake Tulloch has been closed to recreational boating, a closure that was entirely avoidable. Due to Tridam's failure to implement a robust invasive species plan as required by their federal license, and for this we filed a federal complaint against them. Today, I stand before you to highlight the devastating impact of this crisis on our community and to urge immediate action to address both the short-term and long-term consequences. In just over 2 months, our concession has lost over $150,000 in revenue. With the current lake restrictions in place, our campground faces guaranteed losses this year exceeding $300,000, with projections likely surpassing $450,000, which is nearly half our revenue. The broader impact on our tourism-driven economy could reach into the millions. Thousands of our guests support local businesses in Jamestown and Sonora, not to mention job-related losses such as rental home cleaners, boat mechanics, boat storage, and rental boat companies. These livelihoods are all at risk. Long-term impacts to the county's revenue will reach millions. The urgency of the situation cannot be overstated. Yet our efforts to engage with the county have been met with challenges. Over the past 2 months, my emails have largely gone unanswered, and the one meeting I secured has not resulted in follow-up. I understand the county's budget and staffing constraints, but this crisis demands immediate attention, and I'm here to ask for your help. I urgently need a designated contact from the county, which was traditionally the assistant county administrator. And again, I recognize staffing constraints right now. I have asked the county to waive our concessions rent for 2025, as was done for Tuolumne Meadows concession. This relief is essential to our survival. We need regular meetings with county officials, TRIDAM, state agencies, and impacted businesses to provide updates, ensure transparency, and coordinate efforts to resolve this crisis. For the long term, we must address critical issues to prevent future crises and ensure the sustainable management of Lake Tulloch. This means holding TRIDAM accountable for funding and staffing the robust invasive species prevention, revising agreements to protect stakeholders, and preserving the lake as an accessible community and economic asset without burdensome restrictions. Time is of the essence. Our losses are mounting, and the ripple effects are threatening the livelihoods of countless residents. I'm eager to work collaboratively with the county, but we need action now. And so I'm just asking for a contact and that you support our request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it. And for clarification on it too, this is a county-owned property that you operate the concession on, and I know we have a meeting scheduled with Calaveras County counterparts over there to talk about that exact thing. So, all right, do we have any other public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. I gave up your meetings for Lent and my own mental health. And I can't tell you what to do, but as a member of the public, this is a business meeting, and I'd appreciate it if you would not wear a baseball cap sitting up there. I think it's very disrespectful. I would like to thank the Chicken Ranch and the Miwok tribe who held a Back to Earth, Mother Earth celebration at the fairgrounds. I saw none of you there, but it was a really great event. And then they also had a De-Stress Fest, their second one, which was really nicely done. I didn't see anyone there either. Behavioral Health did have a table, but I didn't see anybody from the Behavioral Health Board come to that either. And then there's a lot of things that take place regarding the public and looking to our elected officials as leaders. And we have people who come in and, claim they're a political watchdog, and other groups come in and talk about how they want to be honored because they're observers. But there are things going on in our community. So if you really want to see what civic engagement and leadership looks like in our community, I would advise you to watch the last hour of the city council meeting last night, because it was absolutely appalling what I observed. So there was an issue that had gone to the Planning Commission like 3 weeks before. The city council people weren't notified until the day the agenda came out of this issue. It kind of happens to you sometimes. And this was a big issue. And every single city council person said they did not feel they had the time to adequately prepare to make a decision on this issue. And then the staff for the next hour badgered them and badgered them and badgered them and badgered them and bullied them till they finally made the decision that they wanted. And that says a lot about cowardly leadership and the inability of the public to show up and talk about what's important to them. So I just recommend it as civic discourse for people to watch that and make up your own mind what you saw. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll be moving into our staff reports. If any members of our staff would like to speak, please come on up. Mr. Auditor Controller, good morning.
Good morning, Board. Donnie McNair, County Clerk and Auditor Controller. I wanted to come and provide an update on the county financial statements. I discussed with our external auditor yesterday, and she committed to finishing the audit for the fiscal year 22 financial statements by Friday at the latest. As I've also started working on the fiscal year 23 and 24 financial statements, and once we put a few final touches on the RFP, we'll be ready to post that to try and get a new auditor to audit those financial statements.
Great, thank you. And will you be hanging around for the 9:30 item as well?
I certainly can.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yep.
Now, we're not going to be preferential at all just because you brought delicious scones
Yes,
into
you
the
saw
break
that,
room.
did you?
I
Yes.
did. Shameless bribe, but
I
very
know,
well
that's okay.
appreciated. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services. I am joined, come on, staff, come on up. Sarah Daniel and Dave Salzer as well from our office. We're all three going to provide a few updates. I'd like to remind the board and the public this next week we have our annual Wildfire Preparedness Town Hall. 3 virtual sessions, so Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night, 6 p.m., all via Zoom. Access Tuolumne also will be airing that as well as recording it so that folks, if you miss it, you can watch it there. But we are excited about it. The first night will be about preparedness. We will be joined by the Sheriff's Office, Animal Control, talking about just how we're going to prep, go bags, emergency notification, what is the difference between evacuation and warnings and orders. The second night, our CAL FIRE TCU prevention staff will be doing a presentation about defensible space. We'll also talk and show some home hardening ideas and suggestions for our community. And then the third night is really working with our partners, whether it's TUD, Tuolumne Fire Safe, Firewise, our Forest Service and MSA projects. We're going to be highlighting some of those long-term mitigation work that we're doing here in Tuolumne County. So I hope that the public joins us. It's going to be 3 great nights, again via Zoom, 6 p.m. all 3 nights, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week.
Good morning, board members. Sarah Daniel, Resiliency
And
Analyst.
Sarah, microphone. Thank you. You can, yeah,
Better?
perfect.
Good. Okay, sorry. Sarah Daniel, Resiliency Analyst for your Office of Emergency Services. I wanted to take a moment to let you know we have an upcoming public meeting for the Jumpstart Grant. Just to refresh your memory, the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services awarded grant funding to the County of Tuolumne under the Prepare California Jumpstart Grant. The purpose of this grant is to reduce the long-term risk of disasters, increase resiliency, and hazard mitigation measures across census tracts identified by Cal OES that have a combination of high hazard exposure and social vulnerability. There will be an in-person and online version of the meeting. In person, it's April 29th at 3 o'clock at the Church of the 49ers, First Presbyterian Church in Columbia, and the virtual will be May 7th at 6 p.m. There's a flyer on the back table that has that information as well.
Morning, Chairman, Supervisors. I'm Dave Salzer, Senior OES Analyst, and prepared a brief update on the RFP for the California Wildfire Mitigation Program Home Hardening Grant Project Manager role. As a refresher, this federal grant to mitigate risk of ember ignition provides substantial assistance to delivering home hardening and defensible space improvements on and around residential structures for qualified properties in the project area, identified as a very high fire risk, at-risk community. In this case, 415 home site parcels in the Ponderosa, Miramonte, and Sunrise subdivisions. With the preliminary environmental and historical site assessments for Phase 1 completed, we're moving on with the grant requirement to staff a full-time project manager to coordinate the next phase of resource procurement and delivery activities over the remaining 2 to 3 years of the program in cooperation with Cal OES. Last week, our OES team hosted the pre-proposal meeting for respondents to the second iteration of our RFP to hire this project manager, and we were delighted at both the turnout and the engagement. We're looking forward to well-qualified submissions from this group, and we encourage all the attendees to complete the application process within the posted RFP timeline, with proposals due Wednesday, April 30th. The project manager may be an independent individual or a member of a professional services firm, but in either case is expected to perform as a dedicated resource and provide continuity in this broadly impactful and highly integrated role, rather than rotate the assignment among a pool of staffers. This is an exciting opportunity for an experienced management professional with responsibilities that span the requirements development and reporting process for project parcels, vendor qualification and procurement to deliver on-site specific home hardening and defensible space work, supervising contractor activity, conducting community outreach and program education, and maintaining collaborative partner relationships with all project participants. The OES team is eager for the next steps in this important community resilience project and those that follow for Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
2 follow-ups, just as an update. We will be going with a public meeting, hopefully in June, for that project and the potential participants in an application for those homeowners within the home hardening project. And also to add, Sarah's doing wonderful work in engaging those individuals and businesses in each of the census tracts. So Columbia is just one of many community meetings that we'll be having and continue to have. Last thing, promise. Want to remind everyone, sign up for emergency alerts. It's that time of the year. Make sure your entire household has signed up. If you need to, you can go to our website. Right at the top, it says emergency alerts. Click on that. It'll take you to the sign-in page. If you have any problems, please call our office. One of us will answer, 209-533-6395. We will walk you through it. We will check to see if you're in the system. We will make sure the information is correct because next month, we're going to have a test. Yep, it's that time of the year. We're going to have our emergency alert test in May. So we want to make sure everyone's signed up beforehand. So thank you and have a great day.
But Dory, what are the emergency alerts and why should I sign up for them?
Wow, thank you, Chairman, for asking. The emergency alerts are a layer for us to get information out in the event of an emergency. So if we had a wildfire and the sheriff's office deems it's necessary to evacuate, whether it's a warning or an order, we will issue those alerts. They can come on your cell phone, your landline, email, and it's really important. It is an opportunity for us to have you opt into the system so that we can reach you as many people as possible in our county when we need to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sounds very important to sign up. Hope everybody does. Go get your friends. Do we have any other staff reports? Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Brandon, members of the board, staff, and public. I wanted to take a few moments to report out on several items that have been initiated or discussed by the board in public session. And these updates are meant to provide transparency and ensure that our customers and the public know that we are actively responding to the issues that have been raised. We will have future board items on this to get into it a little bit deeper, but if you'll just indulge me, I didn't want information hanging out in the public. The first thing I wanted to address this morning was permit turnaround times in Amador County. A few weeks ago, a presentation was titled, "Maybe Time for a New Approach," and that was following Supervisor Holland's visit to the Amador County Building Department. And he shared data comparing Tuolumne County to Amador in terms of permit turnaround times, department budgets, and the calculated cost per permit. This is very important, and we did reach out to Amador after that to better understand their processes. And in addition, one of the key takeaways from my performance evaluation was to meet with Supervisor Holland to learn, to talk more about our internal workflows, and I'm pleased to report that those initial meetings have taken place. During those discussions, Supervisor Holland asked me a very important question, which was, what is the exact turnaround time on single-family dwellings? We do report out to the public and your board that in general, it takes about 4 to 6 weeks for permit turnarounds. That's across all of our services that we provide. And so what I did was go into the historical and the actual data to get those permit turnaround times. And so this is for 2024. It took us an average of 17 business days from when a deposit was received and the application was submitted to when a plans examiner picked up the permit for review. Once the plan was picked up for review, it took us an average of 7 days to get comments back. That also includes third-party consultants. So on average in 2024, it took us 23.4 business days to get a permit turned around to a customer for a single-family dwelling. We also, which was really interesting, found out that the average number of reviews a single-family dwelling took was 2.4 times it had to go through our process. So we think there's room for improvement here. We'd like to reduce the number of review cycles. We're doing this actively right now through integrating AI technology into our reviews and comments. I also wanted to provide some context to the public that in 2024, Amador County processed 983 permits, and Tuolumne County processed 2,276 permits, so twice as many. And so they might have faster turnaround times over there, but it's possible it's due to the 50% of the workload. This year, they're catching us. They've done 272 to our 503. There was also information presented about our department's budget, total operating budget, and an association made to the cost per permit calculated. And I just wanted to assure the public that we cannot charge more than it costs to process a permit. And so while our operating budget might be several millions of dollars, it's much less for us to process a permit. It doesn't cost tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars for us to process a permit. Let's see. One of the things that was talked about was how fast Amador County turns permits around. And I looked at their permit spectrum, and most of the permits that they issue are things that could be turned around quickly: water heaters, solar, things like that. And that's the same in our county too. And so of the 272 permits they've done this year, only 6 are single family dwellings. And so it's not surprising that they do have a fast turnaround time. There was also some mention of staff members and how Amador is able to do the work they do with fewer staff. And I would expect that because they have half the amount of work. So this discussion has helped us take a closer look at our performance and identify areas of strength as well as areas of opportunity for improvement. And I want to thank Supervisor Holland for initiating the conversation, and we'll continue to report out to your board on this matter and put all this information on our website too. The next thing I wanted to address was environmental health. We did have a productive meeting yesterday with Supervisors Holland and Brandon regarding our environmental health operations. There were a lot of discussion focused on common questions we get from the public about cleanliness standards, science behind sanitation, hand washing, and the reasons why we have these rules and regulations. We are going to be looking to explore ways that we can provide local relief from rigid state sanitation laws, especially when these laws place burdens on local businesses. We're looking to see where local flexibility may exist, and also to ensure that we're not unfairly targeting any businesses. Something we talked about yesterday, which maybe the public and your board doesn't know, is that 3 of our current environmental health staff members are trainees, and so they work under the license of our director. And because of that, it does take time to respond to complex issues or provide interpretations of state laws. A few years ago, the county did have a public-facing portal to allow the public to view inspections report, and we will look at reviving that to improve transparency and to make sure that people understand who's being inspected, the frequency, and that there is no unfair inspections occurring. And we are happy to bring back an educational session for the board to talk more about that. The last two things I had, Supervisor Kirk, thanks for putting it in your blog, but tomorrow we're launching our Citizens Planning Academy. We have about 25 individuals enrolled, and we're excited to engage with members who want to learn more about land use, zoning, permitting, and development processes. At the end of the program, we'll report back to your board on what was covered, what was learned, and how we can improve future sessions, and we'd like to offer it again in the fall. Lastly, I just want to share some significant staffing changes in our department. I don't typically report out on internal staffing matters, but these will have an impact on our service deliveries. We do have 2 planning staff members who one is left and one is leaving in anticipation of budget cuts, and we also have an environmental health staff member who is leaving in anticipation of budget cuts, and we do have 1 EH staff member on extended leave. In building inspections in the next month, we may have some challenges due to trainings and pre-existing vacations. And as a reminder, we have 1 building inspector position that's not filled. So we'll be doing everything we can to managing those impacts, and just stay tuned for any updates that our customers need. And in closing, I just want to express my appreciation for the Community Development Department staff on the front lines every day. They're implementing complex state laws, answering tough questions, and I just appreciate all of them. And thank you to the board for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any other staff reports? Going once, going twice. All right, we will close staff reports onto that. I think we can probably knock out consent real quick. So if the clerk can please read the consent calendar before our 9:30.
Item number 1, approving plans and specifications for the structured cabling for the 911 dispatch relocation to 18440 Stryker Court, and authorizing staff to release an invitation for bids. Item number 2, approving the reappointment of Kathy Parker to the first 5 Tuolumne County Commission with a term to expire March 31, 2028. Item number 3, finding that a summary of ordinance numbers 3480, 3481, and 3482 were published on April 17th, 2025 in the Union Democrat as required by law. Item number 4, approving the updated class specification for supervising groundskeeper.
Oh, sorry, I thought there was more onto that second line. There we go. Great, thank you so much. First, do any members of the board want to pull an item? Seeing none, do we have any comments on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, we'll open up for public comment on this. Any members of the public like to speak on the consent calendar? We'll have 3 minutes. Morning again.
Good morning, thank you. On item number 4, I'm glad to see this on here. It's my understanding that she's been waiting almost 2 years for this.
Okay, do we have any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we're going to close public comment, and I'll be looking for a motion to approve.
I'll move.
Oh, Roger?
Just a quick update on the structured cabling specs. You should have received a copy of the updated specs, and there are copies in the back for the public. Just some minor changes on the language within the specs.
Great, so noted. All right, I'll be looking for a motion.
I'll move.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Kirk.
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Griefer. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, abstaining. All right, passes unanimously. And we've got 19 seconds to spare. All right, and while we're handing these out, we're going to be moving into our 9:30 appointment. If the clerk can read the item while we're getting all settled.
9:30 a.m. 1, overview of the Community Development Block Grant CDBG program and strategic use in Tuolumne County.
All right, thank you.
And I do have this on an overhead, so do I plug this in
And,
here?
yeah.
Okay. Oh,
And just checking, do we need a few minutes or?
We should be good.
Try to be prepared.
No problem.
All right, there we go.
All right. Got it up there. There you go. And then just hit those.
all right, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, not too painful. Thank you so much for your patience.
And just double checking the microphones, like half of my job up here.
Gosh. It's kind of scary when you give me a microphone, so. All right. Well, thank you so much for having us back again, or myself back again, to review and provide a little bit more background and some details for our discussion related to the CDBG program. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot of information, so we've hit on these topics over the past several meetings, but this is a time for us just to absorb. There's no direction out of this meeting, and then we'll come back again and speak about it more specifically at another time, and this will allow you some time to ask questions, think about your districts, what is going to be needed in order to bring projects forward or programs forward for our discussion related to the PI program and then upcoming notices of funding. And again, those notices of funding come every year, so this conversation is going to be ongoing, as well as your program income funds being generated through loans that you currently have out that repay every month. So it's a regular conversation, so we want to make sure that you have a really good grasp on all of the little strings that get attached, because this is one of the most creative programs and one of the most flexible programs in meeting then some of the needs that you have in your communities. All right. In your packet, I have the presentation, a copy, and then these are also available in the back. I have an eligible activity list, which is just a short and sweet list to help kind of get your thought process moving. And then I've also included some maps, and you'll recognize the first one being our district map, another color-coded map that you'll find in there related to what areas qualify currently as low to moderate income areas. And then each individual map of those areas showing you what that population looks like and what that low to mod percentage is. So a separate handout for that. And then also a separate handout showing you the 2024 CDBG income limits for Tuolumne County. The eligibility is at the moderate income limit based on household size. So that's just a reference for you as you look at some of the areas in your community. All right, so first, the reason that we're here, right, is to, one, discuss that you have been a recipient of these funds, as was outlined in one of your meetings, over $60 million in the years that you have participated. And so our goal today is to understand how that happened and then again move that forward. And I'm hoping to keep it jargon-free. Might have to remind me. 30 years, it gets instilled. It's a part of my language. Every year, you have the opportunity currently to access $3.6 million. That can change, and it does change periodically as the state reveals new goals that they would like to achieve, and that is participated through a consolidated plan that has just been published. So we know that $3.6 million is going to be the plan for over the next 5 years for these funds. So based on that, we're going to try to keep this at a high level and not get too in the weeds. All right. So trying to keep it short and sweet. CDBG funds are federal funds that are allocated through Congress that flow down into the state, and then the state allocates those out through a competitive or over-the-counter process to each of the rural communities that are eligible to receive those funds.
There is a secondary line of funding that is called entitlement funding, which you don't participate in, but they also allocate funds directly to communities as well, dependent upon their size, and that's more of your urban areas. So this complicates the funds somewhat because it is running through the state. So there are different layers that come on top of that. If you do your own research and you pull up HUD and look up CDBG, that's fantastic, but the state actually restricts us a little bit more. So what it states in the federal regulation is not always what the state allows because they are able to restrict us. So you also have to look at that state CDBG program guidance as well, which is what we report here today. So we want to pick the best project. I always say if you don't throw your hat in the ring, then you aren't going to get funded. I can never tell you that you're going to get funded, but what we do is we try to work with you to pick the strongest possible project based on the scoring criteria that they allow us to be aware of. So with that said, we have to speak about how this funding needs to occur and who it reaches within your community and who it serves. So this is where it starts to get a little dicey in understanding because there are different elements to this. So we have the individuals in the community areas that we call an AMI that meet an area median income, and that's what everything is based on, is about that median income. And all of the funding that we work with in CDBG must reach individuals that are 80% or less of the community's area income, which is that target sheet here. And just to put that out there, we're looking at a family of 4 median income is at $77,450, just to give a range. And it runs from a single for $54,250 up to 8 individuals in a household at $102,250. So that gives you kind of a range of the area median income at 80%. Then we have those individuals who are automatically considered eligible without looking at income. Those are your seniors, those are your homeless, those are your battered individuals that are running through a program. It's going to be your disabled groups, which we spoke about, your ADA components. Those are areas where you are considered automatically eligible, and we don't have to look at the AMI. And then the next one is about neighborhoods or areas, and that's what we call LMA, so low to moderate area. And they look at income based on the total population, and in order to be eligible, it has to be 51% of that population needs to meet that low to moderate income of 80% or less. So now that can be done as a district based on the census data, or it can be done on an income survey where you're actually carving out an area of service and then you do an income survey to prove that need. So you have some flexibility there. Let's see here. Now let's talk about how that looks within your county. So I don't have the individual maps in my presentation for the community to look at, but this is a accumulation of those areas. I have provided those separate maps for you, and then I also have them on the table in the back if people want to look at that specifically. I also have the app on here so that if you actually have some specific questions, there is an app that you can look at that allows you to actually put in an address or an area, and it will bring up that census data for that particular space. And that is what HCD uses, Housing and Community Development Department of CDBG uses in order to determine eligibility on an overall component. It also helps us determine if we do need to use an income survey for that particular project. Can we say, hey, our map meets it, or do we say, you know, we're just missing the boat on that one? Very similar to Columbia, 48%, it was 51%. So now it's triggered that we have to do an income survey, especially when you have a error rate of more than 10% when you're looking at it statistically, and that one qualified, which is why we ended up going with that income survey component. Any questions based on the maps and the information that I've shared so far? This would be a good spot to pause and take some questions just to make sure
I'm not going too quickly or if there's some confusion in what I've stated.
Board? All right, I think
We're
keep
good?
rolling.
Okay, good. All right. So now we're looking at that LMA, low mod area, versus LMC, which is low mod clientele, which are those individuals who meet automatically or individuals who meet that criteria just on their own, and how that impacts your project discussion. So LMI, low mod income, based on area benefit, is going to be projects that benefit everyone in the qualifying area, that we're using the HUD maps or doing an income survey to do that. And what that looks like is road projects, sidewalk projects, drainage, water, sewer. So it's those large scale projects that impact the entire area. That can also be parks. And we're looking at more of your facility driven components where it's not assisting that individual, it's assisting everyone who lives in that particular area. Then we look at the low mod clientele, LMC, and that's directly servicing a person or a group of people. There's those presumed eligibility groups that we spoke about. And examples of this is going to be your programmatic programs, which is going to be your Meals on Wheels, subsistence payment. It's going to be ADA ramps, shelter upgrades. It's going to be things that you're looking at the specific people that are being represented. One of my favorite, which I will tell you, is recreation programs. If you have a recreation department within the county, you can do scholarships for families that are looking to allow their children to participate. Those cost money. A lot of families don't have that in their budget when they're at an 80% LMI. And then those scholarships then can be utilized to allow those children to access those events that are occurring within the county. So that's one of the other type of program where you're looking at the individuals who are benefiting rather than the whole area benefiting. The other one that I failed to mention is housing rehab programs. That is another one, as well as home buyer programs. Those are also benefiting that individual clientele, and those are considered 100% low to moderate income programs because the individual qualifies in order to access those funds. Okay, so let's talk about what you can fund versus what you can't fund. That was definitely a conversation that we had, and it does get quite confusing when you're looking at low to moderate area, low to moderate clientele, and then what that looks like. But first, I want to start with what we can't fund so that that's very clear. Government operations or staff salaries for general government operations. The one caveat to that is going to be fire stations. They do not consider that a general government function. It actually is written into the regulation as an approved event. Government buildings such as city halls or government county buildings, but caveat to that, always a but, is if you have a housing department that's specifically servicing, or if it's a fair housing department or a programmatic department that's specifically serving the LMI group, you can do improvements to that particular area or make the access to that area available. So if there's ADA improvements, if you need, new sliding doors, new ramps, and those things can be assisted. Political or religious activities. And this is one where we need to clarify a lot of the programmatic programs. It feels weird saying programmatic programs. Those a lot of times occur through your religious organizations, and you are able to fund those. The key is that they're not allowed to tie an event that you have to attend that is religious to the access of the program. The program needs to be open to everyone, freely serviced to everyone, with no additional requirements for them to participate in the political or the religious activities that are related to that organization. So you are able to work with them as a nonprofit and continue to to fund their programs and build those relationships with those services. But we just, in our monitoring, ensure that there's not a tie that's requiring participation. And then maintenance. So this is where we have to be very careful how we speak about road work and road rehab and street rehab. It can never be a maintenance function, and a lot of communities want to go and do those chip seals
and they consider that maintenance. So you always want to build any type of a street or facilities type of a program as a non-maintenance function, and that it's actually replacing the structure of the work that's being done. So then back to what we can fund, you have this handy dandy little activities list that have lots of ideas. And this covers both your economic development and your community development with various types of ways that that provide funding. These are not the limit. CDBG, again, is very flexible. And as long as you're meeting the general components that we have spoke about, these are just some examples. So it's based solely on what your need is. And if your needs fall outside of those little ideas that I've provided, that is something that we can certainly discuss as an idea for an application. So just as a general overall, it's your public infrastructure, public facilities, housing rehabilitation, economic development, and under housing and rehabilitation, that's also going to be a home buyer assistance, and then public services. Now I've listed here the public services capped at 15%. The state has a cap. The maximum that they can allocate to public services is 15%, not your award of $3.6 million, just to be clear on that. But that does limit the amount that they have available, which is why our program dollars are maxed at $600,000, and that they limit each individual nonprofit to receive $300,000. That was different in the past, and I know that was a big hit to some of the services that you do use because you were able to allocate a higher dollar amount. So they are limiting that to $300,000 for each nonprofit organization with a maximum allocation at your level at $600,000. So, any questions there? Okay.
Okay, I got a couple here.
Okay.
You might have covered this, but when you're talking about the LMA, the area, you guys are using the HUD map where it says where you can do an income survey. Does that mean you can go to a smaller area based off of the HUD map? So
That's correct.
Maybe a certain area within the large area would qualify so we could do that survey?
That's correct.
And how long does it take and what's it cost to do that type of survey?
So it depends on the numbers that we have. Like currently we're working on the Columbia. We anticipate that to cost approximately $25,000 to do that. But the smaller the area, and this is what gets tricky, the smaller the area, the higher the amount of responses you have to receive based on the statistical methodology of 95% confidence level. And then we have to keep our error rate at less than 10%, 10% or less. So that increases the number, the smaller the population, the number of households, then the higher response rate we have to have.
And how long does it usually take to do that process?
Well, if the population supports us and they respond, it can go very quickly. But if there is any resistance, sometimes it can take upwards of 6 months to get the numbers. We are hopeful that we can do it within 3. That's kind of our goal. And part of that is because we have to make contact 3 times with a household before we can substitute it with an approved substitution. And so that sometimes takes a little time. We have to vary our dates and times that we actually go door to door. We try to do it first by mailing. In that mailing, we have a QR code because there's so many people who are tech savvy these days. So we've updated our system to include that technology. They get a self-addressed stamped envelope so they can fill it out and send it in. And then we follow that up with the door-to-door. And that's usually what takes the longest.
Okay. On this current slide where you talked about what we can't fund, it says general government buildings, you said except for firehouses.
Correct.
Does it also include like a sheriff's office? Or
No,
is it just
that's
strictly,
considered general government.
so just firehouses?
Just fires. Now,
Okay.
now, some of the communities look at like a partnered location. And so then we would split the cost. So they would fund only the firehouse part, but if the roof covered the whole entire building, we would take into account the space that the station would have compared to the space that the sheriff's office would have, and then we would allocate it, the cost that way.
Portion,
So
okay.
it takes a little extra work to do that, but it is allowed.
Okay. On the items that we can fund, under public facilities, would a park or soccer fields qualify for the public?
It does, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then for public infrastructure, let's say like Jamestown Sanitation, which is having a problem.
Yep.
Can we get a grant to help fix whatever it is the problem is?
Correct, yes. It could be, as long as the area that they're servicing qualifies. And so we have to look at the service area of Jamestown Sanitation District. If it falls within one CDP area that meets that requirement, then we're good to go. If it doesn't, then we have to do an income survey.
So if we looked at like public facilities, let's say like soccer fields for the public, is it looking at the county as a whole because it's servicing the whole, or can we
Parks
narrow
are,
that down
yeah, that's a good question. Parks are normally considered neighborhood unless it's the only type of facility in your county, then it's a county-wide because it would be considered regional in that sense. But if you have multiple parks within the community that have soccer fields, then it would be neighborhood-driven.
Okay, thank you.
Good questions.
And one question on it too, because a lot of folks, I think, have to do income surveys for other grants or other proposals that are ongoing. Are we able to use an income study? I mean, what's the
parameters?
What's the expiration date on something like that?
Yeah, the CDBG requires us to do an individual one that they approve. So we do, even if you have one in place, we would have to do our own because there is an approval process that they place us through. It is good for 5 years. So you do get a nice long range that you're able to utilize that. But in the course of a census, you have to do that twice. So it's really important as you pick these projects that you might want to look at an area where you have 1 or 2 projects that you might want to fund.
Since it's 2025, are we at the expiration end of the ones that were done for the census, basically before? So do we have any that are already done and eligible? I know we had some areas that were already pre-identified.
Correct. So the maps that you have, let me go back to that real quick. So the map that you have here is the 2020 census that was completed. So this is now good until the next census is complete. The challenge with the census data is this only came available last year. So as you know, it takes them quite a bit of time to process that information for HUD to take it, run it through their system to delineate their percentages. So this will be good until the next one is published, which now we're looking probably 30, 33, 34. Isn't that weird to say that? I know, it seems so odd, yeah. But that's how that works.
Do we have other questions? All right, let's keep
All
going.
right. So picking a strong project, because that is the key. So identifying the projects, you have to first consider a few things. And the 3 things that we want to keep in mind are need, feasibility, and readiness. So on the slide here, can we document the need? Feasibility, does it solve the problem? Is it cost effective? Do we have any other funding to support it? Does it meet the LMA or the LMC requirements? And then readiness, timelines, NEPA, and design. We have to be shovel ready. The shift that we're going to see in this next NOFA is it's not going to be over the counter, it's going to be competitive. One of the strategies that we will talk about is timing and how much money you've received in the past. So you are setting yourselves up actually in a very good spot, taking that pause that we're taking. So when you look at need, when you are looking at a project or a program, there has to be documentable evidence to that need. So there needs to be studies, reports, citations, cease and desists, those types of documents that we can put into that application that proves your need. Then you're going to look at feasibility. That can also be backed up with your need documentation, also with your engineering team that's working on it, the alternative components that they'll need to provide for that. So there's a lot of narrative that we work on with those team members in order to create that story around the project. Grant writing is a lot about telling a story, and how well you tell that story to not overwhelm the reader is the critical part. And then we're going to look at the cost effectiveness. That is one of the crucial components. We have to be able to define cost reasonableness around the project. And that comes with looking at market standards. Our engineering team will do an engineer cost estimate.
then you compare that to the market, and you want that to come in pretty close to what the market looks like. If there are any deviations from that based on location, we may have shortages in supplies that we're building into our contingencies, then we just need to narrate what that is and explain why that is occurring in your specific area. A lot of times with you, as a part of your area having some high snow loads, you have a small window of construction, and if we miss that window and getting that bid out, that can drive prices up. So some of that is timing. So we may build cost escalations into your cost estimates to adjust for the fact that you miss a construction season, you go to the next construction season, the price is going to go up. So, but we just narrate that out as a part of our feasibility component. And then readiness. We have to have a design ready for bid. We have to have site control. We have to have our NEPA completed, which means that if it's published, then if it needs to be published based on the mitigations that we find, we take it to publication. We don't have to publish, but we take it to publication. So there's quite a bit of work that goes into the development of the project because you're basically pre-funding that portion of the project in order to get the points to check the boxes for you to access the grant funding. So there is a risk around that. Now, that doesn't mean if you don't get it the first time, then you polish it up, update your numbers, and then you go again the next year. That happens often. I've had one community, it took them 6 rounds, and they finally got their streets published or funded, and now they've had 3 awards since then. So sometimes it's just you get that ball headed in the right direction, and then it's a snowball effect because you're able to do multiple projects after that.
And Lori, I believe we've had, this was from a couple of years ago, but an estimate that we've been about 90% successful with CDBG applications.
You have,
I don't
yes.
know if I'm jumping the gun on your
Yes.
slide there, but.
Yeah, definitely have had great success in accessing CDBG funds over the years. Again, 60 million is a big number, and that just shows you the impact that these funds have had within your community over the last, I want to say it was about 30 years. So it's $2 million a year that you've been able to access. That doesn't happen often. The only way that happens is by throwing your hat in the ring and having strong projects. And CDBG is an up and down roller coaster ride, and we have to modify our projects sometimes based on the priorities that are set forth in those NOFAs. But having a list of projects and knowing what your priorities are, that really helps in defining that path in a very efficient way. Because if everyone's on board with what that list is, as HCD and CDBG publishes their notice of funding, then we're able to analyze that pretty quickly and know exactly which projects are going to be the best for that particular NOFA. So just some letting you know some of the ways to benefit you. Because the process is very fluid, and the extra points, there's some point categories that you don't have a lot of movement in. For example, your community needs score is driven solely by census data that they pull from the census based on poverty rates, home ownership rates, depending on your program that you're applying for. You don't have a lot of ways to maneuver those scores. So we focus in on where do you have control on your score and try to maximize those areas so that if you are a little lower than other communities that may be in the ring with you, you've maximized your scoring criteria in the areas you do have control over. For example, your community needs score is 20, the lowest is 10, and the highest is 50. So you're right in the middle on that community needs score. So in order to maximize that, they have an extra an extra 20 points if you haven't been awarded funds in 5 years. So if you're considered basically a newbie coming in and your last award was 21 with GCSD, that's under a 21 NOFA. So you're going to be set up you're going to get those 5-year points. The other one is if your contract is signed, and I know this has been a challenge in the past, so that I would ask you to maybe consider your previous practices. If your contract is signed with your subrecipient to implement the program, or you have a consultant on board that you've signed your contracts and you've based that on funding being issued, you get 10 extra points. But if you only keep it as a draft contract, which is what we've done in the past, because it has been the board's concern of entering a contract before you've been awarded funding, correct? So then it's only 5 points. So that's another 5 points you could gain in having contracts signed. And what that means is if you were to go forward, say, with ACA's Food Bank, and they were to get awarded, you already have that contract signed and in place in that contract. On our side of it, you have a term of period of time to sign a contract. We're in like a 5-year contract term. Our contract would be already executed, so we would go in there, ATCA would go in there, and you would get those 10 points. Gap funding, so they are going to be using a percentage of funding on a ratio basis with how much CDBG funding you're asking for and how much other funding you're leveraging. So a 1.01 to 1 will get you up to 25 points. So for every dollar, you have another dollar coming in. That will get you 25 extra points. ATCA on the food bank, they nail it because they have so much other funding coming in that it's very competitive. On the fire station, you've pre-funded a big portion of that. We'll use that as leverage. And then it's not a 1-to-1 ratio, but it goes down from there. 0.76 to 1 is 20 points. 0.51 to 1 is 15 points. 0.26 to 1 is 10 points. 0.01 to 1 is 5 points. So you can see that, you know, it definitely graduates as you have other funds in there. So that is a way that you can maximize scoring. Many of the rural communities don't have that leverage to put in. And in the past, we've always been able just to have CDBG be the only funding source. They are changing that now, and you have some scoring criteria around that. Application corrections. If you have 4 or less corrections, you get 20 points. 5 to 8 corrections, you get 10 points. 9 or more, you get 0 points. And what that is related to if your NEPA went in and it wasn't signed, that would be a correction. We have this funny little paper we have to sign, and if you don't sign the corner of every page, then you have a correction. So that's what the corrections are that they're looking for. And that's brand new. They've never done that before. And then community meetings, that is another one that we actually get a nice little up to 15 points on. So for every additional meeting you have, you're only required to have 1. So for every additional meeting you have, you get another 5 points. So as we represented, we did 4 meetings for you all, and you would have gotten all 15 points extra for that. And then there's other ways, if you have an interpreter on site, if you provide transit, if you provide food or daycare, those are other ways that you can glean additional points if you don't have extra meetings. So, but 15 is the maximum point there. And then I think there's one more here, sorry. Nope, that's it. Okay, so those are your point areas that you do have some control in. In this next consolidated plan, they are focused on housing, homelessness, economic development, infrastructure, public service, and recovery assistance. So they are allowing all of those components as a part of this next cycle. All right, so let's talk about strong projects. So the projects that get funded. So I just wanted to kind of hit some examples on this, just to continue your mind thinking about different ways that you can use it in your districts. So replacing undersized water lines, ADA compliant ramps, entrances at senior centers, road resurfacing in qualifying areas, fire station and equipment meaning fire trucks. So that is allowed. Utility payment relief programs, housing rehab and economic development programs. Those are all pretty strong projects. Now, one of the key components is that you definitely need to make sure that your community is engaged and supportive of the programs and the projects that you are bringing forward.
So talking about that community outreach component, we have public meetings and public hearings. The community must help shape the project, and have meaningful input. So we have created the surveys that we bring to the meetings and ask people to complete. We also need engagement with your departments as well, and your social services department, your public works department. Those are also components of this engagement process that are very critical. And we don't want to wait for the NOFA to drop. That's what we call it. We want to do this on an ongoing basis, in a sense, and then you get to claim those as public meetings, and you hit that mark, and you exceed that mark of having more than one. Because having this combined with other types of workshops that you're doing, and including the CDBG as a part of that conversation, allows you to continually receive information from the community on their needs, because they change as they move forward. One of the conversations we had when we were up in GCSD, Groveland, thank you, sorry about that, was that they were having some issues with the doctors who were going to be closing their services in that particular area. So now that's a new need in that community, and being able to access healthcare. So does that look like a healthcare program that you're able to utilize the community center with, or does it look like an uptick in your transportation access and activities for that particular area? So are we looking at a transit program? Are we looking at the nonprofit that's currently providing transit in those areas? So there's, that's a conversation that came up in that public meeting that is a new need that was identified. So those are just some ideas of ensuring that you're encouraging that continued engagement. So as things change, you're able to maneuver and prepare for that next funding cycle quickly. All right, so summary. Making sure the project serves the right people. Does the project meet the national objective? And the national objective is that low to moderate income household. And then is it eligible? So next you want to look on the project readiness. And when we look at project readiness, we have to look at it on a construction basis for projects that require that, but also on a programmatic basis. And here I've only spoke a little bit about the project, but when we're looking at programmatic basis, that means guidelines, that means ensuring that they have their financial statements in order, that they don't have any findings. So there is some work on the programmatic side that also needs to be done in order to ensure readiness, but the heavy lift is always the project, because it can take several months, 6, 7, 8 months sometimes, in getting projects ready, especially if it includes site control. So those are the projects that we want to have in mind and kind of schedule out for future NOFAs if there is a big project that you're wanting to take on. All right. That is my education presentation on CDBG for y'all today. So we would like to take any additional questions that you have, conversations.
Great. Thank you, Lori. Appreciate the presentation, and I wanted to clarify with staff really quick as well. So I know this was a presentation only to cover broadly CDBG. Are you looking for any input into these eligible uses from the board?
We want to have a conversation with the board with their ideas and what projects you guys might have in mind that we can continue working towards.
Thank you. If I may want to tag in our auditor controller too, I just wanted to see about the eligibility. What else do we need financially to be able to apply? If Donnie, you got a sec to be able to answer a few questions on that? Love to have you talk a little bit as it applies to kind of the CDBG grant. And then we'll bring it back to the board for general comment. I think this applies to the whole thing though.
Well, I gave the background, so what exactly will we need to be able to apply for it?
So currently, the 22-23 is required, but for the next NOFA, it's going to be the 23-24.
Okay.
And the next NOFA is at what date?
January.
Okay. All right. And do we anticipate, so we anticipate that, as you mentioned, the 22-23 will be done coming, you said Friday?
That's 21, 22.
21, 22. Okay, and so are we on track then for when it comes and applies to the CDBG funds, either for this year or for next year? To be able to make an application if we have one that's eligible?
I think I should be able to get them done by January.
Okay.
Both?
Yeah.
That would be
I'm
fantastic.
starting to work on both of them, and right now I'm working on both of them at the same time. It's a little bit more efficient to pull everything for both of them. So I'll know more, though, once we determine what auditor we're going to go with and what their capacity is, if we're able to do both financial audits at the same time.
Great. And while we got you up, are there any questions for our auditor controllers? Supervisor Campbell?
You said January?
January is the next NOFA that we anticipate, yes. We have the one coming that's expected in June, which we aren't eligible for because of the audit, but the next one will be January is the anticipation.
Well, I guess, are you communicating with ADCA about the food bank? Would that put us
They do
in a difficult situation?
Yeah, they do
for
understand
the next
that is the next application drop that we'll be able to make application for.
So the next application would be January?
Correct.
Okay. So then we wouldn't be awarded until
Yes.
spring or something?
Yeah, that's a
Assuming
really good point is,
Okay.
HCD, they change their rules a lot, but they also change their dates a lot.
Okay.
So, they have gotten much better at getting their contracts out. We're not in that year hold like we've had in the past that we've experienced. They've been able to get their contracts out usually within 3 months now. So we are seeing a huge improvement in their commitment to getting those out quicker. And actually, some of them have actually allowed us to expend funds prior to those contracts being executed. So we are in a much more reasonable place right now in that process.
It's, just my concern is that we recently, so Supervisor Brandon and I serve on the board for ADCA as well. We have many hats here
Correct.
as county supervisors. That's one of them. It's a joint powers agreement between Tuolumne County and Amador County. And one of the primary functions that ADCA serves in Tuolumne County is operating the food bank.
Correct.
For the past 25 years, the food bank has been funded by CDBG grants.
Right.
We weren't able to apply for this last round, and so we have over time squirreled away money through charitable donations and any kind of leftover funding at the end of the year into an account as a reserve. And so this year, we're using that reserve to help keep the food bank open up till December 31st. So it sounds like what you're telling me is that we will not have funding for the food bank until at best spring of 26.
It's likely to be beyond spring. It'll probably be early fall because when the NOFA comes out, you have an application period, a review, and then contracts. Pardon me.
That's the first I'm hearing of that. Has that been communicated to anybody at ETCA? And
I'm not
to your
sure.
knowledge?
I can make sure that occurs. I can
we
work
should
with.
probably get together and do
Yeah.
that very soon because that's kind of a big issue. And the food bank's the big one.
Right.
A lot of the money went to like Meals on Wheels and that, which I know less about. Is that program still going to be able to continue, or is that
I wouldn't be able to answer
impacted
that
the same
question.
way? Okay.
Yes. Currently, the food bank does have funds that we are allocating. We're working with them on getting a rescope on that so that they can access those. But those do expire next year.
Okay. Oh, you're saying past CDBG funds?
They have a current CDBG grant.
Right, but it's a instead of, my understanding was instead of it being something like $300,000 a year, it was $300,000 spread out over 3 years.
Correct.
And so that's not enough to operate the food bank. And so you're
Correct.
saying the remaining part of that 3-year fund?
That's what's remaining. Yes,
We've
and
got
it's
like $40,000 of that left, and so it's not
Okay.
enough to keep it going
right.
into past the end of the year.
Correct. And again, that is that slow lowering of their ability to allow access to funds under CDBG. We were able to access $1 million before, and now then they went to 750,000, then to 500. Now we're down to 300. So.
And so is that downward trend going to continue? You feel?
300 seems to be the low.
Okay.
We've fought for 500, and
they were at 2, and then they brought it to 3, so.
Is there any way to fast track that portion of it?
No.
Because
Yeah.
to me, it's something it has always been funded this way. It is very secure source of funding. We had this blip with the audits, and now we couldn't apply.
Well, unfortunately,
Can't we just
HCD does
put it
not.
right back in
does
place
not
as soon
see
as
that
possible?
they don't want your CDBG funds to be the main source of funding. That's been communicated, over the years, that you have to have backup funding because it's not meant to be a continual source of funding because it's competitive and you may not get it every year. So and that's probably where your reserve accounts come in, right? You've known that as a part of an organization that your funding can be volatile at times, so you have that reserve. Unfortunately, missing a couple of years of applications does create a bigger gap than probably what you were prepared for.
And Supervisor, just want to see if we have any questions for the Auditor Controller, because I know it's been patiently
Yes.
standing here too. If not, I want to allow him to be able to sit and then return it back to you. We have any questions specific for Donnie?
Well, I mean, for me, the obvious
I'll
reason,
get
it's
back
kind of
to-
to what Supervisor Campbell was saying, is the reason we're kind of in the food bank issue is because we're so far behind on the audits. And I want to know why the board has not been more on top of that, but I think that's a conversation for a different time. So that would be my question, is how come we're so far behind on the audits? I mean, I know you can't answer that right now, and but that is my question, right? Because as Supervisor Campbell is saying, is that, if we're not going to be able to provide the money to the food bank because our audits are behind, it's a cause and effect. So I think that's something that we as an organization have to work with the auditor later down the road, but that is my one question to him.
I would say that I think it's very clear. It's something we've had a lot of conversations over the years. It's an elected position, so there are limitations on what the board is able to do, but it's been a very actively pursued issue.
So I haven't had any conversations since January 6th on it, so
Better start them.
I am. All right, I'll do that right now. How come
Yeah.
you're so far behind? There you go.
Great, Donnie, thank you. I do agree, I think we need to have, and I've had a request and spoken with Roger about having a specific item on that too, with recommendations of anything we can do to help your office, because I know you're making progress catching up, but of course, we're behind, and that's a challenge, so. Only say thank you, I do agree, it's a hugely important issue. Supervisor Campbell, did you have more?
No, I
And
didn't.
I think you can sit if you want.
I just think it's pretty clear, and just making sure that communication happens
Good job.
with the agencies most affected, which ATCA I would put at the top of that list.
I have a question. Can Amador apply instead of us for the food bank?
No, that's a very good clarification. That is.
I looked into that.
Yeah,
You
it
go ahead.
is. It is a direct. It is only through the communities, the rural communities that are eligible under the state. So all nonprofit organizations, all quasi-government organizations must flow through the county or the city of Sonora.
Yeah, and that's a great idea, and I thought of that too, and we
And-
tried to work
If
on
it has
it.
flow through, can it flow through Amador instead of us?
Yes.
So I mean, we could just remove ourselves.
Well, there is some challenges there because it's about who it serves. So they would have to
Yeah.
adjust their.
Amador would be giving up their
Application.
opportunity to apply for CDBG. So if they're going to apply, they're going to want to use it for their community's projects and not ours.
And I think to clarify too, because what we're identifying is as we're catching up on this, basically a gap financing issue, that, correct me if I'm wrong, there may be other ways to address that with, I don't know, an ISF or something. I mean, we have to explore the options, but inherently CDBG is not the only possibility. I expect this will come back to the board at some point to figure out how we do that 6 months in some way, right?
It's gonna have to be fundraising and
Yeah.
something like along
To
those
not,
lines.
I may be overstepping here, but the tribes also have what's called iCDBG, which is a form of the CDBG program that they can go direct to, and these programs would also qualify under their programmatic requirements. So that's a potential gap that you could look at, is if any of the tribes are able to provide any iCDBG support, that would be a consideration.
And I think we had talked about that briefly is, in our process as the county, are you reaching out to the city, into the tribes, and the other entities that have other access to CDBG funds to coordinate, or, I mean, even just as on our behalf,
Yeah.
other stuff that
I have
makes
not
sense.
been directed around that process.
Okay.
ATCA would be usually the one who would make those requests because we wouldn't participate in those applications as the county. ATCA would participate with those agencies on their behalf.
Do we have other questions on the CBG stuff? I think we're also going to be going through on comments on items of where we might like to see it. Supervisor Griefer.
It's just something that Supervisor Campbell stated. I don't think it's their position or Lori's position to notify the different organizations. I think that's a communication that we should be doing. Because I don't know if we want to muddy their. She's already got one specific goal to get these things done, so I think that's something that we should be communicating. So I'm with you. So you said food bank in 2026 is
Correct.
maybe when they would get it in the fall?
Correct.
Okay, so that's a good thing to get the word out. I guess I'm struggling with the timelines. So you said that the next drop day is going to be January of 26. So, and you said that those dates move?
They can. It depends on the HCD's preparation and their workload on if they hit those target dates. They do keep us informed if they are going to miss those and what it's going to look like. But as of right now, they're saying January 2026.
Okay. Because I always kind of feel like we're got the cart before the horse. Like we want to get these ideas going, and all of a sudden they change the date on us, and now we have to, then we have to hurry up and spend money on plans to get shovel ready. So it just seems like it's a difficult process to navigate through. So I appreciate you walking me through that. As you know, we talked about, I have an airport up in Groveland, and it needs extensive work. One of the things you stated in your presentation was public services. Would that cover like the medical flights, EMS, search and rescue? So could we apply for grant money to help rehab some of the airports so we can maintain the medical flights and the search and rescue operations and things that come out
Yes,
out of
but
the Groveland
again,
area?
it's about the whole area qualifying. So that particular area, only parts of the area qualify. So we would need to do an income survey of the whole area that it would service in order to allocate funds for that. But yes, that would be an eligible expense.
When they do an income survey, is it full-time residents or?
It's full-time residents.
Okay, because
Yep.
a lot of the homes in Pine Mountain Lake specifically are second homes.
Yes,
And
yes.
their economic position is considerably different than
Correct.
the local.
Yes, it is a 51% occupancy considered as a full-time residence. And there's a lot of work that goes around that. So when you talk about time of doing an income survey, those are the little things that can slow it down when we have to do extra work to confirm occupancy and whether it's permanent or vacation rentals. But yes, that is something that we do as a part of our review when we implement an income survey, is verifying that information. And usually the CAL FIRE, the water district, whoever has that particular area, if it's a homeowners association, we work with those types of agencies to make those confirmations.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Coming in, I think the priorities that were presented last time largely make a lot of sense to me. The first is the fire station, obviously, because I think that has followed all of those steps, and that was something I think we talked about. It's gone through the public meetings, it's identified need, there's matching funds available, and it would get something operational and a very clear and since 1992, well-studied kind of coverage gap.
Yeah, we would have lots of need documentation, yes.
Right, and I think that's why it came forward, and that makes a lot of sense. I will highlight whether this is a future or secondary project, though that is, to me, the priority. The second one that I think has set up that is, as Supervisor Holland, I think, had referenced, the Jamestown Sanitary District, because it's also an area that fits that. It's something that has economic development consequences for us, for sure. And it's definitely putting a lot of rate issues onto the population there. So an engineered plan there is about the cost of what an OTC grant might be. But that's also fairly well studied since they had a recent plant that was built there as to kind of the capacity. They're doing capacity assessments already that provide some of that data. I only wanted to then add for the competitive and the PI, I think the biggest thing that we have to do is try to maximize the amount into small business economic development, particularly on main streets. We have a number of main streets struggling in the county. Lodging, to me, is something very key because lodging has also the greatest return back to the county. So a program that is offering, and this is building on, I think, what was presented for the Groveland 100,000, but something there presented for, also for Jamestown, also for, I believe, Tuolumne was a qualifying area. Those are three spots that revolving loan funds, fix-up funds, micro grants, business assistance, whatever comes in would be very helpful.
Okay.
I think that has to be the priority. I think lodging in particular should be a focus, just again because of the TOT and a lot of those main streets. Maybe less so in Tuolumne, but for Jamestown for sure, and then obviously for Groveland, that's going to be the customer base that's staying there in the evening too. I know that's greatly impacting Jamestown and Columbia, so
Okay.
that's where I would like to see these go for the meantime. Supervisors, we have more feedback on CDBG. Supervisor Griefer.
So, just so I'm clear, it's because we talked about this last month. So, the last meeting there was $100,000 dedicated to a sun screen up in Groveland. That I think
One of the proposed projects, correct?
Okay. So at what point do we go from proposed to action?
You tell me what to do.
Okay. So the reason I say that is it was also mentioned $100,000 for economic growth, and as I said at the last meeting, the people I spoke to in Groveland would love to split that with the people of Jamestown because we kind of are.
Yeah, and you can allocate more funds to it.
So I guess my question is if we were to apply for and receive $100,000, Groveland could then take that $100,000 and give $50,000 to Jamestown, right? It doesn't, or do we have to specifically designate 100 here or 50
No,
there?
it could be fluid, and you actually, as a program income category, you can allocate 250, 300, 400,000.
Okay.
It depends on, because that's an open program that you can continue to allocate funds to as funds are received. So you could start out by allocating 200,000 and future program income backfilling into that and have it be a continually funded program. So
Yeah, I just didn't want to get us locked in and say, hey, I'm here to offer an olive branch, and next thing I know, I can't
And then
do
your
it.
guidelines, you just allocate the areas that are eligible, and then it's based on the applications you receive on who actually receives the funding.
And this relates maybe to one of the earlier conversations, because I was thinking the same of like, what is the priority right now? We have the Miners Motel. I know that was about half of that was expected to be the gap financing, and then I think a contingency on the project too.
Correct.
Reviewing with the timelines whether that is absolutely necessary. I tend to think the broader funds are the ones that we should do for the things that are hard to find grants for, like small business, economic development, kind of loan programs. And we might have realignment funds or something that is more narrowly defined we could put towards that. And that's more of a question of, is there an option there, or are we absolutely locked in? If we're not locked in, I think that was 400,000. That would, combined with the 100, combined with the resiliency center amount, be enough for 3 areas to have something like $350,000 to get stuff really starting. And I think that could have a massive impact. So.
And that still leaves enough, because as a part of the program income funding, we needed a little bit of gap funding for the Columbia Fire Station. So,
Yeah.
but there's still enough to do those.
And one on that too, and this is maybe with Supervisor Kirk and myself, but with the 2 tribes that we have, I don't know whether they are applying. I do think as a board we should direct you to reach out to them. Specifically, I've talked to them. There's interest. I don't know that they were planning to apply for it. It's more of a capacity issue.
Got it.
But in terms of us spending a little money to put something together that they're able to submit if they're willing, that then is building on that economic development effort. I don't know, maybe Southern Sierra Miwok too, could be a potential. That could even further leverage that economic development funding, because I think there's a recognized need for them to have small businesses within the town as well. So that's just my advice, is I'd like to see board support on that. If they're not applying for it, it is money on the table from this program that maybe we can put in a little effort to help with their capacity and then be able to get something that's beneficial to everybody. I would say the same with the city as well. If they're not applying for the program, we might have a shared need there. I know you mentioned with parks, that's a perfect idea for some of the fields. So.
And just as a quick reminder, we have 2 separate funding sources. You have your program income, and then you have your annual CDBG. So each of those are going to have a list of projects that you're going to be able to apply for. Now, on the program income, it only has to be approved, that it meets the national objective. The funds are already at your disposal. So just as a reminder.
Supervisor Campbell, Supervisor Kirk, anything? Supervisor Kirk?
Sure. As I'm just listening to us all talk, I just want to clarify. Sounds like we got $1 million to figure out what to do with, correct? Okay.
Correct, program income.
So the big 30,000 elevation, I hear like we could maybe do 1 or 2 big projects, maybe 1 project, like the firehouse, maybe the Jamestown, that would, be a nickel in a bucket for that overall project. Or we could do a bunch of little projects. So I kind of want to discuss the fire station situation in Columbia, because my understanding is we might open up a can that's going to be a lot more expensive. I know Mike went out there and looked at it, and that was a concern. So I kind of want some more information at that, because when I look at our priorities, I kind of want to dump money towards fire, law enforcement. So if it's a feasible thing to do the fire station out there, I want to do it, but I'm hearing that it might open up a bigger can. So that's the big grand picture for me. But if we're going to, as supervisors, pick for our districts, a few little projects, I did meet after our last meeting. I made contact with Tuolumne Parks and Recs. I don't know if our board knows, but the downtown Tuolumne City area, for decades has been getting revitalized, but really the last 5 years has just taken off with their Wednesday night concerts. They just they just opened up another hall. They would like for the Memorial Hall, I've heard for years, Ed Hogue was supposed to address it, but apparently he didn't, but there's a water line that goes underneath a street there, and actually when I saw the thing in the presentation, it was perfect. There's a water line that goes under the Memorial Hall and the what is the military thing they just built for service members? Anyways,
Veterans?
Yeah, the veterans. So anyways, there's a water line that would probably be a couple $1,000, $10,000 to fix, but if it breaks, it's going to flood that hall and it's going to make some issues. So for the little projects, I would like to put it towards fixing that water line. I know that there's some sidewalk work that could be done right there in front of the hall, connecting a bus stop, more parking, and then also if we got some tractors out behind West Side Field and we did some drainage work, Tuolumne Parks and Rec would love to expand and have Frisbee golf, basically an economic driver for the downtown area. So I feel like some of this money, some small things in a bucket, we could get some things done in Tuolumne City. So if we're all, back to my original point, if we're all going to pick little projects, I think we can all get some stuff out of this. But so that would be what I would like staff to look into, or if it's going to be you, meet with Tuolumne Parks and Rec, see what the biggest bang for the buck is, see what we could do to help address some of these issues. But then I'm still kind of back to the first point, which is we could take $1 million and maybe do something really big for fire as well, or a sanitary district. If we want to expand, if we want to continue to do more housing, that's probably the future of Jamestown and heading towards Oakdale. So that's kind of where I'm at. It's one or the other, in my opinion. But
And that was specific to the program income that you're speaking?
yeah, because I know
Okay.
Tuolumne City is going to fit right in there. I know Jamestown's going to fit right in there. I don't know how Groveland would. I mean, if you look at the numbers, but that's kind of where I was thinking.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying on it? Because with the fire station too, and I think the original proposal was the OTC grant, right? That was
Correct.
the $3.3 million. It wasn't for the the more specific PI competitive.
Correct.
And so the over the counter, can it go to these things we're talking about, where it's let's say it's in the community and economic development sphere, or is it really oriented to like one big thing?
No, it can go to multiple.
Okay,
this
the
one-
OTC can too.
So
Okay.
this 1 point whatever million.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, the
Is-
OTC is one project.
That's what I mean. So
Sorry,
the other ones are,
it's
we
one
can do a smattering of things that are eligible and look at it. The OTC is a one big
Yeah.
thing.
You get one
We're not
project,
talking
and then you can do the community service for two.
Right, because
Mm-hmm.
the competitive and the PI had a portion of it for the fire station, but it was, I forget how much.
400,000.
Yeah, it was
Mm-hmm.
only a small portion of it. The main bulk was the 3.3 from the OTC.
But we weren't guaranteed the 3 point. I think
That's
the
correct.
issue was if we put 400,000 into it and then we find out we don't qualify for the 3.3 or it becomes a bigger cost. That was where
It comes
I don't want
back.
to put words in Holland's mouth, but there's concern like opening up a can if we don't have the funding to finish it. Kinda like some
Well,
of these other-
yeah, the 400,000 wouldn't be expended unless you got the other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you would get it back if it didn't come through.
And I think it's
So-
reasonable with the January timeline too. You know, I'm in full support of the 3.3, and I do think that is a very salvageable facility in a good spot. The 400 though, immediately, if we're waiting till next year to get the 3.3, same thing as kind of Miners Motel. I'd want to know if we got the 3.3, is there Can we figure out that 400 gap next year, later on? I feel like we can. I'd rather have
It's got to
that.
go incomplete to the state for your OTC. You have to show all the funding.
Right,
So there was a gap of about 400,000. That's why we plugged that.
right. I mean,
Unless you
putting
had another.
putting an alternative in there
Yes.
that
Now, you could substitute it later.
the 400,000 maybe could go to one of these things, again, talking
Yeah,
about
if you
like a
find other
business.
funding or the bid comes in lower, then you could take that PI and allocate it into a different.
Yeah, and I'm just, so
situation.
the point is that smaller amount, I agree. I think we could maybe do something temporarily with it, and the larger amount later, we would still need the 400 match, but we could figure that out then.
All right, so I'm clear, because there's lots going back and forth. We're talking about, of this 1 million, maybe putting 4 towards the fire, being left over with 600 to do some of these other projects.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And we wouldn't receive that 4 unless it was contingent on receiving the bigger portion.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, you
So that
already
was-
have it, you just won't, it'll just be set aside. Yeah, until the
You
larger
might need to remind me at
project.
the next meeting, because that was a key piece I missed at the prior meeting, which was, I didn't know it was contingent on that. that
Yes,
portion.
it would sit there, allocated to that project until you had the full funding.
Right.
So, and I've built, just as a history, I built 9 fire stations, and I'm in the middle of designing a brand new one right now, and just bid one. We're getting, it's $900 a square foot to build new. And it can top 1,000, depending upon the elements, whether it's, and some of those are taking existing steel buildings and manipulating them into service, and some of those are
I
stick
think
built.
that's part of our concern is,
Yeah,
we
but
think
that's
we're getting a
building
$4
new.
million project, and now it's 10 million.
No, but the rehabs are cheaper.
Yeah.
These are new buildings, so, and they're upwards of $1,000 a square foot, so it's
Well,
expensive.
I would support that if it was within
Yeah, we don't have enough
financial
money.
parameters.
Yeah, don't have enough money for that, because this is I think it's 7,000 square feet. So, I mean, you're at 7 million for a new building. So,
I believe I've weighed in, Supervisor Griefer and Kirk have weighed in. I know Supervisor Campbell, you mentioned about the food bank. Were there other input that you wanted to provide?
No,
All voluntold
we do
Holland
have
and-
some shovel-ready streets and roads projects that, sidewalk projects, crosswalks. The one I focus on a lot is the Salisburyville Road intersection there, kids trying to cross the street. It's a very obvious issue, but there are others. Jamestown was one we got funding for in years past. So we have a pretty good track record in that respect. So if we're talking about the smaller, lower cost projects, those would be the ones that would be my focus. But beyond that, a big part of my focus lately is on the food bank and making sure that
Right.
we can keep that going. So
Chair, can I ask a
You're
question?
good
real
advocate,
quick?
Chair. You're doing great. Yeah, what? Yeah.
So like, for example, for Tuolumne City, are we gonna go out, hold a little town hall, say, give them these 5 ideas and say, pick your top 2 and do that in each one of our areas
we can,
to
yeah,
get community buy-in?
absolutely, we can do that.
But before January, okay. I just think, for me specifically, I'm not saying you have to do it for each district, but I'd like to go to Tuolumne City and, here's 5 ideas, which one do you guys support? And then, like I know Campbell, I'll support the sidewalk idea in his district, that's,
Yep.
I know
This
that's a
last
big deal.
round, Tuolumne Transportation was one of the top that they came in with. But I think restructuring how we do those outreach and participation, Roger and I have talked about some really effective ways, and engaging with you and your constituents, I think it's going to make these meetings more powerful and get better information. So we're excited to be a part of that.
Can I offer then maybe a dumb but fair question? There's $1 million, right? We're kind of talking about. Is there an opportunity that each district would be able to, with the PI funds, basically budget a certain amount, where as long as, again, it has to go to an eligible purpose, all that, we would be able to, by district, determine $200,000 of projects, and it's relatively split evenly?
If that is your direction, we would be able to make that happen.
I'll throw in for that.
I hear you on that, but like, for example, like for Campbell's sidewalk, I don't know how much that sidewalk will be, and if 200 is not enough to cut it, and you short by $50,000, I think we should give a little bit of.
In part, it would have to identify probably to be competitive. Well, no, I guess it's not competitive, right? So,
Right, and look at your street budgets. Is that street is it already allocated some funding? Do you have the ability to leverage PI and then take that out of your CIP budget? And then you can bridge the gap there. I mean, there's different ways to
it could, for
to look
example,
at
be
that.
set aside as a local match.
And just a question popped in my head. Can the city of Sonora apply independently for CDBG?
Yes.
Okay. And they are, and, yeah. Okay. So that might be something where we could work together.
Makes sense.
And Jamestown Sanitation could also apply, correct?
I don't think I
They
think
would
it's,
qualify?
cities, counties, tribes, not special
to go.
districts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they'd have to go.
No,
through
because
the
I know
county.
GCSD was
Apply through
awarded.
you.
Okay.
They would be
Got it.
a partner to us, right?
Correct,
and a
correct.
support.
Quasi-governmental. Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor Holland?
I thought we were just doing a presentation today before we start picking projects. that
No,
were
we're
picking
just
these later.
chatting. Yeah.
Okay,
I blame Roger.
that's fine. I'll reserve mine for later.
Okay, you got it.
Great.
I think I would enjoy, if you wouldn't mind, some thoughts on the 2026 competitive NOFA. If you're interested in moving forward with the projects that had been presented previously, which is the fire station, the food bank, and the transit, if you want to continue with those as your priorities, or do you want to actually go out and look for additional projects related to that NOFA? I know that fire station, y'all have talked about that multiple times, but you still have the food bank and the transit. Of course, we've talked about the food bank, but we haven't talked about the transit application that was committed to under those previous award NOFAs, and that got paused. If that's, if you want to move forward with that project as well.
Can you explain more on the transit?
Sure,
one? I don't remember.
it was based on providing seniors and disabled transportation, and it gave them the funds in order to increase that, which we have seen has been a communicated need in multiple areas in our outreach. Transportation was one of the top ones, so that would fulfill that conversation with your communities.
So to clarify for what you're seeking feedback on, we're talking only competitive, not OTC.
This is correct. It would just be because in the previous grant that had been approved to move forward, it was your fire station along with the transit and the food bank for ATCA. Those were the three programs that we were going to be submitting to the state for award that we had to put on pause. So coming to the next NOFA in January, we have to rehold all of our public meetings again, and we can present those as the projects that you are considering, get information on those and see if there are any other input that we want to receive, or do you just want to take new applications and revet that as the priorities that you want to see applications submitted?
All right. Supervisor Holland?
I kind of think we just wait on stuff, because wait at least 60 days until Donnie has some clarifying answers.
Okay.
No reason to do work if
No, we
can't
won't do any
apply.
work.
And
Yeah,
if
we won't do
can't
any
apply
work on it.
anyways,
It's
then
just
we can make
knowing
some
what
decisions.
directive. Yeah.
We can make some decisions amongst ourselves
Okay.
if that's the direction we want to go once we have a clearer, because all this is mute if the audits aren't done anyways.
It is. So, yeah, just maybe discuss that if, and what that directive looks like, so that we know what to tell those agencies as well, because they are kind of on hold about those funds as well.
Just tell them to call Donnie.
Yeah, call Donnie. I agree. I would recommend to staff that I think on those three items, because I had forgotten the transit one.
Yeah.
The food bank one, Supervisor Campbell and I kind of see with the meetings, but presenting. And then the fire station one had a lot of discussion.
Correct.
That we probably should have those three presented as like, here's exactly what they are. Just to catch everybody up on it, and then open up any questions on it. So this isn't so much in your sphere as your sphere to maybe bring back those three with the three relevant entities.
Yeah, and just so you know, I met with Four Creeks yesterday to discuss the fire station, and we are setting up a meeting that will take place before Andy leaves.
Yeah, let's get Andy back up here
That
for
will
the
be,
presentation.
with staff, including Public Works and the airport staff, because we still need FFA approval for that fire station. And I asked that Supervisor Holland and Supervisor Brennan be part of that meeting so we can discuss. They have some ideas on the cost savings. They also expressed the same thing about nearly for the price for construction. We talked about some other options, some information that one of the county team members brought up about how CAL FIRE has some fire stations that are smaller and less expensive. And so we shared that information with the architects, and they want to sit down and have a discussion with us about it. So
Good, great.
we agreed to meet before Andy is gone, so it'll happen within the next week and a half with the larger group, so we can discuss that fire station further.
Great, thank
So,
you.
Are you saying instead of tiny houses, they're just tiny fire stations?
Yeah,
Like
tiny-
500 square feet?
Tiny engines too, tiny little engines.
Oh, no.
Yeah, tiny fire stations.
Tiny everything, tiny little hoses. It's gonna be great. All right, with that, thank you, Lori, appreciate
you.
it. This presentation only, we're gonna take a little, is it on presentation we still have public comment? Oh, okay, well, good to know. All right, we'll be opening up public comment for this item. If any members of the public would like to speak, again, this is an overview of the community development block grant. Going once, going twice. All right, we'll close public comment. We're gonna take, we'll come back at 11, what do you think? All right, come back at 11. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Seconds, close enough. All right, with the board's permission, the way I'd like to see, we've got a few items here that not sure how exactly long they'd like to go. I believe we're going to be beginning with item 5, which is the governance manual discussion under county administration. Like to be able to then go to 6, and if those are going pretty quick, be able to move to 10, which is Supervisor Kirk's resolution. I think 7 might be the one that could take the longest, and so that way, if we're able to handle it without having to take lunch and come back, I think that'd be the most efficient, or at least we'll be able to do it after lunch. Is that fine? All right. I don't hear anything, so I'm going to take that as a yes. All right, if the clerk can read item 5.
Item number 5, consideration of approving proposed edits to the 2022 Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors Governance Manual.
Good morning. As your board knows, the board adopted the governance manual back in September of 2022. We thought that it was a good time to bring it back to the board to review. Obviously, we have some new board members, and just wanted to go through some of the feedback that we received over the last couple of years that Heather's been keeping track of. And so that's the information that we've provided to the board, and we're prepared to have a discussion with you on the changes you'd like to see. And not to put Heather on the spot, but she'll be leading the conversation, so feel free to direct all your questions towards her. She is the most knowledgeable as far as the governance manual from our office.
You know, you make me sound so good. Thank you. So as you can see, there's a lot of kind of like clerical errors, you know, commas here, you know, change that word to this, but there are some specific areas where we want to get board feedback. This is your governance manual, so having your input on what your procedures are, what the rules that you use to operate in your meetings are and how those are applied. That information is really important to us, and also including things like how often do you want us to come back and report on things, how often do you want to review documents such as these. So please give us your feedback, and where we can find consensus, we will just automatically make those changes, and if your board wants to have further discussion, we can also work on that as well.
Great.
All right, so one of the first ones is the frequency of reviewing this document. Initially, it was annually. We have not done that, as you can see, since the last one was in 2022. So opening it up to your board, what would you like to see? Would you like it to be every time a new board is created, or would you like it to be only when the board decides to bring it up?
Just since we have a lot of things here, recommendation, I know we've successfully used the thumbs method in the past. I think that might be good just to kind of give you thumbs and see if there's the same 2 or more, then we'll discuss. Does that work for everybody? So the recommendation would be as set, which is, I think, no set frequency right now.
That was just a suggestion from one of your fellow board members, but it is open to you all to decide.
All right, so do we want to, if it might help if you have basically what it is currently, and we can give thumbs of whether we want to keep that or change it.
So right now it is annually. We have not done that. Would your board like to do a review annually?
We have for annual review.
1, yes, 1, 2,
All right, looks like no.
Well, I'm struggling with this process because I went through all of the items and I've highlighted and made my notes. So I don't know how how we want to address that. So, my issue is that we should evaluate this manual every 5 years, right? Things change, laws change, things like that. But there's also other items in here that we could address at the same time of those evaluations during new budget cycles and things like that. So for me, I think this should be evaluated every 5 years.
Okay. Thumbs? We got two? There we go. We got a majority. We're doing it every 5 years.
You can say no. My issue is that it's a living document. Our governance manual is a living document. So we either want to evaluate and keep it as current as possible, or we don't. If you don't,
You won the vote.
Yeah,
but hesitantly, I want.
I think it's fine.
I think you just gave us time.
I don't think there's any right or wrong answer.
My only goal is because we've got 28 of these, and it's just to go through those quickly. That's the only thing. I think it's a good idea. So let's go on to.
There's nothing that says it wouldn't need to. Like if there aren't any changes in 5 years, that it would
just
go on
rubber stamp
consent and it would be approved. So.
All right, change two.
Okay, can we actually have the presentation up? Okay, so we sent this out to board members to get feedback before we posted this item. One of the items of feedback we received is this image here to replace this. Can we get a thumbs up, yes
So
or no?
the top one is what we currently have. The second one was the recommendation. So do we want to keep the one that we currently have on top?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. People don't care.
Yeah, is there a way? Well, I wanted them to see both.
I think it's a question of do we like one or do we like two?
Why are we changing it? Why are we changing it?
Thank you.
It's a well-known.
Well, so I recommended this. The reason being is sometimes we go up and sometimes we go down. Sometimes staff are at the strategic, sometimes we're at the technical implementation. So it's fine either way. I would like to change it. If there's not a majority, then we'll move on. So who would like to change it? Thumbs? All right, doesn't pass. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay.
You don't win them all.
We're not going to go through the checklist. The next one I have is item number 4, update to confirm board direction to provide progress reports more often than annually for your board priorities or strategic plan. Would you like to do so? I believe it was quarterly basis, or?
This would be a formal item going through our priority adopted list and where we're at, basically, the one that Mark had developed previously.
So a couple years during your board workshop in the winter, it was requested that we as staff report out to your board more often than annually, just for that check-in opportunity. But we did not officially put that in your governance manual as your specific request. So we're just coming back now that there are additional board members just to make sure we're all on the same page.
All right, so do we want to change this to be more than annual?
What would it entail? Like, just the departments coming back and giving us?
The intent, because I think I was the driving force behind it, was to what was the software that we use to track all of our projects? Huh? No.
ClearPoint, I think.
The idea was to have ClearPoint come before us 3-4 times a year. Probably more realistically 3, but I don't think I'd say 3 times a year. It wasn't, so at first it was just staff getting up, and then it was like, no, let's just have a quick couple-hour ClearPoint presentation to get a check-in and pulse on where we're at with our projects.
We always have staff reports as needed. This is I believe, regularly scheduled update on it. So we had yes and yes. Do we have a third? Okay, we have a third. So we do want to do it more. You had mentioned quarterly was the recommendation.
That is what we
times.
heard.
I think 3 times is plenty.
Every 4 months?
3.
Every 4 months, yeah.
I'm fine with every 4 months. Do we have 3? All right, we have 3. Look how fast we're going, guys. Doing great. We're already.
Yeah, hold on. We'll get there.
We're
No. I believe in you guys. We can
done.
do this.
All right. What's the next one?
Okay, opportunity to expand the new board member onboarding procedures. As our 2 new board members know, this document serves as kind of an onboarding document in itself to help them join the team per se. But we also heard some feedback that maybe there should be more structure around onboarding new board members. So we just wanted to give you all an opportunity to speak into that.
Okay, so currently we have this process. This would be basically having a more structured onboarding process for new future supervisors.
Correct. Typically, the CAO would meet with the incoming supervisors and tailor their onboarding according to their interests and where they would like to explore, I guess. And then we as staff would do the general employee onboarding, but nothing further. But again, we heard differently.
Chair, can I clarify? This is like behind the scenes stuff. This isn't we're going to have 7 more extra board meetings to onboard.
Exactly. Yes.
Don't we have that already? I mean, I don't
Trying to
understand
avoid.
I don't understand why we're adding things to our documents. It seems we're
Leave
already.
it as is. I'm going with that.
What?
As is.
Well, it says I would to expand, not leave as is.
What I'm saying is
Yeah.
leave it alone.
All right.
So we have 1 for keep it as is. I think that we should change it.
You have 3 for keep it as
All
is.
right,
4.
there we go, done.
Leave as is.
Leave it as is.
Moving right along.
It says as is. Whoever.
All right, so next one. We had a supervisor suggestion to update the board request policy / protocol to limit board discussion of a board request to 5 minutes, same as the presentation time of 5 minutes.
Can you go to that slide, please?
Yes.
All right.
Roger.
So
Oh, wait.
this is a hard limit of 5 minutes. One of the recommendations on here from Supervisor Campbell is to remove this section because there's alternatives. So we'll kind of separate out those 2 kind of recommendations.
Yeah,
So-
it was, well, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say my recommendation is that we remove the board request protocol completely. Just get rid of the whole thing. Because right now, so hypothetically today, we're going to have the board request that Supervisor Kirk put up there. He's going to make his 5-minute pitch. We're going to debate it back and forth.
Resolutions are generally considered different than board requests.
But it's not a resolution. It's a board request. It's either in the wrong spot.
It's in the wrong spot. I clarified with council.
Okay,
Yeah, so, but
my point,
we do have.
hold on,
I hear your point.
hypothetically. So let's just say it's not a resolution. He brings up, Supervisor Kirk wants to change the name of Pinecrest to Kirkwood, right? So,
There
so-
it is.
There you go.
right? So here you go. So
Not
we're
a
gonna
hot dog company?
We're gonna discuss it back and forth, right? And then we're gonna decide whether or not we want to put it on another agenda so we can discuss it back and forth. So my suggestion is we're all big boys, and future ladies on this board that can make their decisions accordingly. My recommendation is that we remove the board request totally from our governance.
So the history on it is if you want to be able to put something onto the agenda, right? But either maybe the chair or staff say, well, we don't want to do that. Do you have the ability to put something onto the agenda? This was kind of, I believe, a compromise where you could single as an individual say, I'd like to do this, but it wouldn't be, you can go jam 3 things in. Right now, there is not a way that an individual supervisor can put something onto the agenda without basically admin or department. So just to clarify kind of why this thing exists on that. So if this is all removed, it goes back to where it would need to go through the CAO's office. It would need to go through, or the priority basically session, which is then to the CAO's office, or through a department request, which is a separate section.
Right, but the difference there is I wasn't elected by the CAO's office or the chair. I was elected by my constituents, and if my constituents want me to bring something forward, I should have the ability to do that.
I'm in full agreement,
Okay,
but
so
that was
call
where
for
it
the vote
was,
then.
so. So it's whether we basically wanted to limit this to 5 minutes as a hard stop. Yours is to delete it, and yours is to allow us to put anything on the agenda basically as an item.
No.
Am I not hearing
Mine
that
is
correct?
delete the board request section of our governance manual completely. Get rid of it.
And I don't fully agree with how you characterize it, Chair Brandon, because there are many opportunities for us as individuals to raise issues that can then end up on the board. We have board reports. We have other adjacent conversations that happen within the context of other agendized items. I personally have never had an issue with getting something on the agenda that I felt was important to my community or to Tuolumne County. But it requires that I have to work with my colleagues on the board. It requires that I have to work with staff. I have to, which to me is the proper way that this process should work. I've always, I've been pretty vocal about it, so I won't come as a surprise to anybody. I've always had an issue with the idea that one supervisor unilaterally making like a pronouncement on the agenda that we all then have to work within. I feel that there's an opportunity there for that system to be abused, and I feel it has been abused in the past. So I agree with Supervisor Griefer. And I feel that there are many opportunities for us as supervisors to make our priorities known and to get those things agendized. And I don't understand where the issue is not understanding that process.
No, I think we had a disagreement on it, and we were on the two sides of that. I wanted to ask the legal counsel or to admin, so if a supervisor wants to put something onto the agenda, I wrote something up, I'd like to have it on there. It's not a resolution, it's something. Do I have, as you're saying, a right, because I'm elected to here, to do so? Or does it have to go through, we'll say, an alternate process of, convince the CAO to put it on or something like that? Is there something in here that says we have a right to put something on the agenda if this section was deleted?
Yeah, well, I don't see in here that specific language, but I do think your board does have the right to put things on. I am familiar with some of the past issues about whether or not your board members could individually put something on. So if you delete it, maybe it would be wise just to insert somewhere in there that board members may place items on the agenda, just for clarity and so that there's no confusion with staff later.
And so maybe clarify, you would like to delete this section, and I hear that. I would be on board with that if we were to just replace it to say that board members are able to put something on the agenda. Because it feels like, depending on what you're saying, we agree or we disagree. If we agree that we can put stuff on the agenda, I'm in full support.
Well, I think to Ryan's point is we need to self-regulate ourselves.
Right.
And not pull a bunch of shenanigans and just do what we're supposed to be doing for the county. I don't think it'll be a problem. But if it becomes a problem, then we need to address it.
Right.
As a board.
And I think the easiest way to address a problem is just go to vote pretty quick. If there's something on the agenda that we don't want to do, just take a vote and move forward.
Yeah.
Well, and that's another issue that I've had with this specifically, is that is how it was designed and envisioned, but it really hasn't turned out that way.
Yeah.
Where, one of us is going to bring up an issue. Well, let's just make a quick decision about whether to move forward. In practice, it doesn't really seem to work. That's been another issue I've had with it, is that it turns into a substantive discussion about the item that's being proposed for future discussion, and so it seems really inefficient. Yeah. And if it's not your item as a supervisor or as a staff member, you have no opportunity to prepare for that discussion.
Well, let's bring it back to, so one thing I heard is basically eliminating this section entirely. What do we have for thumbs on that? Okay, there we go.
Okay, skipping ahead to item 9, would the board like to provide more detail regarding board feedback to the CAO on department head performance section?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what this is recommending.
Sorry, bringing it up here. Just for example, previously, your board in your meetings with the county administrator would provide feedback on department head performance, and then they would handle the process from there. We have now initiated more of those closed sessions to do those direct
So
feedback
this is whether
cycles.
we review the CAO then goes to department heads, or whether we review the CAO and we also would be doing regular reviews of department heads directly.
In those closed session, yeah.
Okay, I think, so the first would be kind of the CAO to department head model. The second would be CAO and department heads. We would be doing the performance review. I'm for the second as well.
Being clear, like what we've been doing as a board the last couple months.
Yes.
I want to continue that process.
So it's updating this language, I think, to basically match the practice. So that would be, we can do fingers there. Option 2, option
If
1.
you don't have 3, there's 2 over here.
2. Well, it said fingers, not thumbs for this one. You gotta pay attention to Robert's rules. Okay, great. So looks like we're doing the second.
Chair, could I make a suggestion? So we just did item 9. Could I suggest that we go back to item 8?
Yeah, we
And
Yes, sir.
that would be an appropriate place, going back to our discussion on the board request, that would be an appropriate place to put, to include language that says, while in the process, under reports, that would be the place to make recommendations about future agendized items that individual board members would like to see.
I want to tag in council, because I think the issue was the agenda, whether it was agendized or not, for any direction or action. Generally with reports, we can't direct anything. I agree, I think it's a
You can-
perfect section for it, but.
You can
I can
direct
say
it to
I
come
would
back.
like-
You can't take action on it at that meeting, but you can ask that it come back at a later meeting.
Okay, then I would be in support of that.
I can say, I would like to see a discussion of renaming Pinecrest Kirkland.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
I'm such a Costco fan.
This is great.
That'll be all over the internet soon.
Kirkland Signature Lake.
And I am going to have a discussion with Roger Root, CAO.
Yeah, I think it's the
about
time to get a
that
pulse
effect.
from your board members during reports. Hey, are you cool if I bring this
So-
up? And
Well, just remember though that the reports doesn't allow dialogue amongst your board, so it's more of just sort of a.
Do we generally agree?
No, but I'm
that you're
sharing.
bringing something back.
I am sharing with the board members in a Brown Act scenario what I would like to see happen with an individual agenda item. I'm not saying this has to happen, or I'm directing staff to do anything about it, but it allows the other board members to not be surprised by agenda items. That's been an issue too, is
And Supervisor
having
Campbell,
agenda items that are surprise to the rest of us.
I believe you're saying to basically clarify the language in that, and I agree because I think it's a little unclear. So I would give thumbs to saying that we can discuss upcoming and recommendations for items in that. I would assume we have 2. Do we have a third?
yeah, but
All right.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a dead horse, but I want to be clear. This isn't, you don't have to, for example, like with the hate crime that just came out that it wasn't a hate crime, and I put forth a resolution. I don't want any one of us to have to wait till the next board meeting to bring it up at a report. I think 99% of them will fall in that category, but if something happens between board meetings and we want to get, I want to address this, I want to bring it up, I just don't want to be locked into any sort of, this is the process and you shall not violate it.
Say, I think staff can always put an item on.
Okay.
We've always allowed resolutions or statements in that to be able to be added directly where there's not action or money, to send a letter. When I think we're talking about is something that is going to take some staff time to develop something for action.
Okay.
That is my understanding of it, so I think it will cover what you're saying. Okay, so we had 3. All right.
Okay, so going, let's see.
10.
Would you like to discuss 10? It was really just making sure that the 2 documents were in sync.
So what's the next?
Thought was item 11, any changes to the legislative platform. Basically, all we did is after your board, the previous board, I should say, adopted or approved this document, we also had your board approve the legislative platform in 2023. Instead of just referencing that document, we just wanted to insert it, but this is also an opportunity for your board to tell us if you want to make changes to the
To
legislative
clarify,
platform.
this is how we do it in our policies, or this is the actual legislative platform?
Actual legislative platform. I'll scroll down so you can,
I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah,
See.
I think that's a
So-
separate discussion. That's, I think that should be brought back differently, would be my recommendation.
Like when we talk about priorities.
Yeah.
Sounds
I
good.
think that this is its own whole potential item. If the board's fine with that recommendation, I do not recommend we just get into that right now.
I agree. So I would
So motion
move or
to
recommend that
table.
we keep
Yeah,
it,
table that
keep it as is
As
is.
for now.
got it.
Yeah.
That section of the governance.
Thank you. And then this was.
Sound thumbs, yeah.
Sorry, I thought we were all. So this is another supervisor suggestion, just to expedite legislative letters of support or opposition in alignment with advocacy partners like CSAC, NICO, RCRC. When they're sending things to us, oftentimes we get maybe 2-3 days to turn it around, and so we miss those timeframes by bringing it to the full board. But again, this was submitted by a supervisor, not by staff, so we wanted to
I
leave it to
believe
you
I
all.
made this recommendation. Anything with our ledge platform, we can do it. If it's something that's not our ledge platform, because other issues come up with the county association adopting it, right now staff basically have to bring it to a board meeting, which does not always work for that. So my thumb would be to add this, that our default is supporting the county groups with the CAO's discretion if it's not explicitly on our ledge platform. Is there any thumbs on that?
My,
All right.
my thought on that is if it's our ledge platform, we've all agreed to that. But if it's an item that might potentially divide
Doesn't
the board or
conflict.
have different opinion, I would say have it come from that individual supervisor, like sign the letter. But if it's going to be on behalf of the whole board,
And
it might misrepresent some of us.
And that's kind of where I was coming from too, is that while we can agree on a legislative platform, specific bills or legislation that's proposed, we should still retain the ability to support or oppose those on an individual basis. And I just would really be, I can't think of the last time we haven't, supported CSAC or NACO or RCRC on things that aligned with our legislative platform. I think maybe it's happened, but I would just be really concerned about a scenario where we've put forward a letter from the county supporting a piece of legislation that at least 3 of us don't support,
Sure.
which could potentially happen. It's not likely, but I do take your point that makes the process much more clunky because then we have to wait for a board meeting for the 5 of us to meet and approve the letters.
And we've had some where it's like 2-3 days, it's a committee coming up, and it's related to probation, right? And it's talking about something we haven't explicitly directed, though CSAC will be and RCRC both in support. So we then have to wait till the board meeting rather than being able to say, okay, is this something that like reasonably makes sense? But if there's not thumbs, there's not thumbs, and we'll kill it. So is there support for this? Sounds like no. All right.
Okay.
We'll move on. My edits aren't doing so good in this draft.
Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, Heather.
It's the presentation, I know
You're
it,
doing
I'm
great.
sorry.
All right.
So next one that we had, just because we would be changing your board's agenda format, is just adding additional verbiage under the public participation procedures to note that written communications sent to the board, for example, all those emails you all get throughout the board meeting are not expected to be read, as you are expected to be fully participating in the meeting. Just so that people are understanding that, just because they email you doesn't mean you get a chance to read it, and we'll be
My
able to
understanding is
consider.
this is a clerical edit, basically to match what we currently do, which is we do not read correspondence. Well, we read correspondence. We do not orally reread correspondence out loud.
Correct, which
So-
is currently in the agenda, but
Yeah.
if your board wants that added clarity, we can add it, and that will
So-
just be in there going forward.
Thumbs up. Do we want to continue that? But write it
Board
down.
members, can I just clarify
Yes.
for your quasi judicial hearings, while we won't read them out loud, they will have to be considered part of the record, and so I just want to make sure we're making a distinction with those.
So it's, I don't want to take too much time talking about it. So it's when the public hearing opens, if we've gotten an email any point up to the opening of the public hearing, we
And
have to
during
give.
the public hearing, we
and
have
during.
to
We have to
consider
give it a
as-
fair consideration.
We have to, it's part of the admin record, so that's the distinction there.
Okay.
And I can always work with Heather on clarifying language to just ensure we're talking about non-quasi judicial hearings.
Okay.
We're just not orally reading it. Right. So, okay. So I saw thumbs on that. Sounds good.
Work with Sarah, thank you. Okay, the next one is just clarification of oral communications on special agendas, which is a practice we have been doing but was not included in your governance manual previously, so we're just making that clear.
So oral communications are not required on special agendas. This is adding that they will be expected, though, as our practice to do it, even though they're not required.
Specifically, the way we understood it as staff is for meetings where special agendas are being utilized to conduct regular business. For example, when there's a workshop, say if it's here or offsite, and there are no other items of regular business nature, then we would not be required to have the oral communications on there.
Personally,
as
I
it's a
think
meeting
we
for a
should have oral
specific reason.
communications on every meeting. I think what we have right here is So what's the recommendation? Is that basically if it's more like a
Thanks, Rob.
normal meeting, we will have oral communications, and if it's a single topic thing, we won't, right?
Sorry, trying to find where we had that. Here. So again, we have received a lot of different feedback from board chairs over the last few years. So we're just trying to clarify what it is that your board actually wants to do. This is what we heard. If you want to make changes to that, for example, where oral communications is on every single agenda, regardless of the nature and the topics, we can do that. We just need to hear that from you all.
Okay. So this is oral communications is on all regular agendas, may be included in special agendas for overflow, and will not be included on specific or limited ones, is kind of what's right here as an amendment.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay. I think they should be on all meetings, but got thumbs.
All meetings.
I missed that.
So this is whether we want to adopt this versus what sounds like
To be
we
honest-
have it in all meetings regardless.
I don't think it matters what we adopt. We always end up allowing it, so.
Isn't
no
today a
matter-
special meeting?
When do we have overflow business?
I know, but
Yeah,
I'd say anything but emergency meetings, as defined, would be oral communications, and emergencies the 24
I would
hour
allow
notice.
oral.
Like,
For example, recently on April 8th, your board had 2 meetings, right? You had the special meeting at 8:30 in order to do the contest and that resolution coinciding. So we would have had oral communications, excuse me, on that special meeting and the regular meeting that started at 9 o'clock. Because that 8:31 was for that specific purpose, we as staff did not automatically include that. So that's just kind of an example of what we're seeking here, is if you would like to have oral communications available for all of those.
yeah, I don't know. I usually fall on the side of more public engagement, but I feel like if it's a special board meeting about a specific topic, that's not the time to bring in oral communications that are outside of an agendized topic. Now, a general board meeting is.
So we've got 2 for all of them. We have 2
3 for all
for
of them.
this.
I'm
Okay.
3 for all of them, because that's what we usually end up doing.
Okay, there we go.
So I'm just gonna go with what we do.
Thank you. That's all we needed. And then the next one was clarifying staff use of oral communication section. The comment is here. This is just something that we received, but it's up to your board if you want to include it or not.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's right here.
So
Staff
this
shall
is
not
where
utilize
there's-
time under oral communications unless speaking on a topic of a personal nature unrelated to their currently held positions with the county. That is just what we had heard in an open board meeting, but was not solidified.
This
at
is a
that time.
topic I brought up. So we had an item, we had members of the public speak, and then staff speak in their professional capacity, kind of alternating, which made it look like an argument. So I think this is saying if you're speaking as not identifying yourself as a staff, but as a citizen, you can speak during public comment. If you're in your professional capacity, then you need to be basically presenting the item or in that. So if that clarifies it. Currently, we do not have a restriction on it. So maybe if we can summarize this is, do we want to add any restriction onto it or continue it to where it's open to anybody to speak in any capacity? So let's do thumbs up if you want to keep it the same without any restriction.
I just have a hard time putting it on us to define in what capacity people are speaking.
That's if they introduced within their professional expertise are providing a report as staff versus this is what I think.
But who's going to police that is my point. And at what point is it in? There may be points where they're speaking as a member of the public. However, their opinion is informed by their professional capacity. And where is that line going to be? To me, it's just, it sounds like we're limiting the tone in which they're speaking, which to me is a limitation of their speech. And I don't think we can do that.
So what would we like to change this at all? Basically, thumbs up. How about thumbs up if we want to change that what's currently the process? All right, let's move on.
No, okay.
And I don't mean to be trying to we've got a lot more items, and so
Yes.
I'm trying to have it to where we are not talking about these as much as possible unless we like really need to.
Understood. So staff have received direction from your board that staff reports should be no more than 3 to 5 minutes. Department updates that are longer than 3 to 5 minutes should be agendized as a specific report out or presentation. Is that agreed to, or
Sorry, which number, 19?
on to number 16? Very bottom of the first page.
Sometimes we've had staff, I didn't put this on here, but sometimes we've had staff reports go for like 10 minutes during public comment, or I guess just after.
Staff report section.
So what's the proposed limit?
Proposed limit would be, it seems like 5 minutes on a staff report. If it's more than that, it should either be written and submitted, or it should be an agenda item. And I would agree with that.
We had a staff report today that went over that limit, and I thought it was very well done. Why would we limit our staff from addressing the board?
It's not that it can't be done, it's just an efficiency thing.
I think staff
Yeah, but
reports are
I
meant
don't
to
want to
be.
sacrifice the good of the order for efficiency, right? I mean, I'd rather have the staff come up and feel that they could provide us the information that they want to provide to us and not feel like they have to truncate it
And I
down
would
to.
say from doing this for 6 years, I guarantee you they can do it in 5 minutes or less if
All right.
they're held to 5 minutes.
I think we fully understand the
And
issue.
Steve, you won me over because you're right. I feel that changed recently in the past couple of 3 years because we were trying to make the meetings more efficient. And so give staff a little more time during staff reports, and that means that's one whole agenda item we don't have to do. Whereas if they have a 10, 12-minute presentation, now they're going to have to agendize it, and we'll have to have a whole discussion. It'll take, their 12-minute talking turns into
I know.
half an
I think
hour.
trying to keep it away from a big discussion.
I think an easier way to solve this is just have Roger direct department heads. If you're going to present stuff, try and keep it.
And let me say, this is a governance
good with the honor
manual.
system
Wait.
Yeah,
These are guidelines. We have the ability to interpret some of this as needed onto it. So we're just setting an expectation. Right now, we do not have a limit. So let's do thumbs up if you would like to change that we don't have any limitation on that at all.
No limitation.
No, thumbs up if you want to change what we're currently
I want
doing.
I would do 5 minutes.
Okay, so we have 1, 2.
Okay, so it does.
All right.
So then it's a 5-minute.
No, there's no limitation.
Nothing changed.
Okay, all right.
Okay, next one, as you can see here, consent calendar. For example, your board can remove items from consent calendar to have a full discussion. The option to take something from a presentation or discussion item where you feel it's not necessary is not available to you. Of course, County Council is here to remind us of anything that we can't remove from the regular agenda and put on consent calendar, but it would give you flexibility to help expedite meetings.
So this is writing, because we already have that ability to move things around on the agenda where legally allowed. So we're only writing down that by a majority vote, we can basically do that. Now, we don't have an item on our agendas, though, for approval of the agenda.
No, we don't.
Traditionally, like a lot of meetings would. Would we need an item that's approval of the agenda to then do that, or do we just say, do we want to move this, majority doesn't?
I think that's fine.
Okay, I'm fine with clarifying that language. It's basically the practice as is. All right, we got 3.
Okay, next one is on the committees and commissions appointments/reappointments. We have had a little bit of confusion as staff as to where those go. In our perspective, if they are competitive, meaning say there's 1 vacancy, but we have 3 applications, those do not go on consent. But we have received direction in the past and recently that if there's a very clear staff recommendation for who should be appointed, that we can put those on consent. So we just wanted to get feedback.
This applies like for a district-based planning commissioner, or we have 1 candidate for 1 spot, or there's a strong recommendation, not for where there might be 3 candidates that we're deciding between.
Yeah, and as you
Okay.
can see here, the verbiage previously was for controversial matters. That leaves it to interpretation, and it's not very clear. Again, it doesn't give us the structure that we need to make sure that they're placed appropriately.
So let's do then thumbs up that those would be placed on consent, basically where there's no controversial or disagreement expected.
Yes, for appointments.
For appointments.
Yeah.
All right.
And in the past, it was the board clerk that managed that, because when you apply for a committee or commission position, we're supposed to keep it on file for 2 years or something. And so if somebody applies for a position on, whatever committee, the board clerk would look at what other applications we had. And so if there weren't any applications that we'd receive in that time
Yep.
period, then it would just go on.
It's good. We voted. I know. Let's go.
All right. Next one is direction for general business presentations. We had a suggestion to limit presentations to no more than 10 slides. And then we already have given direction to staff to keep their presentations as close to 15 to 20 minutes as possible.
I'll own this. I hate super, super long slides. I think slides are meant to be summaries of long documents. I'd like to see the slides as best as possible limited to 10. It's not saying limit the material, it's saying the presentation stuff. Yeah, so I would like to limit it to 10.
I'm down. We can't do a financial doc.
It says it's make every effort. It says a standard. It won't be for ones that have to be larger, but for a general
Well, it says no more. It doesn't say maybe or shall. It says no more.
should make every effort. So there will be ones where we and no more than 15 minutes for non-complex topics.
Again, why are we micromanaging our staff? If they can come up with a presentation with 10 slides and best, great. If they need 15 slides, we are here to hear the staff. We're here to have the best information presented to us. So why are we putting things on paper that are handcuffing us?
I want to say, from everybody up here, I've received very clear direction that we wanted to shorten our meetings. So some of the recommendations I've made have been to shorten the meeting time.
Again,
So where these have come from, that's why.
Again, I will not sacrifice efficiency, or I will not sacrifice quality of product for efficiency.
Then we'll direction taken and changed as to where I thought you were saying, which was we don't want to be here till 7 p.m.
Well,
We talked about that. So it sounds like there's not support for this idea. I just want to say that where these limitations are coming in, the goal is trying to, at least for where some of these, is listening to what the feedback was, which is we'd like to have quicker meetings. One of the things is the time it takes to present. One of the things is obviously discussion. So
Right. And as I said, I don't believe we're going to have a lot of these slideshows that go outside that time frame or that number of slides. But if they need to, I don't want to handcuff the staff from doing their job.
Okay. So didn't pass.
Okay.
I didn't even see a vote on that one.
I don't know. Was there anybody else that
No,
agreed?
I agree with you, Jaron, on the we need to be more efficient. But like when Roger's proofreading these things, if you see that they can button it up. But I don't want to put a restriction on it.
Okay.
But yeah.
And I take your comment that the things that you have recommended have been in the interest of shortening the meetings, and I do appreciate that. I would say that more so than limiting like staff time or public comments or board comments, I think being more efficient with our time and what we choose to bring forward is a much more effective way to accomplish that.
Thank you. We just noticed as staff that we didn't have a description for the section of other business that is consistently on our agenda, so we added that. We will remove item H, board requests, as we're removing that protocol from this document as well. So we'll skip through those. Okay. This was something that we heard in an open meeting February last year. Was just comment on staff members providing additional presentation on an item that were not a part of the original presentation during that public comment time, if that time should be limited or not. So again, we're bringing it back to your board to let us know what you'd like to do.
And to clarify, is this if we are to call on somebody to come answer, or is this a person coming up and using public comment to speak?
The comment was made by the board when a staff member approached the microphone and provided additional information without a request from the board.
But is that public comment, or is that they came up to provide additional
The chair
details?
had called for public comment, and they utilized time during that.
Okay. So this is whether we would like to, during public comment, treat staff comment as the same as public, which would be 3-minute limitations.
Correct.
We could still call folks as needed, or the CAO can, but if they're, and it's not their item, right?
Yes, and currently, clerk procedure is we
Yeah.
do not time them as they're trying to provide additional context or information to your board for your decision.
Is that clear to everybody? I'd say,
So I have two items. First is a grammar issue. So line number 1, the last word should be from instead of. And then my second recommendation would be, instead of reading department heads and staff, it should be noted as county employees. So county employees who wish to provide comments during this time will be subject to the same time limit as members of the general public.
okay, yeah, that seems fine. So do we wish to write that for public comment, county employees will have the same 3-minute time limit as members of the general public, unless called upon, basically? Thumbs up on changing it to 3 minutes. All right.
Did we skip?
Yeah, I've got a couple.
There's a couple of these that I think Heather's,
Yeah,
we're not
the-
going through every single one if it's not needed.
Exactly, yeah, it's more clerical things, just cleanup type things versus discussion item.
So on this one,
yes, sir.
item number 7, the 20-minute board discussion, the chair should invite a motion. And again, are we putting time limits on things, on discussion?
Currently, under the department items section header, we do have that. The previous board had agreed to each member gets roughly 4 minutes, or the entire body gets 20 minutes to discuss before the chair would just basically do a check-in, see if there was a motion in order to move forward.
Right. And my only question is, I don't think we should be required to sit or talk within a certain period of time.
I should say this is basically at 20 minutes if it is continuing that. So if the discussion's ended, it's ended and you go to a vote.
Right.
At 20 minutes, if it's still going, it's a motion to basically say if 3 people want to continue the conversation. And you do a quick vote and it continues. If not, then you move to a vote. And again, it's to move the meetings along.
Yeah, no, my only concern is that it's 4 minutes per person, right? So let's just say I get long-winded and I start going, right? I don't want to take away my colleagues' time. So I don't know if we want to have, my biggest issue is that we're putting things on paper or in place that, the document is black and white. So if we're going to say, I don't want it to be weaponized and say, hey, you only had your 4 minutes, Steve, too bad.
These are guidelines. We had extensive discussion about it. These are not really hard rules.
Well, then if it's not going to be a hard rule, then we should
But
get
at
it
some
out.
point that will come out and say,
Yeah,
this is
that-
a rule.
Right, I mean, this is a governance
argument.
manual. It's
Yeah,
not the governance.
I totally
hey,
understand.
I feel that these should be hard rules, and where we want them to not be hard rules and be flexible, we do not explicitly outline them.
Let me be clear.
And that's kind of.
I agree,
Yeah.
but where we ended up with, because I pushed on this, was if push comes to shove, Sarah cannot step in and say we have to do this because it's not an adopted bylaw. It's not something officially, a rule put on us through ordinance. It is a policy, and policies are inherently interpreted.
Well, and additionally, there's language in here that says your board can overrule the
Right.
chair, so a majority can overrule the process piece.
Right. So that's where I'm saying that I agree. It's serious. It's just to say that Sarah's not going to say that we cannot do it. It's just this is a guideline in that sense. So let's do thumbs. Do we want to basically have, after 20 minutes, chairs should ask for a motion to continue the conversation or move to a vote? All right. Looks like it fails. We get I'm interpreting if there's no thumb, that's a no. Okay.
Excuse me. Okay, so the next one is Supervisor Brandon. You wanted to introduce the topic of using Robert's rules. Did you want to expand, or?
I think we should
just
use
yes or
official
no?
parliamentary procedure. It
Yes,
doesn't
sir.
have to be Roberts, it could be Rosenberg's, there's other ones, but yeah, official ones that we have a very simple version.
Right, but for Robert's Rules makes this organization, it's very difficult, and as a parliamentarian, I'm telling you, you don't want to do that. And the reason why is the chair really loses a lot of their authority on Robert's Rules because the chair goes from being the chair to kind of running the meeting. So the chair would make ties, they would monitor the meeting, they would have to pass their gavel to another person if they wanted to make a motion as the chair. So I think if you want to go with Rosenberg's, that's a way better one. I would not recommend at all doing Robert's rules.
That's not my interpretation of Roberts, but either way, the point is to have parliamentary procedure, and I've operated under both before extensively. So do we want to have parliamentary procedure adopted, or do we not want to and continue using, I think, our board handbook? So
Much of what's in our handbook and the processes by which we make motions is based off of Rosenberg's rules currently. And that, to me, it would be keeping it status quo.
Okay.
Would be keeping it to Rosenberg's rules.
So I would like to formally have us adopt Rosenberg's rules. I'm hearing that you would like us to maintain with our handbook because it is mostly based on that. It's not exactly the same, right?
I don't feel
That's
comfortable
the point.
changing it until we sit and read Rosenberg's again, because
Because
it said Robert, so.
It says Robert.
I know.
So I'm
Well,
trying to
what I'm saying
simplify
is-
it. Do we want to use an official established form of parliamentary procedure, which is a change, or would we like to continue with the handbook that's there, which does lay out the traditional one we've used?
Well, because much of what we have in the handbook is already based off of that. And so I would have to look, not an expert in Roberts or Rosenberg's rules. I have studied them quite a bit, but I'd have to see where our current system does not already align with those to
Understood.
to
So
just say that flat
let's
out.
do thumbs. Formal parliamentary procedure of some type. All right, it dies.
May I make a suggestion is that this document was last done in 2015. Maybe it's time we
Sorry,
that's the old
yes.
one.
we update.
That's the old one. We updated that one.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that is one that got left during the cleaning process.
Was that
Ignore it.
was that in the
Hey,
desk
look,
or
I
something?
thought it was a gift from Kathleen. It was sitting right
I was going
here.
to say, where did you get that?
You know, I've got board procedures. You know, I've got all sorts of things in here. So
Yeah, that's like that's like two
Yeah.
governance manuals ago.
Now, okay, there was one that I thought that I had recommended on here, I'd just like to bring up, was substitute motions, which I've always thought are stupid. The way that we do them is dumb. I think everybody should recognize it's a very dumb way of doing motions. I think we should effectively eliminate or clarify how that is, so it's not this like dueling motions thing of whoever gets the third, because it looks very messy. I thought that I had sent that in. I know I only bring it up because we were scrolling over that section.
what page are we on?
It was substitute
39.
motions
Page 39.
specifically, if you want to control F it.
I know, but which
There we
number
go.
is it? Page 39. Yeah, Chihuahua.
So maybe to simplify it is, let's give thumbs up if we're okay with how substitute motions are currently done.
Well, yeah, and you know, County Council, you might be able to help. There's a reason why it is that way, and this has come up before in years past. I can't remember if you were on the board then, but we always seem to land on this model. It's how most other counties operate. If I'm not, but can you kind of walk us through why it is the way it is?
Well, as Supervisor Griefer pointed out, we have used these similar procedures with small modifications for well over a decade. And as Supervisor Campbell pointed out, they are a hybrid of Rosenberg's rules. In terms of why we have the substitute motion the way that we do, I don't know the history, but I have seen in practice your board actually use it. So I don't know if it's something you'd actually want to delete, because you have used it on occasion and fairly recently, where you completely change the original motion based on further discussion.
Right. So, summarizing, do we like how we're doing it with substitute motions? Let's do a thumbs up if we want to keep the kind of status quo, which is in the current handbook. All right, there we go.
Okay. Okay. So staff have made this comment just based on things that we've heard in a meeting. Oftentimes say there's a more controversial matter. We've got the whole room filled. You're all looking at 3 minutes for 50 different people, right? So this would provide some structure around, say, if it's over 45, then it's 2. If it's over, say, 100, then it's 1. But then it makes it less arbitrary. It makes it very clear and simple, the timing guidelines so that people can also prepare. You know, they know if it's a more controversial item, maybe if they're timing their comments, they might practice and get that down to 2 minutes. And then if they've got that extra minute, great. But this is something that I have heard from other clerks in other counties about how they manage those more controversial items where there are an abnormal amount of public comments, and they make it very clear for members of the public what the expectation is.
Do we want to add, what I'm hearing is basically objective measurements of if we have a certain number of people wanting to make public comment, issue neutral, we will then be able to do what we can, which is to limit the individual speaker time to either 2 or to 1 minute, rather than what we currently do, which is we can do that at the discretion of the chair, but it's less objective.
Correct, yeah, I'd be providing that structure so that it's not just the chair for that year trying to determine what's the correct course of action. And again, it allows the public to understand what those rules are and prepare accordingly.
Okay. So do we want to basically move away from what the current is? It's at the chair's discretion?
I don't like the fact that the board members are included in that.
Yeah, so I have 2 points. Is one, as Supervisor Holland just pointed out, including board members. And then secondly, I don't think we should ever limit the time that people should, within reason, come up before the board. If the rule is 3 minutes, then they should get their 3 minutes. And if we're here for a long time, then we're here for a long time.
I would agree, particularly with the including members of the board part. I think that's a whole separate discussion and wouldn't be 3, 2, 1, certainly. So, do we have anybody that would like to have the objective 3, 2, 1? Okay.
You know, and
We're not doing it.
Yeah, I don't know much about the 3, 2, 1. We would have to count the number of people that want to speak. And
the clerk would provide probably, I would assume, a rough assessment, right?
It seems like it would take more effort to do that than what we're currently doing, which would be just give the chair the authority to, you know, because there are times when you have 200 people in the room.
No worries. Nobody was in support, so.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. So next is just approving staff to go to action minutes versus summary minutes. This is more of a staff inquiry, given the fact that it is sometimes hard for us to interpret people's comments in a completely neutral format when they speak so passionately. This would allow us to either just list their names if they provide that, or just say however many comments were heard from the public.
I see Nicole nodding, so I'm gonna go yes. Just because.
All right. Yes to that.
Whatever Nicole says.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And we're video recorded anyways, so.
Exactly, yeah. Other than that, everything else is fairly simple. One addition that we did receive from a board member after posting the agenda was for page 38, and I'm just going to go to that section. Item 6 here. So what we received is the chair shall not limit or dictate the duration or substance of the comments of other supervisors. If a supervisor is being disruptive or speaking on items not related to the agendized topic,
I'm sorry,
the chair.
can you?
No, sorry, it's not written here. It's in the handout. But this is where they were suggesting it should go.
Another page.
Sorry, yes. Final page. I can continue reading if you would like, or you can just read it yourself.
Yes, please.
Okay. If a supervisor is being disruptive or speaking on items not related to the agendized topic, the chair may direct the supervisor to end their comments. If the supervisor continues, the chair may, with the support of the majority of the board, end the discussion and ask for a motion.
I gotta read this again. Hold on.
Yeah, and that was what I had added, and to me that clarifies what the process should be. And it kind of dances, we sort of danced around a lot of the issues addressed here, and I felt if we put it in black and white, that makes it easy for us to all be on the kind of on the same page about it. So it was, to me, it doesn't change anything substantial in the governance manual, but it does clarify other elements in other sections.
I only want to bring up, it seems internally conflicting, because it's saying that the chair will not dictate duration or substance, and then it says if they're off topic, which would be the substance, then the chair will ask them to end it, and those are kind of at conflict. So the first section to me is kind of the one that makes it, like, the second and third sentences of that make perfect sense, you know. If it's off topic, the chair can ask them to end it, and with a majority vote, end discussion. The first bit says the chair cannot limit or dictate any substance or duration by any supervisor's comments whatsoever.
You know, and perhaps it shouldn't be the chair, it should be no board member.
I think you're fine, because after that, if you get the majority of the board behind you, I mean, if you're talking about turning Pinecrest into Kirkland and I want to turn it into Snowball Land, and you get the majority of the board to agree with you that I've gone off topic, I think you're fine.
So maybe just delete that first sentence.
My recommendation would be just whatever we end up voting on, be consistent. Because right now I'm only bringing up that those two sections, whatever
Right.
one you would prefer to keep, I think
Well, that's
it
what I'm
doesn't.
saying. Which one would you prefer to keep? Because I would be fine if we just delete that first sentence.
I would remove the first sentence.
I'm okay with that.
And if it's the remaining bit, I think it's, like you said, doesn't change anything. It just clarifies. I'm a thumbs up. We have thumbs?
Thumbs, let's move it.
All right, we got thumbs.
Thank you. And then,
All right.
was there anything else that,
I have one.
okay.
So page 21, role of the board chair. It says currently, generally the position of the board chair rotates annually by district, with the next in line serving as vice chair. Currently, there's nothing in our documents that say what their order is. So I would remove those sentences and just say generally the position of the board chair is voted for, as long as it rotates. In the event that someone who would be a vice chair chooses not to be the next chair, for whatever reasons they choose, it would just be easier to just say, hey, whoever wants to be the next chair could be the next chair. It just can't be the current sitting chair.
So under that, for example, it could rotate between 2 or 3 people.
Well, let's just say hypothetically, Ryan would be next, and Ryan says, I don't want to do it, right? It would be the 3 of us, then that would decide who was going to be the next chair. Because it wouldn't be you, obviously, because it can't be the next, you wouldn't be eligible because you're already the sitting chair. And if he chooses not to be the chair, then it would come down to one of the 3 of us.
Yeah, I think it's just, well, okay.
But my point is that there's a conflict, and you hit it on the head, is that there's nothing, it says it shall rotates annually by district, but there's nothing in our governance that says what that number is.
Would you like to have it clarify that it's numerical? Because I think that is the practice, is that after Supervisor Campbell, if he didn't want to take over the job, it would end up going to Supervisor Kirk, and then you, and then Mike.
No, I think it should.
I don't think it should be because elections happen, things change. Some of us may not want to do it, don't care. So
You can still choose not to do it. It's how it rotates. So like if you choose not to do it, it's who goes next. Right now, as this says, is it rotates.
I think it should just be us picking who we want.
Okay.
It's our board.
I'll speak up a little bit just from doing this for 6 years. I think I think there should be a practice of next in line district, only because boards come and go, majorities come and go, and I would hate to see, for example, the 3 of us never elect somebody else who's in the other camp, or vice versa, another 3.
We just left Jared.
Huh?
We just made Jared chair.
I know, but what I'm saying is
Right, like.
it just makes it a neutral, non-political decision. It's who's next in line unless there's an absolute reason.
So this one is, I think, a fairly important one, and I completely agree, is the annually rotating by district makes a lot of sense. If you end up with something that is not somewhat objective, you end up with something that is subjective, and that creates problems. There's a reason why most counties rotate it numerically, because we're each elected to be up here. So
right.
I would say that as long as there's verbiage that the board still has the right to make that final decision.
Right.
But in general, it goes by district.
And this says generally, so I would agree with maybe adding that it rotates numerically. It rotates annually by district numerically, or ascending, I don't know, we could clarify that. But I fully would not want us to go away from that system.
But that guarantee, I guess the problem is that let's just say we have a board member who is not doing their job. They're not showing up to meetings, they're not this, but they're the next one in line. they would automatically get that seat.
No.
Well, hold
No,
on.
no,
So-
no.
Well, we're still going to elect who we're going to
Says,
take. I
it
know.
says generally.
I know, I get that, but I don't, again, I'm trying to make sure that we have flexibility to make sure that we are putting the best people in the seats if there should be a conflict down the road. Or
But
if
then
somebody
it's,
chooses-
it's only about then who the next person would be. The board has the right to not choose that person.
Oh, agreed. We can
The
vote for
next
anybody.
person then would automatically be rotated. What you're suggesting is not having any rotation. It would be whoever the board would like to do, which is fundamentally not rotating at all. Under a system where that 2 people could technically rotate back and forth, 3 people could
Right.
technically rotate back and forth. So that's the issue. It's not whether the board can choose to not have somebody or somebody can choose to not do it if they don't want to.
I think
So-
just leave it alone.
Okay.
I would leave it alone. I'd be fine to leave it alone. I'd be fine to clarify though, the numerical order. I know that's been a discussion. Rotate annually by district numerically in ascending
Starting-
order, I think is on a pin exactly what we do.
Well, we can say
but-
starting with your district, so you'd be the first, and then just go that way the clock is still in place.
Well, if it starts with me, then that, because of reasons, I would say it starts in 2026 with District 2.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in favor of leaving it the way it is, I'm sorry to say. This, to me, feels like one of those things that the more you look at it, the more it becomes a problem, whereas if you just,
What if I do nothing?
what if we do nothing
There you go.
and we
Yeah.
just leave it the way it is and accept that, it is the decision of the majority of the board who's chair and who's vice chair, and that gives me if I desire to be chair next year, that gives me an incentive to want to work with my colleagues, and that's kind of the unwritten rule of a lot of this stuff. And so once we start writing it down, we start looking to the written down rule instead of the more collegial side of things.
Spirit
So-
of the rule.
Okay,
Well, so do we want to change it or do we not want to change it? Because your motion was to change it.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, there we go. Do we have any other changes? All right, seeing none.
Public comment?
Sarah.
Hold on,
All right.
I got something for you.
Good, thank you. Is that where that went?
Board procedure.
All right.
All right.
We'll open up public comment. Again, this is on the governance manual. If any members of the public would like to speak, please step up and have 3 minutes. I think I need to drink some water or something. All right, there we go. And though this took a long time, I want to say I'm proud of us because technically that was 29 separate discussions.
That took almost an hour. So your 20-minute limit, you got an hour and 15 minutes with a consultant that you talked to like she was an employee, and this one went almost an hour. So you couldn't adhere to that if your lives depended on it. Kind of stupid to ask me for public comment after you've made all these decisions. But not once did I ever hear anyone talk about what the law actually states on some of these items. And the Roberts Rules of Order, as far as I know, you haven't used those in almost 10 years. So there's some other things that kind of need to be clarified, but it seems like a moot point now. But one thing I was really concerned was in that governance manual, it talks about your code of conduct and what your behavior should be. And I would suggest that all of you reread that.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Going once, going twice. All right, seeing none, I believe we have to bring it back to the board for a motion to approve of the proposed edits as all summarized and written down by Heather.
I'll move on staff recommendation, which is one of the new things we're approving. I'll move on
Staff recommendation to clarify which is the thumbs on each issue. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Campbell. We have a second by Supervisor Holland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, abstaining. All right, passes unanimously. I was hoping we were going to be able to get to some of the others before lunch, but I think we're going to adjourn until, let's do it.
Can we just do the number 10? I mean, it's supposed to be a short one in support. Yeah.
I think it might take time, but if
Well, I'm just
we're
saying,
willing.
the majority of the people I'm guessing sitting here, I would hate for them to have to come back after lunch.
I'm open to it if, okay. So then, if the clerk can read item 10, we will go through that, and then we will adjourn for lunch.
Thank you.
Item number 10, consideration of adopting Resolution 34-25 to prioritize public safety and protect vulnerable populations.
Supervisor Kirk?
For the sake of time, I think I'll read the memo. That way I'm not going down bunny holes. So, as previously discussed during our board meetings on February 4th and March 4th, I committed to bringing forward a public action once a criminal investigation into the recent potential hate crime was completed. The investigation has concluded, and while no hate crimes charges were filed, the disturbing data that I recently discovered through discussions and research with the DA and the Sheriff's Department prompted for me to bring this resolution before you guys today. In recent months, I've listened carefully to the concerns expressed by members of our community, particularly those who feel unsafe in the aftermath of this incident. Some of those public members are in this room today. I want to take a minute to recognize and express my gratitude for the significant public safety investments this board, both past and current, have made in the recent years. We have raised the wages, improving staffing levels, strengthening our emergency response capacity, and recently the 911 dispatch center to a newer location so that no 911 call goes unanswered. These efforts have helped move our county forward from decades of under-resourced law enforcement. However, I believe, and I think we can all agree, that these are a return to the baseline and not the finish line. Public safety is the most fundamental function of local government. We must not accept mediocrity, and I believe this board has not, in this area, nor can we ignore the growing needs of our residents, especially the most vulnerable. If even a single member of our community feels unsafe because of who they are, it's worth noticing. The resolution before you is a clear and focused statement that Tuolumne County will not tolerate violence, particularly against children, the elderly, and vulnerable groups. It includes data from the District Attorney and Sheriff's Office showing the extent of these crimes, and it outlines how additional staffing would directly improve outcomes, reduce victim trauma, and promote justice. Advanced childhood experiences, ACEs, have profound and lasting effects on a child's health and development. Exposure to ACEs can lead to toxic stress, which may alter brain development and affect how the body responds to stress. This prolonged stress is linked to chronic health problems, mental illness, substance misuse, and in adulthood. Early exposure to ACEs can disrupt a child's sense of safety and trust, potentially leading to various mental disorders, including post-traumatic stress disorder, attachment issues, depression, and substance abuse. Recognizing and addressing ACEs early can help mitigate these long-term effects and promote healthier outcomes for affected individuals. Having a dedicated district attorney focused solely on investigating and prosecuting these crimes against children can significantly improve case outcomes. This specialized attention ensures through investigations, increase the likelihood of charges being filed, and help prevent further harm to children by holding perpetrators accountable. Ultimately, such stated resources contribute to breaking the cycle of abuse and reducing the prevalence of ACEs in our community. The resolution before you guys is not, at this time, it's not a budgetary request for additional law enforcement and staffing at this time. I know it may sound like it, but rather it serves as an acknowledgement that in wake of the recent assault that occurred in Jamestown on January 28, 2025, we must pause and reflect how we can protect our vulnerable populations. While the investigation did not result in hate crime charges, the incident highlighted the need for our community to do better to safeguarding all individuals. This resolution reaffirms our commitment to ensuring safety and well-being of every resident in Tuolumne County. So I respectfully ask for your support in adopting this resolution, not as a symbolic gesture, but as a reformation or reformation of our values. Excuse me. So that's the memo. The resolution before you guys, I discussed some of the data in the memo, but the gist of it is when the potential hate crime came before the board, as you guys all know, I wanted to wait for the investigation to be completed. But during that time, I did want to know if this was a trend. Working in law enforcement, I'm big on statistics. I wanted to see if there was an uptick. It does look like a little bit of an uptick with regard to hate crimes. As you can see in here, we've had in 2024 we had three, with the Sheriff's Department, 3 civil rights violation offenses, and then with the District Attorney, hate crimes, 3 screened, 2 issued. But what prompted me to bring this resolution is not just that sect of population as a vulnerable population, but then also 2 other sects of populations, which are children and the elderly. Children and the elderly, it blew my mind when you see that there's 455, this is in 2024, 455 child sex crimes, 721 child battery abuse cases, 139 rape sodomy offenses, 57 sexual battery cases, 247 elder or dependent adult abuse incidents, and then 405 criminal threats with intent to terrorize. Now that's just cases, and some of these are, the first ones I listed are crimes against children, but some of these also include adults. And then with the district attorney's side of the house, so obviously the sheriff can charge or can arrest and charge, but whether or not the district attorney is going to choose to prosecute or not. Child abuse cases, 102 screened, 59 issued. Elder dependent adult abuse cases, 47 screened, 20 issued. Sex crimes, 40 screened, 17 issued. Hate crimes, 3 screened, 2 issued. So we've already made investments in law enforcement. When we get to our board priorities, I'll bring this up, we'll have a conversation. But really what I wanted to highlight to the community is in wake of what happened in January with the potential hate crime, we know that there's levels in which, there's thresholds that have to be met in order for certain charges to be pressed. And in this case, it didn't. But we all know that the attack was severe, it was uncalled for, and I throw that category of people into a vulnerable population. If you are being targeted and you're being assaulted because of how you identify, that goes hand in hand with other sects of vulnerable folks in our population, which are children and elderly. And the gist of it is if we can't protect the most vulnerable, then as I feel like as an individual and as somebody who has the ability to affect change in that area, I feel like we can just do better. And so this isn't a slap in our face to say we failed. It's to look at the data and to say, how can we do better? How can we acknowledge the investments that we've made and continue to go down that path so that these children, at the end of the day, we talk about, when we make investments, sometimes, well, let me go back. There was a presentation back in 2022 about children being thrown in the river, and then HHSA and Child Protective Services, they're trying to pick those kids out of the water, pick those kids out of the river. And so what I'm trying to do is prevent those kids from being thrown in the river, prevent those elderly from being victimized, prevent people who identify a certain way from being targeted. And we can do that, and we can do that better. And I think, so the point of this resolution was that to bring that data, to hopefully bring some sort of closure to what happened, and just let the community know we've made historical investments. We'll continue to look at this. We're going to highlight this data. We're going to keep it at the forefront of our minds as we make decisions and hopefully learn and heal and move forward from this incident. So thank you guys for hearing me out.
All right. If it's okay with the board, I'd like to be able to open it up for public comment, and then we can bring it back for discussion. All right. So no opposition to that. We'll open it up for public comment. If any members of the public would like to speak, you're able to come up and have 3 minutes on this item. Good afternoon.
Thank you, board. I won't take up too much of your time. I want to begin by thanking the sheriff and his department for the work they put into this case. I know the decision not to pursue a hate crime charge was not taken lightly, and I appreciate the seriousness with which this case was handled. That said, I have to ask, why this resolution? Why now? For months, members of this community have asked for a resolution that directly addressed hate-motivated violence, specifically towards LGBTQ+ people. We were told it was premature. We were told it wasn't appropriate. And now, the announcement that the hate crime charges won't be filed, we're presented with this resolution, broad in scope, heavy on statistics, and conspicuously silent on the issue that brought so many of us here in the first place. It's hard not to question the motive behind this language presented here. Was this resolution meant to reflect the real concerns of the community, or to recast the narrative now that a decision has been made? The data in this resolution tells a selective story. It lists only 3 hate crimes screened in 2024, but we know those numbers reflect only what's reported and charged, not what's experienced. Nationally, LGBTQ plus people make up over 20% of hate crime victims. They face violent crime at nearly 4 times the rate of their non-LGBTQ plus peers. That context is absent here. In fact, the acronym LGBTQ is not mentioned once in this entire resolution. As somebody who was assaulted as a child and never reported it, I know how often these stories can go unheard. Many LGBTQ plus people carry similar stories. They're part of this reality, even if they didn't make it into this resolution. I and others in the community have already offered support to rewrite past resolutions, and that offer still stands. But the way this version was written and brought forward without collaboration makes it hard not to question the intent. So I'll close with a request: pull this resolution. Let's bring people to the table and rewrite it together with clarity, honesty, and the kind of attention that this community deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good morning, but we're into afternoon. When last I addressed you concerning this issue, I left wanting to learn more about hate crimes in the groups considered vulnerable. When I wrote to the Union Democrat editor about a headline that I felt misrepresented the outcome from one of the board meetings, the response I received defined what a hate crime was and referral to the Department of Justice website. My second email appeared to be a cut and paste response from the DOJ website, and upon further exploration of their site, I found the definition that I was sent and some other interesting data. Yes, it depends on the scenario, the regional area, as well as many other factors. At first glance, the Department of Justice terminology would suggest that minority groups are the only ones who could suffer a hate crime, but when you look further at the bias categories and scenarios that they give, a hate crime could apply to anyone, as I discussed before. I also went to the FBI website where they list the groups that they collect data on in regards to hate crimes. Interestingly enough, when I apply those scenarios and groups to myself, I could be in 4 of 5 groups. From outward appearances, though, I don't think many in this room would consider me a minority. I was told that it's just a simple fact that hate crimes don't apply to all citizens. I disagree. It's not just a simple fact. Hate crimes can apply to all citizens. None of this is simple. We all want to feel safe and protected. I recommend reading a book by Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris regarding ACEs, which is mentioned in this resolution, about adverse childhood experiences. The book is The Deepest Well. Based on clinical trials in her San Francisco practice using the ACEs questionnaire of the child, her team treats the whole child, not just physical illness, but behavioral problems and learning issues that could stem from toxic stress and childhood trauma. When necessary, based on the ACEs score of the parent or parents as well, they are then included in the treatment for the benefit of the child. I hope you read it if you get a chance. Take the ACEs screen for yourself. See where you fall on the scale. I'm a 3. And he listed the scale in the resolution. Moving forward, I believe this is a critical component of mental and behavioral health treatment, as well as medical treatment of childhood illness, trauma-informed care. Dr. Harris strongly advocates this nationwide. I also support this being part of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I wasn't prepared to speak today, but I'm going to because this seems ridiculous to me. Like we just had a conversation, not we, you just had a conversation turning down a resolution that was against hate crime across the board for anyone that is inside that circle of what is defined as a hate crime. And now it seems like we're bringing this forward in lieu of a crime that was discovered while investigating that hate crime. And no one is going to argue that elderly abuse, child abuse is horrific and should be prosecuted at the full extent of the law. What I'm upset about is the inconsistency of this board, specifically you, Anaya, where it was last time, or Steve. I mean, I don't know how this is going to move forward, but you and I had a conversation about how it was going to disrupt a court case that was coming up. And you did not want to do that, and you spoke to the DA. I spoke to the DA. The DA 100% agreed with you, and that actually made me feel good about how you move forward on that and how you move forward on that. This is totally inconsistent with what you just said, what you just posted. And you just wrote a whole thing in the newspaper about how that was part of your decision. And then you bring this forward, which to me is going to taint this, what could be an upcoming court case if found guilty, with an ongoing investigation, just like it was last time. So just, I'm like sick of seeing this inconsistency. I mean, there's more to it, but it's upsetting that what I thought should be brought forward is a resolution against a hate crime. We know it's not a hate crime, didn't happen, right? They discovered this was not a hate crime, so let's bring that forward again and make a resolution that Ryan brought forward that everyone, or not everyone, but people felt sort of like was thrown in late or whatever. Let's bring that forward again. That's important, right? Like you said, child abuse, elderly abuse is already covered in the law. That's what you said last time, Steve, about the resolution for the hate crime. It's already a law. It's already in there. But we have not recognized it. We've recognized child abuse, and we've recognized elderly abuse in the past. Let's recognize hate crime and what an offense it is. To all of us as a community, represent your constituents, all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Don Nessel. I just would like to speak, I think, on this subject. In a jurisdiction where the misguided and unusual sentiment of defund law enforcement was prevalent, I could understand why someone would not feel safe, definitely. And in our county, where an obvious disposition is to fund law enforcement and the district attorney's office, along with fire departments, I'm not sure where that sentiment comes from. Why do people feel unsafe? I stated before that paranoia is usually rooted in some sort of bad perception, maybe fed by mental problems or drug use or something, so people feel unsafe without any real happenings that they are not safe. Definitely all you have to do in Tuolumne County is look around. It's a pretty upbeat and welcoming place. This welcome is rooted in an acceptance of all people, regardless of who or what they are. Laws and law enforcement are extended to all people. We all have rights and guarantees due to both the Constitution of the United States and California. It is possibly problematic that there are criminal elements, and we know there are, and they're present here, but corporately, we should counter that and be on the outlook for things that are happening. Obviously, we can't be in every situation and try to bring in a safe feeling for people. We need to recognize that there are some citizens who are more vulnerable, no doubt about that. LGBTQ people and babies, children, and elderly are all vulnerable and should be recognized as such. I think the resolution covers the scope of a mindset by the county that we want everyone to feel safe here. At a previous meeting of multiple testimonies of people who didn't feel safe, I shared the fear of those people. I wasn't sure what to be afraid of, but I had sympathy for their anxiety. With mutual respect for these and other citizens, I thank the board for their dedication to trying to make Tuolumne County safe. Different resolutions, your resolution, this resolution, other resolutions. I'm not sure if a resolution makes the county any more safe, but somehow it consoles people that you're with them. I know that the board is with the people of Tuolumne County and appropriating money and sheriffs and DAs and so forth so that the number of crimes can be reduced. Hate crimes, I'm not really sure what the definition is of a hate crime. I think all crimes are hate crimes. No matter who or what you are, when you're a victim, you've been hated by someone, unless somebody runs into you with their car because they're drunk. Anyway, thank you very much.
Don, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think we should add disabled people to that list, but obviously I'm biased in that area. So, but I would not be opposed to that. I would first of all like to just thank the sheriff and the sheriff's office, all of them, and the DA's office, because they're the ones actually doing the hard work on all this while we talk. But I would also say one of the reasons that I'm so thankful to them is because this was so highly politicized. And this goes on in our entire country, so I'm not going to fault those of you who politicized this. The timing was off. We have extremely bad examples in the country and in our state. And I will disagree with the timing that was stated. I think the timing was awful for this to be brought out. And I will just say, I have a lot of ways I could show why this was politicized, but I'll just say two of them for time's sake. Number one was when the lawyer of one of the people who was involved, when his wife stood up here and declared that if you even believe or think that this was not a hate crime, then you are just as guilty as the alleged perpetrators of said crime. So that's basically declaring guilty until proven innocent. It's one of the most un-American things I could possibly imagine being said in a United States Board of Supervisors meeting. Purely a political statement, no question about it. The other reasons why this is political is because all of the things that were done by Supervisor Brandon and Campbell, again, I understand we have bad examples. Everything needs to be politicized nowadays. But to bring that out before the work was done, before the evidence was on the table, is clear evidence that it was political. And you guys just don't need to do that. You're extremely smart, extremely good communicators, and you should have just waited until all the evidence was on the table, until the investigation was done, and then we could sit here and make a real resolution and involve the LGBTQ community in the resolution if you like. That's the appropriate timing. Now that the DA and the sheriff have actually done the hard work and we have the actual proof, that's when these things should take place. But the way it's going in our country, which is tearing our country apart, is that every time there's an event like this, and there's several of them in the media right now, it's always politicized before we have all the information, and it's destroying our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I agree with some of the previous speakers. This was very politicized. But I would say this was politicized by the public very loudly before all the facts were in. And I think by doing that, we tainted the jury pool. And I think we hampered the sheriff's ability to do the investigation because clearly the perpetrators had plenty of time to delete all their information. So I'm not hearing that this was not a hate crime. What I'm hearing is that they did not have the evidence to prove that a hate crime occurred. And there's plenty of blame to go around our community on that, I think. We all should have just shut up and wait to see what happened. And I've said many times, I don't see the point of doing a resolution if you're not going to do something else. So the resolution is meaningless to me, the lipstick on a pig or whatever. But I want to see some community outreach from those communities that are involved or others where you actually educate the regular general public, not cater to whatever, your own, preach to the choir, but actually make available information to anyone who would like to learn more about this subject so that our community won't be so politicized. And maybe we could all learn something and learn to be a little nicer to one another. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we will close that and bring it back to the board and be looking for any comment.
Sure, I'll make a few comments just because I was brought up. I want to make it very clear why I brought this back, because I try and keep my word. I told the public and I told members in the community that once the investigation was concluded, once the charges were pressed, I would bring something forward. So I'm keeping my word. I think what I'm hearing from the people who oppose this is two things. I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't, and no good deed goes unpunished. And I guarantee you, had I not brought this before you today, those same folks will be on Facebook or making some sort of public statement as to, oh, Supervisor Kirk didn't keep his word after investigation was completed. So all of that's irrelevant. The thing is, we know that some of us are using this for political gain. Some of us aren't. Go back, look at the record. Since 2022, I have been trying to affect change in the vulnerable populations. I don't care if it's LGBTQ. I don't care if it's children. I don't care if it's elderly. We need to protect our society because that is our number one constitutional obligation. If you can't support that, then you should get out of the room. So that's what I've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to continue to do. I would love it if there was zero crime in our community, especially against the LGBTQ community. Sorry, dude, I was sexually assaulted too when I was a kid. First time I publicly said that. But I don't play the victim. We need to provide better law enforcement protection for our community so that the LGBTQ community can feel safe, so that those 4, 5, 6, 7-year-olds can stop being molested, so that our elderly can stop being taken advantage of. All I need is all I need is one more attorney and one more detective, and I can crush that data. So where is the room full of people who want to see that happen? Where are they? They're not here. They want to do clown shows, and then when the facts come out, where are you? The data's right here. We can crush these numbers, Matt, Tim. We can make it safe. But I got no support from the public. Where are they? I don't care. I was elected to do my job, whether they're here or not. I'm going to continue to go after more funding for law enforcement so we get another attorney, so we get another sheriff, so we don't have to have these shows anymore. Okay? That's where I'm at.
I can go first.
Supervisor Campbell.
So, all right, before I say anything, we really, everyone in this room needs to show our appreciation for the district attorney and the sheriff's office for doing the investigation. This was clearly a terrible crime in our community, and it had to be vigorously investigated, and it was. Just because there wasn't enough evidence to charge it in court as a hate crime does not necessarily mean that that wasn't the guiding force behind what took place. And again, Supervisor Kirk, when I read your resolution, I'm trying very hard not to read into any kind of malintent. I'm taking it at face value that this is what you care about. But to me, it's very confused what you're trying to say here. And the fact that it doesn't mention anything to do with LGBTQ people in our community makes it, I don't understand what the point of this is. There's nobody in our community that's saying that there isn't a need for increased focus on child abuse, elder abuse, these kind of things. We do resolutions every year to that effect. What we don't do is a resolution highlighting the fact that that there are crimes and abuse that happen against our queer brothers and sisters that are either underreported because of fear or just ignored flat out by our community. And if you don't believe me, I challenge anybody in our community. I'm sure we all know somebody who's gay, lesbian, trans, what have you. Ask them what their experience has been in our community. I challenge everybody, ask them what their experience has been. I'm very confident that you'll be surprised in what you hear. But again, I don't want to read into any kind of motive here. I'm going to stick to a couple of elements and issues that I have with this resolution. Now, notwithstanding the fact that we just had a discussion about our governance manual and the process for bringing a forward board request, I'm going to just say, let's say this is grandfathered in. It was already on the agenda before we changed that. So, but there are elements that are strictly outlined in our governance manual that were not adhered to. It's not submitted on time by Wednesday. It's not the proper place for a resolution. It's specifically excluded in our governance manual for that. It contains what I interpret as budget recommendations.
Even though I said it's not.
I would beg to differ. And to me, it's repetitive of the resolution that was passed a month ago, references the 14th Amendment. We already had a resolution that was basically a cut and paste of the 14th Amendment. Why do that again? And then the overarching one is that it makes no reference of LGBTQ people, which to me is the whole point. And I could not support this without that particular element. And I hope my colleagues understand why that is so important to this particular issue. That is why we're having this conversation. That's what's driving us here to this point. It's not child abuse. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't agree that's a big issue. We do have conversations about child abuse. We do put as much funding as we possibly can into these efforts. But what we don't focus on enough is crimes against LGBTQ people. Mm-hmm. And I just hate to see this narrative getting hijacked and turned around as a distraction, because that leaves us poorer as a community, that we are deciding we're going to pretend like this isn't a problem. We're going to pretend, and as long as we don't look at it, it's not there. But it is there. And like I said, ask any gay person in our community and they will tell you it's there. One other thing I felt that was kind of concerning, Supervisor Kirk, is that you referenced that category of people, but you didn't say it. You didn't name gay, lesbian, trans people specifically. Is that the category you were talking about, is the question? Because
yeah, I don't like to put people in boxes. The vulnerable population, if you look at vulnerable, is people who are at risk of harm, attack, or exploitation.
But that box is outlined in the 14th Amendment and these things that you say that you support.
14th Amendment, race, gender, ethnicity,
and so if you're not even willing to name it, I
would
have
you like
a
to make
problem
a
with
recommendation?
Well, what I'm hoping is we can
Would
go and
would you like to make a recommendation to alter
make
it?
all of our comments and not be into a debate, and then maybe after that, open up the discussion. And I would just, in a neutral sense, want to say, Supervisor Kirk, no one interrupted, and I think Supervisor Campbell deserves the same.
My apologies.
So I for those reasons, the process I feel wasn't adhered to, first and foremost. It's repetitive of a resolution we passed a month ago, accomplishes nothing else, either symbolically or in a real sense. And it doesn't even mention gay people. For those reasons, I can't support it.
Okay. Supervisor Griefer, Supervisor Holland, Supervisor Griefer.
Again, what a mess. Here we go. So, as I stated the first time we had this discussion, being Jewish, I know what it's like to be picked on, targeted, harassed, threatened, things like that. So I get where people feel that they're being the target of this outside perception that you're evil or bad or what, because you don't celebrate the same religions or you have a different partner in your life that, others don't. So I get it, right? So people have a very short memory, because what I want to point out is when Supervisor Campbell brought his resolution forward first, I gave him a copy that I marked up, and we discussed it. And because we couldn't come to the language that I felt we could come to, I told him point blank, as it stood, I could not vote for that. Now, that was a very specific, separate resolution. As written, this is written, I can support this because it specifically goes into a group. It covers everybody. We're not excluding anybody. We're including everybody, because what it doesn't say in there is what about the Jewish kid that gets picked on? What is about the Hispanic kid that gets picked on? What about the Asian kid that gets picked on? Or anything else, right? After that conversation we had, or that's last resolution, I had someone who's I'm going to say on the left, and I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but her position is very far different than mine. And she was terrified to get up and say that she was of an ancestry which in today's day and age is looked at as a group of terrorists. And for that to exist in this building is horrible. We should recognize everybody and say, look, we will not tolerate any violence in our community, which is something I said, and I even said it publicly in this room. If it were to come out that this was a hate crime, I would 100% sign that document right then and there. But it didn't. What it did come out to say is that there was a crime that has occurred in our county. I support the resolution as written because it addresses all of the people in our community that no one should feel terrified or anything along those lines just to, have to try to live in this community. We need to make sure that everyone is feeling comfortable. And I'll even give a good example. As a friend of mine, she's on Facebook, she made a comment the other day. She goes, it terrifies me to walk back and forth downtown to home every night, even though there's a police department, right? So what is it going to take for us to make people feel comfortable and safe and feel that they belong in our community? I have no issues. I said before, I would 100% get together on a board of how could we have our community come together. Someone mentioned it, coming together. How can we do that? And I believe later in May there's an event, right, that's coming up. I don't have to go to it. I'll be out of town, or I would have gone to it. That's why that was going to come off really poorly. I didn't mean it that way. But this is an opportunity to get to know your neighbor. You don't have to like their lifestyle. You don't have to understand their lifestyle. But what we have to do is respect that all of us, under the letter of the law, under the color of the law, have the exact same rights and respects and dignity as every other person in this country. And if we're failing there, then we can discuss it. But on the face of this resolution, as it is written, it acknowledges a very key points that Supervisor Kirk has laid out. It's not excluding anybody intentionally, as I've heard. So for me, I can support it as a document written. And to the person who made the comment earlier, a piece of paper is just a piece of paper, and that's true. Actions speak louder than words. I have no problems being at community events and things like that. I agree with Supervisor Campbell that the DA and the Sheriff's Department are doing a fantastic job, and we should promote that. And the last thing I'll close on this is the feedback I got from a lot of my constituents is, why? Why do we have to have a special resolution for those individuals? It seems like they're just trying to divide us. And if that's how it's being perceived, then we need to stop that, because all we're doing is weaponizing these discussions, and it's just dividing us even more. A majority of my constituents said, everyone is included under the law, have documentation or have verbiage that says everyone is equal, and then open those discussions, those community meetings, those community topics, so that we can bring everyone together, share our likes and dislikes, our differences, and just remember that we live in the greatest country on the planet because we can have these open discussions. Thank you.
Supervisor Holland.
Thank you.
We're going to make it to lunch. I only have a few comments. I released a video yesterday too, and I just wanted to say that I appreciate to our Sheriff's Office and our District Attorney. Sheriff and I had spoke in particular, and I know that this was pursued in terms of looking for all the evidence that's available, and I can only imagine how frustrating it is to probably know that something was there, but to not be able to find it based on a data policy or based on how an app does their privacy stuff. And so I just want to thank you and your office and your investigators and within the DA's office to say thank you, as with all cases, due diligence on finding the evidence, what can be done. So I only wanted to appreciate that. I guess quickly to clarify, it's just factually incorrect that the original resolution was about an individual case. It wasn't. There's not a single word in it. You can say, well, we brought it forward because of that. And yeah, of course, there was a huge community discussion, and I believe that's why Supervisor Campbell wrote it, but it was not about an individual case. It's not a matter of debate. It did not have any reference to any individual case. In my opinion, the only people that I'm hearing that are saying this is divisive to say that hate crime was relatively bad, and it did have stats about a particular vulnerable community, are folks that, for political reasons, don't like to use the word LGBTQ, accept that they exist, or fundamentally don't believe that hate crime exists. Well in advance of this coming to the board, and that I had the Department of Justice call me as chair of the board, because regardless of convictions, they have teams that come into communities because there's a trauma created where there's a perception of a hate crime or a perception of a violent crime. And they wanted to hold meetings in that. And so only to say that for a board like us to consider that regardless of an individual case, there's a harm in that community, that there's a feeling of fear, and to be able to in some way address it, I think is fundamentally very reasonable. I want to say second, I completely agree with talking about the district attorney's office, the workload that they have to deal with and the staffing. We've made a lot of progress in investing in our sheriff's office. That puts an increased burden from good work on the other law enforcement partners. I'm not aware of a single time I have ever voted against allocating resources to the DA. I have multiple times wanted to make that a priority. And so I'm happy that we are there in that process. I know that from the moment, I believe when district attorney was appointed, the idea of, what was it, 300 average cases per attorney is something that has stuck in my head and been a key point. And whenever we've gone to the public to say we need resources, that is one of the areas that has been something that's stuck with me forever. Third, I agree with Supervisor Campbell, and I understand Supervisor Kirk, and I recognize, I think, the intent. It's not a financial action in this. I do think the precedent is kind of not great to have it be a budget-adjacent resolution where it's not a position, but it's saying where we should allocate resources before a budget. I think it's self-evident that there financially, constitutionally, and our priorities, law enforcement and public safety, are our top. And so I agree, I guess, in that sense, and I agree with what it wants to do. I don't necessarily agree the format to bring forward outside of a budget process. Fourth, I agree with Supervisor Campbell. I'm really concerned that it just doesn't reference LGBTQ and saying, well, it covers everybody. If it said all vulnerable populations and didn't specifically include any one, then sure. But by focusing on two and then the data of one and not using that term, that is exclusive by omission. I mean, if you highlight a couple and don't use the term, I think a better way would be to include what are generally the base definitions of what are vulnerable populations and not kind of call it out specifically. So, for example, one that I often think of is survivors of domestic violence. That is not included in here, and we have a huge problem with that in our community. It was mentioned about the disabled community. That is also one, too. And fundamentally, we are at some level talking about this because it was an LGBTQ related crime. And I agree that just because it's not charged as a hate crime does not mean that's not an aggravating factor or a suspected reason. It's more of an evidentiary issue. There was no statement that this was very clearly not a hate crime. There was a statement that it couldn't be charged as a hate crime based on evidence, and that's very different. So all to say, I'm okay with a lot of what it talks about in ACEs. I support public safety. I appreciate that it's, I think, a thoughtful and well-written, document. And in the same way, for whatever I may have small concerns, I'm taking it that this is something that's brought forward with a good intent. I would like to recommend that the big issue in here, I think, is that it does not include, as a vulnerable population, the one we're talking about, LGBTQ populations, and I would add in domestic violence. I would like to have that reflected and have all the rest of the language, but where it says in whereas 3, and I believe the memo talks a little more about children, the elderly, and vulnerable groups. The resolution says vulnerable groups, but particularly children and the elderly. To say particularly children, the elderly, survivors of domestic violence, and the LGBTQ community. And I think that would address a lot of the concerns that we have here today. So that is my recommendation. I'm happy to make that a motion to amend it, unless it's a friendly, to basically add that there. And other than that, I appreciate the stats.
Just so you know, on the domestic violence thing, I did speak with the sheriff and DA, and I specifically left that out just because the vulnerability of children and elderly as far as size and mental capacity. So it wasn't that I wasn't ignoring that. I know we have a huge problem with domestic violence. It was really focusing on the vulnerable populations. And then again, I make reference to the crime on January. I make reference to people feeling, single individuals in our community feeling very vulnerable. Again, that was to reference the LGBTQ community. But like Steve said, I just don't like putting people in boxes, which is why I included the 14th Amendment, because that includes race, gender, ethnicity. But I hear what you're saying. So, Steve, what's your thoughts on his two recommendations? Okay. All right. I don't have any data on domestic violence.
I heard one recommendation. What were two? So one was including.
It was including the LGBTQ, and I had a phrasing there, but it was survivors of domestic violence and the LGBTQ community in whereas 3. So it'd be particularly children, the elderly, survivors of domestic violence, and the LGBTQ community. Okay. And that would be two phrases, one recommendation.
So I agree with that. You did also reference the the information in the last paragraph there where DA has communicated one additional prosecutor. To me, that feels like a budget recommendation. Would it be interest of the board to end it at impacted by staffing levels? I think highlighting the fact that there are staffing issues in those departments is appropriate, but talking about adding positions is a budget.
That was more informative for our board to know, because that was my question to them is, hey, what would you need to solve this problem in our county? And that was the response is, hey, if we had another attorney, if we had another investigator, we could smash these. So this was more to be informative, not, again, that's why I made it very clear. This isn't a budget question. This is letting you know this is how we could affect change in this area. So if you want to remove it from the resolution, I'm fine with that. I'll bring it up at another day.
I would keep everything up to staffing levels and then remove after that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then Supervisor Brandon's recommendation. So I'd be happy to make that motion if.
Sure.
Okay, so.
All right.
The changes.
Do you mind if I make the motion?
You go ahead.
Sure.
Okay. So I'd move that we make a motion to approve the resolution with the changes to the third whereas for survivors of domestic violence and LGBTQ community after elderly and children. And then on the now therefore it be resolved, we're going to strike under be it further resolved, we're going to strike that last sentence and then that last paragraph with the 4 outcome.
Okay. We have a first by Supervisor Kirk. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a second by Supervisor Campbell. So I want to say I'm proud of everybody on the board before we go to this vote, 12:56. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? All right. It passes unanimously. With that, like I said, thank you. I know this is it's a difficult topic. I appreciate we were able to get out all of our opinions on that, but find a reasonable and unanimous compromise. With that, I know what everybody's also paying attention as we got lunch. So we're going to adjourn until 2 p.m. All right. As interesting as this discussion is, we're going to call the meeting back to order at 2:02 p.m. And I believe we're going to be going into item 6. The clerk can read the item.
Item number 6, presentation and direction on long-term cost efficiencies, consolidations, reorganizations, and revenue growth opportunities.
Roger?
Number 6 just walked in the door.
Sorry.
Where's my paddle?
Also to note, it's acting, that is, number 6. Right? Yeah.
I'll just hang out.
Oh, I thought that's what you read. I'm sorry. Yeah. Also to note, the human recourses director, as it is in there, is only when she has to be bad cop. Yeah.
I apologize, that was incorrect. Item number 6 is consideration of providing direction on the hiring freeze for fiscal year 24-25.
All right. Liz, take it away.
I'm actually
Roger,
doing this
take
one.
it away.
This one I'm doing. As the board knows, there was a hiring freeze put in place back in November due to foreseeable budget constraints that were going to take place. We have been, over the last several months, consulting with the board during closed session to approve positions to go forward. and county council has advised that we need to be doing this in a public forum. So we decided to bring an item to the board to, one, address the hiring freeze and to get some direction on if there is a date that the board is considering lifting the hiring freeze completely. And so the three recommendations that we have that we would like to make, and you guys can choose which one you would like to go with, is with guidance from the board still, we would eliminate the hiring freeze altogether, or we allow the CAO, the acting CAO, and the Human Resources Director to approve all requests to unfreeze positions. And that would be my recommendation. And the reason that I suggested both those positions is for more of a check and balance, so that I'm not making the decision and by myself, and Karen will be available to help assist on the prioritization of the positions that are decided to unfreeze. And also, or we can bring all requests to unfreeze positions back to the board. And we can do it we can do it during consent, but that would mean that every time we have a position that needs to be filled, it would come back to the board. Right now, the way the hiring freeze has been utilized, we're not only all the vacant positions are frozen, but we have county staff that leave, and we're not able to recruit for those positions until we get approval. So we have several people who are in the position where they've lost employees and they have not been able to recruit for that. So it's a pretty urgent issue, and I think it also is information that the county staff would like to have a better understanding of what the board's direction is going to be moving forward with the hiring freeze. So that is it. We want to get board direction on choosing one of those three items, or direction, and get a feel for a date when you think the board might lift the hiring freeze.
Great. CEO, thank you. Do we have any questions on this? All right, see no questions. Oh, Supervisor Campbell.
So can you tell me which departments, who is this affecting the most? Like, where is the most urgent need for some of these positions within the county?
Well, as you know, the hiring freeze did not impact any of the public safety departments, and it did not impact Health and Human Services. So it is general fund departments. But as one example, I've had a request from the tax collector's office. They lost a couple of staff, and they have someone so they have a couple of vacancies, and they're just trying to fill those vacancies in his office. And it's an important role in the county to be able to collect our taxes and be able to complete that process, and it does impact our ability to do that collection and that kind of stuff. So he's had a request for that position, I think, for almost a month now, that I've been wanting to bring back to the board to get direction on. The other, we've had staff leave in other departments. Almost every department has had staff leave within the general fund, and so it's some of it is because of the budget constraints and concerns, and some of it is just staff that are moving on to other opportunities.
So, and correct me if what I recall is that part of the calculation or the decision to do a hiring freeze was in part to, if our goal is to downsize county government to meet our revenue, accomplish that through attrition with a hiring freeze. So you are going to lose people just through the natural course of business, and so by not replacing them, you're then limiting the expenditures that you're going to have to make. Is that panning out well, or is it working that way? It seems like
I will hesitate to say it's panning out well. Yeah. Is it working that way? Yes, it is working that way. But some of the other examples I could give you, like in the IT department, they have 2 frozen positions, and then they just had a technician leave. And so the request would be to have, they still have the frozen positions, but they need to recruit the other one. So when that position became vacant, it became one of the frozen positions that they had. And I think one of the other goals of freezing the positions was to increase fund balance, which would help us through this next fiscal year. So I think there were multiple goals in mind with the hiring freeze. And so did that answer the question?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if it was working in your opinion. It sounds like it's kind of mixed.
It's kind of mixed.
Okay.
I do think it has put a burden on some of the departments that haven't been able to fill the positions, like the tax collector, I think like IT. I think you probably can hear from some of the other department heads the impact it's had on their department with staff leaving and not being able to fill the positions.
And I just have one more question, if I could. How do we plan on, so how do we plan on paying for these positions if we're unfreezing them? And the reason I'm asking that is if these departments have fund balance, are we asking them to, so are we only going to allow these departments that have fund balance to put back into those vacant positions? Are we only going to allow them to rehire, or are we going to allow the rehiring of people where it's going to be an additional draw on the general fund?
So I would first be looking at replacement of positions that we did not pull from the budget. And I believe, and Liz can answer this, but I believe that there's probably, IT as an example, there's enough money already in their salary, wages, and benefits to cover the cost of refilling one of those positions, even with the money that we took out at mid-year.
So just to clarify, Supervisor, what we're talking about is positions that are funded in the budget. But when there's a vacancy for whatever reason, that we haven't been able to fill it. And so there is money currently in the budget to fill these existing positions. Any position that your board eliminated at mid-year, that money is out of the budget. And we're not talking about filling those positions. We're talking about the currently allocated positions in the department. The treasurer's office is a great example.
Yeah, I was just making a point that they've already saved money by not having filled the position from that point to now. Are we going to
That's
pay
correct.
more above that, is what I was asking in the
No,
fiscal year?
we won't, but that
So
certainly
it would
will,
be-
and you'll see it'll be a
So it
part
would
of
be just
ending
whatever's
fund
left
balance.
over that we had already budgeted for that position that hasn't been filled.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If there's no other board questions,
I have a
question, Supervisor Kirk?
I know our board's discussed having potentially round 2 of more cuts. Have you thought about or discussed like how this might, if we unfreeze stuff and then we make more cuts, additional cuts, maybe to those same departments, now there's bargaining rights, bumping rights, like, so should we have that conversation first before we unfreeze?
Yeah,
Kind of the cart before the horse?
And we can use IT as an example. There's the reason that we would recruit for one and not all three is because of the fact that they're going to have to make budget cuts. And the only way they can get to where they need to go is probably going to be with more positions in their departments. And I believe, though, in the treasurer's office, we're not talking about probably eliminating a position this next recommended budget or adopted budget. So there is, and I believe what he's attempting to do is to fill a position that's been vacant, and he'll still have a vacant position in the department. So I think that's the kind of stuff that Karen and I would be looking at within the departments as they bring the request forward. Like, what is going to be their need for cutting at the recommended budget? What is their staffing level at, like today? And if they're going to have to make staffing cuts and they want to recruit and they don't have any vacant positions after they do the recruitment, then we wouldn't recommend that they unfreeze that position if they're going to lose it in a couple of
So basically, you
months.
and Karen would keep everything that we've discussed in mind as far as making sure that we're not
That would be our
stepping
intent.
on our own feet.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I think the only reservation I have is we don't know how far we might have to cut. That's kind of why I'm a little hesitant, because you say, okay, well, IT hire one, but there's three. I mean, what if I'm not saying we are, what if we had to cut all four, because it was just that bleak? That's where my hesitancy is, but, so that was my question. So thank you.
Okay. With that, open it up for any public comment. If any members of the public would like to speak, you'll have 3 minutes. Going once. There we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I don't know if you have any idea how this looks to someone sitting in those seats. So I don't recall, unless I'm having a brain fart, where the hiring freeze came before this board. That was a decision made outside the public venue. Then you came in right away and started slashing people. And now you want to unfreeze and hire people. So that makes a statement to your employees. And I know several of your employees don't want to be your employees anymore because they don't know what's going to happen to them. And it just looks like you used this to get rid of people you didn't like, and now you're going to take it all back. So I could be wrong, but this looks so bad. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other comments? Going once, going twice? Okay, we'll be closing public comment and bringing it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Holland tapped it first, and then Supervisor Griefer.
I think we should at least keep the freeze through adopted budget in September, and then give Roger and Karen the ability to make those selective choices as needed, because I think that's what it is, not just a blanket open the door, but we do have very specific needs we need to fill, and I think they will do a good job based off they know what we're trying to achieve, and it's more work for Karen to hire somebody if she has to then let them go on top of it. So that's kind of my thoughts on it, is we do need some key positions filled. I think they do a fine job at it.
Supervisor Griefer?
Oh, thank you. So yeah, I'm all for item number 2, CAO, making those decisions. We also said when we started this that we could course correct as we were going. So if we are seeing that these are mission critical positions, that we should be able to make the course correction accordingly so the county continues to operate the way we need to. I don't think, to the comment that we got rid of people that we didn't like, at no point was that ever in my mindset, or I think, not to speak on behalf of this board, but that was not the mission. What we're trying to do is balance the budget so we don't hemorrhage later down the road. So for me, I would agree that if we had people in place after the cuts were made and then they left, that spot should be refilled if we can do that. So I would leave that up to the CAO's discretion, whereas we can always monitor that as well. So that's my point.
Supervisor Campbell, Supervisor Kirk?
Supervisor Holland, were you saying you agreed with the second recommendation, but only after the adoption of the budget?
No, what I was saying was we allowed them to
2016.
do that now, but they were asking for direction of when we should lift maybe the hiring freeze, and I think we should readdress that in September, of like a blanket lift of the hiring freeze, like.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean? Like, once we
You
have the
mean-
adopted budget in
okay.
September, but until between now and then, let Roger and Karen make those decisions
I see.
to
Okay.
fill the critical positions that, you know,
And then lift it all together.
well, and have that conversation in
Potential,
September
okay.
when we have a better financial picture of where we're at, and then we can make that decision. Because one of the things they asked is like, you know, looking forward, what do you guys think?
Yeah.
When this,
Okay.
you know what I mean? So I think that's when we have the clearest picture of where we're going to end up at.
Okay. And so what's the criteria that if we're going to put this in the CAO and HR realm, what criteria are you planning to use to determine whether the hiring freeze should be lifted or not?
Well, we have
depending on
already
departments?
identified some key roles that you have spoken to before, where we have positions where people left that are really getting the work done. And those positions need to be filled. We're also looking at departments and what their anticipated cuts are going to be in June. And if a department was to come in and say, hey, I want to fill these 3 positions, and I know they're going to have to cut one of the positions in June, we would not approve those. We identified some positions like the groundskeeper where we're not going to be making a cut. We've had this allocated position that you guys just approved the specs on this morning, that we've had this position for since June, and we just haven't filled it. It is a critical position now that we've made some changes with those staffing individuals, and they've moved to a different area. We need that supervisor in there. So those are the kind of positions we would look at. And then as the departments come forward with their requests, like Justin came forward with his fiscal tech position, and it's a dire need for him in order for him to do his collections. And so I think we'll have to look at each position case by case. I think the board has made it very clear that you want us to be very cautious about grant-funded positions and looking at how we can use current staffing within the organization for any grant-funded positions. And I do think that we'll be coming back to the board if we have anything in question that we don't feel comfortable making the decision on moving forward without your input.
Okay, and thank you for the answer. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Kirk?
Holland, Mike Holland's summary was spot on. We've already made some decisions, like somebody passed away in an office and we had to fill that. So as long as we're in that same realm, that same vein of very critical, then I support that, and then pause until we'll have a conversation about the whole lift after adopted budget. So I agree.
I agree with that as well. I do want to say one thing that I think IT in particular needs to come to the board. And I think that's because with the COs, I mean, this is just an appearance there to make sure that that is getting, I think, equal treatment with it. And I don't anticipate they're not, but like while we're making cuts to other departments, I don't want there to be any perception that there's some bias there. So other than that, I'm for option 2 in a limited capacity, and I think you have direction on, as you mentioned, what we're looking for in that. And I think we would discuss the entire hiring freeze, as Supervisor Holland mentioned later on. So I don't know if there's feedback, if that's a good or a bad idea, but that was the one exception to it, was saying that I think IT should come to the board.
I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah.
It just delays the process, right?
It just delays the process, yeah.
So he's already told us he needs it. I have utmost faith in him, and Karen's going to be there. That's inappropriate. The director of HR is going to be there as well. So I say we put our faith in him and tell him to go forth and conquer, so we can make sure that we're hitting the mission.
I don't want to frame it as it's a lack of faith. I think it's an overview of a process of how people might think of it coming out of it. I want to make sure, and it's just a very obvious one. Roger was the director of IT making these decisions there, and it's not, again, to say that there's I think a bias or anything, but the appearance of that, certainly it exists regardless. It would still be at the recommendation, but if there's not 3, then
No, I'm just saying,
three.
I appreciate your position. It just delays the process, right?
Jared.
Delays it another 2 weeks, 3 weeks before he can even start that process of recruiting those individuals.
Only for that one department.
Right, I know, but it's still, he's saying it's mission critical. We need it now. That's what he's saying.
Would you be comfortable if Roger just emailed us individually and say, I need to hire, when it comes to IT, he can just email us and we can each respond to him, so it's not a Brown Act violation?
That'd be more of that's a Sarah question. I think that's why we have to do it in,
If he emails us independently, just says,
Right, so that would be, that type of action has to happen inside of a board meeting and/or you're delegating that authority.
Yeah.
But I do think because it's on the agenda today, you can talk about those specific positions if you're ready to consider approving them today and giving him that authority today.
And Liz, did you have something too? Was it?
well, I'm with Steve too, I think.
Precisely what Sarah said. Yeah, you could just direct the IT positions right now if you wanted to. Just to.
Mark's not here; he couldn't be here this afternoon. But I can try to speak to it as much as possible.
Oh, the IT Mark. Sorry.
Yeah, the other Mark. He was here this morning, but he had to leave at noon. We eliminated one position in that department as part of this process. So they eliminated their network analyst position. They've had a vacant systems analyst position now for it's been over a year, probably a year and a half, maybe even longer now. They have had a vacant technician position for over a year. We had a technician leave about a month and a half ago to go to Calaveras County. And that is the position they're looking at that they think is critical right now that they need to refill, is the one that just became vacant in the last month and a half. Our technicians are those first responders that are coming to your desk when you're having problems. They're the ones, to all the staff, they're the first ones that come out when there's an issue with something going on with the technology that the staff use. And they are critical. All the staff are critical, but they are one of the most critical positions in the department and they are what I always have talked about as being kind of the face of the department. And so it really does hinder their ability to respond to outages and to issues that are going on within the county in a timely manner.
Again, if there's not support for it, then I'll withdraw that idea.
Well,
Supervisor Campbell.
I had one idea that maybe doesn't quite get there, but hopefully could kind of help. As sort of a check and balance, is there a way, Sarah, that that Roger could either report to us in closed session or with an email about the departments and their requests and which were approved and which were not? Because that way we're not directly making the decision. We're delegating that to Roger, but there is that oversight. So if there was an issue, at least we can have a record of that.
Yes, he can absolutely email or inform you in person, not in a closed session, but in person, of the decisions that he's made. And so if there's an issue, that can always be brought back to the board at a later date.
Not in closed session because it's labor negotiation.
This part is not a labor negotiation. There could be a piece of it, an aspect that might be, but generally this type of decision is not a labor negotiation.
And the reason I say a closed session is that, if we're talking about, gaining and losing positions, with small county people could infer which positions it's going to be in which departments. And so, but it is important that the 5 of us at least know, or the 6 of us, 7 of us, know where the requests are coming from and how those decisions are being made. I'll just speak for myself. I would like to know that.
I think I can even just report out every board meeting if there's any decisions that are made too. And I don't mind meeting with you. When we meet to go through the agenda, I can let you know what's going on there. I can tell you right now what positions I think are critical. The fiscal position in the treasurer's office is critical, and that's one that I would want to approve and move forward. The supervising groundskeeper is one that's critical that needs to move forward. I do believe the technician in the IT department is critical and needs to move forward. And has anyone else made a request that I fill in?
Well, and if I may, I think what I heard was that there was consensus basically on option 2 in a focused way, and then budget for later. I think the only thing is, and I would add just thinking a little more too, if we're talking, let's say HR, and it's not right now, but an administrative position in the same context, anything that people might say, hey, why are they making decisions about something that they're so close to, would also be in. I mean, I have no doubt in all the other departments in that it's going to be, that's exactly how it should work. But again, if there's no kind of concern with that, then I'm fine to move on. I don't want to beleaguer the point. And it sounds like there's not support on that. So I think I'll be looking for, did you need it's just direction on that. So
It sounds like I have direction to go with number 2, and then we'll revisit the hiring freeze in September during adopted budget.
Great.
And to kind of parrot what Supervisor Campbell said, how about we split the baby and we say, we give you green light to go and do what you need to do, and then just send us updates on the staffing changes, just so that we have it.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Great. All right, thank you.
Second that, or I guess if we're not.
Just direction.
I agree with that direction.
Yep.
Or down.
I have 2 thumbs.
All right, thank you, and we're going to be going into, I believe, item 7. So if the clerk can read the item, and I believe this time it is Liz's, right? There we go.
Item number 7, presentation and direction on long-term cost efficiencies, consolidations, reorganizations, and revenue growth opportunities.
All right.
Apologies.
Real good.
All right. So there's copies of the presentation on the dais, and there are copies in the back as well for the public. Okay, so on February 4th, I came to your board and we discussed the direction that you had given back in January about making cuts to budgets that were supposed to be long-term, sustainable in this current fiscal year, carried into next fiscal year, with an eye toward also looking toward cuts into next fiscal year too. We are actively, as you know, working on those cuts. Your board took significant action at the mid-year budget review in March to make those cuts. One of the other pieces of direction that your board gave was to also look at ways that we can streamline, be more efficient, be more creative. And, you know, we internally, we've spent a lot of time discussing, you know, timeframes and what that might look like for our organization. So the presentation today is what I hope to be the first of many. This is going to be a discussion on the first conversations we've had. We're going to talk about some specific focus areas that we've been working toward. These will not be the only focus areas that we continue to discuss into the future. And so, yeah. So on that note, so here are those focus areas that we're going to be discussing. So specifically today, we're going to talk about grant administration and projects. We've spent some time as a team discussing those. We're going to talk about finance positions and duties. We're going to talk about what we refer to as the development wheel. You know, your board talks a lot about the public safety wheel. We've developed our own or created our own development wheel as well. And then we're going to talk about general process improvements and efficiencies that maybe don't fit within that, some of the other focus areas. And then we're going to talk about reorganizations. Ultimately, we're going to be looking for your board at the end of this presentation to provide any feedback or specific, like, if there's like really high priority things you want to make sure we implement for next fiscal year 25-26. But again, this is the first of many conversations. And so what we're going to be talking about today, what I'm going to be talking about today, is things that we hope to implement immediately, but with additional future conversations. And so just keep in mind that we're you know, just dipping our toes in the water. And so if there's anything that like really high priority that we've missed, let us know. You know, but there will be plenty more to come. So don't feel like this is your last opportunity. So these conversations really started from a survey that was sent to all of the county staff and to your board. This was back in January, where you prioritize and staff prioritize, you know, how we could be more efficient. There was a lot of really great ideas. We used that information as like a stepping stone to start these conversations. And then we had various team meetings. And so we had some meetings that were just department heads because of maybe the sensitivity around the conversation. We had meetings that were focused on budget team, which is the department heads, maybe any of their key management or fiscal staff. Then we had some meetings where we opened it up to budget team and beyond. Anybody in a department that's interested in contributing to conversations about efficiencies come. So we're going to talk first about the grant administration and projects conversation that we had. So really the discussion, we met as a group and we had some pretty robust conversation about grants. You know, your board has been really clear about grants, has been interested in grants, I should say, and how we're utilizing those grants and how we can be more creative to leverage those grants. And so part of the conversation that we had initially was, what grants do people have? And we threw some of that out. The reality is nearly every department in the county has at least one grant. Some grants, I mean, you know, some grants are very small, some grants are multi-million dollars. There's a lot of opportunity, but there's also a lot of constraints with grants. So another conversation that we had during this big discussion was, are the right departments applying for and then managing those grants? So there might be a grant that comes across a department's desk. Maybe they're not the right department that should be applying for it, or maybe they're the right department, but they're not the right department that should be like implementing the grant. So we had some conversation about that. Another conversation that we had in this meeting was, are there certain tasks that could be relocated out of one grant, but that could be relocated to another department to free up that department to focus on other things. And so we talked about where there's opportunity to be creative and leverage grant funding. And then lastly, we talked about there are challenges with grant management, specifically because on the finance piece, that was a big part of our conversation, was most departments, and we'll talk more about this in a different kind of focus area, most departments have analysts, and that's a term that we use. I mean, that's a job description that we use. We have administrative analysts, we have staff services analysts, we have a lot of different kinds of analysts. But really, an analyst has a broad scope in their duties. One of the things that they do is finance, but that's certainly not everything that they do. So one of the things we talked about when we're talking grants specifically is that we do have some constraints around, what's the word I'm looking for? skill level comes to mind is the word, but not to say at all that people don't have skills, but specifically around the finance piece, that's one area where we are struggling a little bit. And one of the big departments that faces that or that experiences that is our auditor's office. As we're trying to close out the end of the year and figure out what grant revenue we actually think we're going to pull in and how that revenue applies to expenses that we've already paid out, there's a lot of challenges and a lot of cleanup and work that our auditor's office ends up having to do, working with individual departments. And so, out of this discussion, here's the action items that we've identified. I should have mentioned too in the kind of intro there that these action items are almost all internal stuff, internal operations that we plan to implement. We don't really need your board's necessarily like direction because this is operations, but of course we want to keep you informed. And then if you want to provide any feedback, you can. But so when I say action items, this is stuff that we as a group identify that we want to implement, plan to implement. First thing is, as I mentioned, the auditor controller we'll develop like a standard operating procedure for grant financial management. And that will include what kinds of things, say at year end, what kinds of documents or what kinds of information they need to make their job easier as our departments are trying to close out their grants for the fiscal year. Most departments, their grants carry multiple fiscal years. And so it's a matter of tracking how much grant do we have left over and how much do we think is going to carry over into next year. It's a lot. And so we need our auditor to provide that leadership, and he's willing to do it. The clear guidance. The second thing we're going to do is to standardize our salary and benefit calculations in our grant applications. And so there's a lot of methodologies for how we can and how we do apply for grants, and what we say is considered salaries and benefits. As you know, we have mandated costs, and so some departments include those mandated costs as a portion of their benefits when they're applying for grants, and some departments don't. Some grants you can't, but a lot of grants you can. And so one of the things that came of our conversation was we need to standardize how we are applying for our grants to make sure that what we are applying for captures as much of a salary as possible. Usually we're good about including the salaries, but really as much as the benefits portion as possible. And so we want to standardize that so that we're all on the same page and we're all being consistent and pulling in as much as we can. The next thing that we want to do is to develop like a decision tree or list of considerations for grant applications. And Health and Human Services, they tend to be ahead of us in a lot of these things, and they have something like this already. So we're going to be working with them to develop something countywide. But so this will basically be a grant comes across at a department's desk. We have to ask ourselves, is the grant even aligned with the board's priorities? Or are we just doing something random because it's a cool idea, but is it something that we should really be focusing our efforts on? What type of resources will the grant require? Will it be a new staff person? Will it take an existing staff person's time that maybe they should be spending on other things? Is there a grant match component? That is a pretty big deal. And sometimes it's buried a little bit in the grant, and especially if we have folks who are less experienced with applying for grants, they may not always see that right off the gate. And so having this in this like decision tree thing, it'll help, I think, catch some of these things where we have had some issues in the past where we realized, oh shoot, there's a match now required to this grant that we just got. Another question, will it require new staff or can it pay for existing staff? There are some grants that can supplant existing services that we provide already, and most grants cannot do that. So we need to talk through that and then help the department make the decision, okay, yeah, this is a grant worth pursuing. Then the last piece of the action items we talked about was actually, it's Debbie Regan, our solid waste director, who contributed this, who actually put this together already, a grants and resources collaboration Teams channel. So, we all use, some of us use Microsoft Teams. And so we want to use this as a way to better collaborate because we have found that in some instances we are duplicating or competing for the same grant, but it's just cross departments, and we maybe don't realize that maybe we're in competition with each other. And so this is a way to better communicate across the organization and to discuss our applications, and maybe, hey, we could co-apply because we're going to have better success. it also will be used to collaborate on the implementation piece. And she gave a lot of great examples of, I mean, I think the collective we as departments probably know a handful of examples of how we're able to leverage funding that maybe one department has received to help support another department in their goals. And so we want to use this Teams channel as a way to better collaborate on how we can leverage funding. And yeah, that's that last one there, to offset those needs in other departments. So that's the grants conversation. The next one is the finance positions and duties. This was one that we talked about. Really, this came from some conversation that actually has been kind of floating around for a couple years about, is it worth consolidating our finance responsibilities into maybe a centralized department? Could we gain efficiencies that way? That's really the question we were trying to ask and figure out. So ahead of this meeting, I sent a matrix thing out to every department head who filled it out with the percentage of time that their fiscal staff spend on the following tasks: on true finance tasks, on administrative type duties, on grant support, on personnel duties, helping with maybe time cards or helping to support maybe eval processes, and then just general department support. So what we found was, because as I said, we considered and we talked about it, this was a conversation that was just department heads only, just because of the sensitivity of what we were discussing. What we talked about but ultimately decided against was that centralized model, because what we found, as I mentioned in the grants conversation earlier, almost all staff who provide finance support to a department also provide a lot of other support: administrative, grant support, personnel, department support. And there is, I think, nearly none, is that nearly no? Barely any, positions that provide exclusively finance support, because they're all also answering phones or, and so, there are titles like an analyst or a business manager. The other piece is, and I'm grateful that one of the assistant department heads from Health and Human Services actually brought this up, that they actually piloted this process in Health and Human Services, because, they have four really cost centers with a lot of different, public health is primarily grants, and they've got behavioral health and social services and a huge array of funding and complications with that funding. And so they actually piloted this, not for us, but we were able to use what they learned. And what they found was that they moved away from this process because of the specificity of the programs and the funding associated with them, that it was so complex for a finance person to learn, the intricacies of, say, a public health grant, but then also how to utilize realignment funding for behavioral health. And then it ended up being impossible. And so then they decentralized it back so that they have each department has now their own fiscal team. And there is some cross-pollination, you could call it, in Health and Human Services. Just like in all other departments, there is some crossover. But what we found was it actually would not create efficiency. It would actually make things less efficient, which is why we moved away from that centralization conversation. However, we did still take away some action items that we think are really important that we want to pursue. So the first one is to make some processes more efficient. And one of the things that came up, I think, in probably every meeting we had, including in the survey, specifically from employees, it was loud and clear, is that one of the processes that we can make more efficient to support our finance team, but also just generally employees, is we would like to move from paper time cards to digital time cards. It's just about time, and fortunately our auditor controller is very supportive of that. It's going to take a little bit of investment, but probably not much, and it's going to take a little time, but something that's worth doing. Another process that we want to make more efficient is our credit card reconciliation process. This takes our finance duties a significant amount of time, in part because there's hard copies of everything, receipts. One of the people in the survey, I think you brought it up, Supervisor Holland, actually, that the credit card process is like arts and crafts time, because you're taping receipts to the. So again, our auditor controller is very open to making that process more efficient, and so we identified that as low-hanging fruit that we want to pursue. And then lastly, we had some conversation about deposits. Some of our departments, they have payments and then they have to do the deposit process. They pull it, it goes into OpenGov permitting licensing, and they need to be able to deposit into one solution. So we need to make that process more efficient because right now it's not. And again, our auditor controller, he felt pretty confident that he could improve that process to make it more efficient. Another action item is we want to offer training to standardize processes. So an idea that was brought up was some training videos for how to do journal entries or how to do invoicing or even how to do credit card processes. It's an easy thing. We can share it with everybody. That way you can go and watch the video and learn on your own, how to do that process. And it's standardized because different departments maybe do it a little differently, or it's legacy processes that aren't relevant anymore. And then thirdly, we want to assess our current software and prioritize replacement based on efficiency. One example that came up, and I'm not saying this is what we're going to do, but something that did come up was we have a procurement system for our RFPs when we put things out to bid and for our contracts through OpenGov. And Health and Human Services, again, as sort of this, a bit more ahead of us in a lot of things, they use Airtable right now, and they find that they like it better, and it is cheaper. There are some aspects of OpenGov that are working really well. There are some that are not. And so we want to evaluate some of those things to make sure that we're being most efficient with our time and our resources. All right. The next conversation is the development wheel. This one, we had an initial meeting, an initial of what I believe to be many to come. Our initial meeting was with Public Works, Community Development, Office of Emergency Services, County Fire, the Ag Commissioner Sealer of Weights and Measures Office, County Council, and the County Administrator's Office. That's anybody who touches or is involved in either development and or kind of the inspection process. And we had some very good conversation. Ahead of that meeting, I developed and distributed a survey where we got the staff's input on, what do they think is working well in the development process? What do they think is not working well? What are their priorities for when they are putting a development project forward or going through the process? We used that survey in part as a jumping off point for our conversation. From that conversation, a few things came up that I want to bring to your board's attention. The first one was that the departments recognize and want to build trust with your board. And that was a very good, I think, conversation where, and this was staff across all levels of the organization too. Admittedly, we did not have as many from Public Works as I think the collective we, I think Blossom included, would like, but we intend to include more from Public Works in the future. But there was a recognition that there's some trust stuff going on with staff in those departments and your board. And as much as they have input and control over how they can be leaning into building some of that trust, they want to be a part of that. And I have a feeling there's probably a mutual commitment to that, or at least desire from your board. So that was a good, I think, healthy and needed conversation about that. The second thing that came from our discussion is this team wants more clarity from your board about specific expectations for the development process. I think maybe you've heard pieces of that, some of you maybe here and there, and that's something that we will come back at a later point to get that clarity, because I think they want to hit your targets, but I don't think they quite know what that is. And that has caused some challenges when they look at how they think they're performing versus how you or the public thinks that they're performing. And then lastly, a part of our discussion was they desire to work cohesively as a group. And that's all of those departments listed at the top there. Development is not just, say, the community development department or even just Public Works, or, there's all of those departments, and maybe even some we didn't include, that are involved in a development project. And so there has to be cohesion among the team, and they recognize that, and they want to be cohesive to provide the best customer service possible. They want to reduce the back and forth between departments, and we had some good conversation about the reality that happens. It happens more often than I think they would prefer. And so we want to, when we look at efficiencies and how we can improve the development wheel process, we want to look at reducing some of that back and forth. And that means looking at action items, that means each department identifying the core mission and functions of their department, and then identifying those tasks that they're currently doing that are not in line with that core mission. And so that's our homework from that conversation that we will meet again to discuss. We will discuss redistributing or stopping functions that are not in line with the department's core mission. The second action item that came from our most recent meeting that we will get back together to discuss and refine is identifying some specific action items that can improve the process and the department's operations. As an example, one that was brought up, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but one that was brought up as an idea was to make appointments, that the public could make appointments to meet with planners ahead of time. Instead of just walking in, the community, Quincy has some really good data on how much time their planners spend just answering, random questions and calls. And it's not to say that's bad, but it's to say, is that the most efficient use of their time? And is that the most efficient use of the public's time? Because if a member of the public walks in with some questions on a potential project, they could be perhaps better served by an appointment where the planner could be prepared, could have all of the information ahead of time, could really go through and spend some quality, a quality hour with them that would perhaps reduce questions and some of that back and forth that I discussed earlier. So again, that's just an example. It's not to say we're implementing that, but that's the kind of stuff that we were talking about. That's the kind of stuff we're going to identify in the next meeting. All right. The next one is just the general process improvements and efficiencies. I didn't have a good way to say this, so that's what I called it. So we had an initial meeting on this one, and this meeting was open originally just to all the budget team, and then I realized, of course, there are people who aren't involved in budget who, of course, have amazing ideas, and so we opened it up to whoever from the departments. The departments were allowed to invite whoever they wanted to come. And so we had other employees who aren't necessarily participants in budget team there to discuss. And we broke things down. We had 6 different categories. So things that would save time, things that would save money, things that would improve customer service, things that if we invested now, we could potentially save money later. And then kind of a miscellaneous catch-all if there was something that didn't fit in one of those categories. And then things that would generate revenue. So this little image is just to show you, this is just an example of, we did the little flip chart things, which I know some of you board members are familiar with, where, people put their ideas around the room and then everybody got a couple dots and we prioritized, it's an age-old method. But so we had some good conversation just around various ideas and a lot of really good ideas. And as I said, this is just an example of one. But so the action items, and so what I did was I took the top 3 from each little category here, and this is what we're going to see as implementation recommendations. So things that could save money. One of the things that came up was to, we have a travel policy and we have certain amounts that are approved based on that policy for when people travel someplace. There is a pretty, I'm not going to say burdensome, but pretty, extensive receipt tracking situation. And an idea that came up that a lot of departments liked. The idea actually came from the sheriff's office, which I think was, I think it was good because it's just deputies spend a lot of time kind of gathering their receipts and then have to go into the office to give it to the, it ends up, but there's a lot of departments, obviously, that supported the idea. So the idea is that if we already know the stipend, the employees are already eligible for it. So just issue the stipend ahead of time rather than on the back end. So that's something that we'd like to consider implementing. It could just, it's just a time savings thing. Another thing that came up was to implement IT governance. And so the idea of IT governance is where, similar to kind of a budget team process, where there's a group of folks that make decisions about how IT projects are implemented, prioritized, and then implemented. And then the last idea that came up was to develop a who's who list for all departments to easily access for questions to other departments. I know that I've asked in the auditor's office, as an example, like if I have questions about a utility bill for a certain department, I know who to go to, but other departments may not. And so kind of a who's who list of those kinds of things, that's like just an internal directory so that we know like who do we call for these specific things rather than having to, bounce around or, and then as came up a lot, it just says honorable mention there. The digital time cards also came up as another major time savings opportunity. So something that came up from cost savings or a few action items that we'd like to implement is to, the staff suggested that we reevaluate the Visit Tuolumne contract. This is just for your information. The contract is budgeted this year at $1.6 million. That is of the general revenues that your board gives to Visit Tuolumne for the services that they provide to us. And so that was the highest priority that your employees thought would be worth looking into to save some money. The second item would be better coordination with staff at board meetings, so staff don't have to sit all day for their items. So that's, I'll leave that. And then lastly, an idea that came up as a way to save money is to train the trainer so that we all pursue in-house certifications or in-house trainings as staff, or not we all, but, interested employees, so that they can be utilized across departments so that we're not paying outside companies or outside contractors to do trainings. And this could be specialized, this could be leadership trainings, a whole host of things. But, and that's a little bit under the invest now, save later category as well. But that was the other one that the employees felt like, let's pursue that. Okay, so improved customer service. One that came up as something that we would like to pursue is a 311 system. Again, this is an invest now, save later, but this is essentially like an app where you can report all kinds of things. You can report potholes, you can report a variety of things, and then it all gets aggregated and sent to county departments. It's a way for the public to easily be able to access their government. I think, I was just doing a little bit of research on like a 311 or Click Fix specifically because that was the example that was brought up. And there's some really cool opportunities there. So I think just a way to improve access, the community's access to us as the government could be a really great thing. Another one was to accept over-the-counter payments. Some departments do that, some departments do not. So some departments you have to pay online later. So if somebody's at your counter, ideally we should be able to take the payment at the same time. And so that's a way that just easily reduces the back and forth. And so, I know our ag department, they don't have a credit card machine. And so that's something quite easily that we should fix that for them. For when people are coming in to get their permits or whatever, that they can just easily pay their thing right there. And then lastly, what came up that we'd like to pursue is transparent pricing and cost comparison for some of our services like fleet. Fleet, we generally charge market rates, and I know that our Public Works Department is looking at doing a fee study to make sure that we are in line with market rates. But just to be super transparent about what those costs are, fleet is actually an internal department that services the internal customers, but that's something that we'd like to do to improve customer service. All right, the invest now, save later action items are the first one that your employees prioritize is competitive wages to encourage retention. That is an investment, but you would potentially save on the training, hiring costs into the future. Not potentially, you would. And then, as I mentioned before, similarly, training and certifications for county employees to complete work instead of contractors. One item that I know I've heard in the past is some of our groundskeepers becoming arborists and being able to do our own tree trimming. I don't know the legalities of that, but that is something that our staff have expressed interest in, and that's just a minor example. But I think there's plenty of opportunities around where if we really encouraged and put out an initiative for employees to really pursue some of these things, I think we'd get a lot of interest, and I think we would ultimately save money.
Sarah didn't look up, so I think we're good.
And then lastly, preventative maintenance on buildings. That was one that your employees felt was really worth prioritizing. We invest now, as your board knows. I know I'm preaching to the choir here. You invest now, you save money into the future. All right, and then the miscellaneous category, I did add 4 here because of how they kind of came in. So there was also interest in, similar to the IT governance and the budget team, this it was actually referenced in the budget team, so collaboration like budget team and other areas of operations like capital projects. So getting a group of people together to help prioritize, hey, this is what we should focus our efforts on for next year based on, you know, this prioritization. Another thing that came up was creating a floating pool of admin staff. You know, maybe you've got 2 or 3 admin staff that could float around to different departments to be able to support a department at different times of year. So maybe they're in the treasurer's office for like a month or 2 as they are getting in all of the tax bills, and it can be a little bit chaotic. And then maybe they're in Kanan's office as he's finishing the role in, you know, like June, to at least answer phones, to take some of the pressure off. And, you know, so kind of they can move around to ebb and flow with the department's, you know, busy and slower times. County intranet was another one that came up as a way to just better communicate amongst departments. I think there's a lot of efficiency that we could see there with just sharing all kinds of information. We've talked about this for years, about having an intranet. I think there's a lot of opportunity there that could be great. And then lastly, one that came up was to improve the performance evaluation process. And I know that this is a huge priority for human resources if and when they have the time to do it. And that's always the challenge. But, you know, our performance evaluation process is a couple decades old, I think, at this point, and really needs some overhauling. And so that's something that the employees would like to pursue. Lastly, is the revenue generation category. And so this is what the employees came up with and would like to pursue. And I think a lot of departments are already pursuing this. I know that they are. But to evaluate all services provided and then implement fees where there currently are not any. If there's opportunity to charge fees, to look at how we could and what those fees would be. Also something that I know we've discussed is to look at how we could charge for certain emergency services. That's not something really that's done. I think in a little bit it is here and there, but there is some opportunity there. And so that's something that we would like to look at. And then lastly, and I mentioned this on the grant conversation, but just to make sure that we're charging the full cost of an employee for all services as well as grants. Making sure that we're using that fully weighted rate, which includes like all benefits, mandated costs, that kind of stuff when applicable. And yeah. All right. I'm nearly getting there, you guys. So lastly, I'm going to talk about reorganizations. And so your board gave some direction also in February, to look at some reorganization opportunities. And so the first one that your board discussed was OES and the potential of moving OES out of the CAO's office. Currently, OES is a division of the CAO's office. And so we met as a group, and we discussed the main mission and the goal of OES, and really the main mission of the goal is to support the other departments during emergencies. And then, of course, on the prevention end and the recovery end. And there's a couple nuances with that. One of the big things, of course, during an emergency is not only is OES there to kind of fill in any gaps that are needed, like during the emergency, but also to work really closely with our office on the budget piece. There's a lot of challenges with, or a lot of unknowns, you could say, when we look at an emergency and potential FEMA or Cal OES, or in some cases no reimbursements. And so we have to make sure that there's a close alignment there on budget. Dory did a great job at analyzing how all other county OESs are currently structured. And so you can see 25 counties have them in the CAO, CEO's office, department. 21 counties have them in the sheriff's office, 4 counties have them in the fire department, and then 8 counties have them in kind of other. There's a variety. Some have them in public health. I think there's one that is in environmental health, so it's kind of, you know, a few other randos. And then the other thing we talked about was we evaluated the grants that OES currently has and the feasibility of other departments to take on some grant administration or some of the implementation of the existing grants that OES has. So currently our recommendation is to keep OES under the CAO for now. When we have a permanent CAO in place, we could bring that back. That was what acting CAO Root and I discussed. Sorry. So that's our recommendation for now. But the other thing that we talked about, which we will explore for fiscal year 25-26, is exploring how our non-grant funded staff, really that's our assistant director, how she can leverage more of the existing grant funding to help pay for the OES department's time. Okay, the next reorganization that we've discussed is animal control. So we met with the animal control director, Kelly Schroeder, before she retired, as well as Sean Scheimer, who is the supervising animal control officer, and the sheriff, and acting CAO Root and I, and had some good discussion with them. And so we heard, I think, some really frank conversation from animal control about their concerns with moving to the sheriff's office, and the sheriff did a great job of explaining some of the opportunities, I think, and really hearing, I think, where animal control was coming from. And so ultimately, that looked like a lot of different things, but ultimately it is our recommendation to make animal control a division of the sheriff's office, and that would be starting in next fiscal year's budget. I think there's some great opportunities to leverage some funding that the sheriff has access to, as well as just really support the work culture in animal control. Right now they work a lot because they really are like 24/7, and it's, their staff is minimal, and yeah, they work a lot and they're super dedicated. But I think there's just some opportunity to provide additional layer of support to animal control if they are a division of the sheriff's office. So that is our recommendation for them. And then lastly, this is more of just a FYI for you. So since we eliminated the General Services Agency, this is just to let you know how things are reorganized at this point. So the Facilities Department is now a division of Public Works. IT is now a division of the CAO's office. Capital Projects were like decentralized and distributed among multiple departments. So Health and Human Services is leading the homeless and supportive housing initiatives that were being done under the GSA. The Sheriff's Office, of course, is leading the dispatch move. Public Works and Facilities are leading some projects, and then the CAO's office is leading, and when I say leading, I mean really like point person, leading all of the other remaining capital projects. Contract and RFP support is now in the CAO's office. Community Development Block Grant is now in the CAO's office, but of course you heard from Lori this morning with strong support from our consultant. The mailroom duties are now a function of the Auditor Controller's office, and then surplus is a piece we're still determining who's going to be owning that. All right, so as I mentioned, there is still more to come on these conversations, and one of the things we're doing is also exploring partnership opportunities with county facilities. I know your board directed that we look at specifically some of our recreation facilities and how we could maybe partner on those, and so we have started some conversations with that. We're still exploring those. Another thing that is just really important, and I hit it at the beginning, I'm going to hit it here at the end, is that we intend to make these conversations a regular part of how we do business as a county. These internal meetings to focus on efficiencies and cost effectiveness and our internal processes into the future, because right now there's sort of this, a little bit sense of urgency, you could say, in preparation for next year's budget, but we want this to be a part of our culture, and we want to be able to have creative conversations when maybe it doesn't feel, frankly, as scary, because right now it is a little scary when we're looking at budget shortfalls and cuts, and, this is not again, I'll just be frank, this is not always the best time to have conversations about creativity, although I think our team has done a phenomenal job to present a lot of really great ideas and things that they want to pursue. But that's why it's really important to continue these conversations about efficiencies. And then lastly, we would like to consider your board to develop a 5-year financial strategy, and maybe it's not 5 years, maybe it's longer or shorter, but I feel like I have very clear direction on where what your board wants for next fiscal year, as far as how to balance the budget, status quo for public safety and cuts for but when we look at who we want to be as a county organization from a financial perspective, I don't feel like we have a whole lot of clarity. I hear bits and pieces, but I think it would be really helpful at some point to establish some sort of, strategy is the word I use, but vision or something to that effect that helps provide clarity as we're putting budgets together into the future. When we get one-time money, what we do with it, just something that gives us that direction and then that guidance, that then we're not doing everything fiscal year by fiscal year. We've got a longer term plan and goal in place. So on that note, I'm looking for board direction on any of those additional high priorities that you want to see implemented for next fiscal year, knowing that we we've got a lot on our plate, but if there's anything that we've missed that's like, yeah, you got to make sure you include that. And then also looking for your direction on if you'd like to bring back a future item to discuss a 5-year financial strategy. And I did include a few recommendations in there that perhaps it's something that you could take to the finance committee to develop initially. And then ultimately, if your board wants to go that way, we'd like a time frame that you'd like to see this adopted. And so I just included an option of maybe by December of 2025, we bring it back from the finance committee as, for your board to adopt. So, okay, I know that was quite long and I'm sorry. Happy to hear any other questions or direction. Thank you.
Great, Liz. Thank you so much. It's all right with the board. Let's start with just technical questions on the presentation, public comment, then bring it back for discussion. Sound okay? All right. Do we have any questions? Supervisor Kirk?
All right. It's quick. Okay. On the, I think it was slide number 5, you were talking about, or maybe it was slide number 4. Basically, having the decision was made not to have one finance person or a couple finance people because of the expertise in each area. I get that there being one serving, but was it discussed to maybe have one finance person for the grants who could kind of reach out to the experts, or are we just not going to entertain that?
Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. The other thing I didn't hear get brought up when we were talking about grants is PERS. We keep talking about how once they're on for 5 years, they become long-term liabilities. So I don't see any discussion in here about how long is a contract, or how long is the grant, and if we're going to go past that 5-year mark where they now become a long-term liability, what's the plan for that? Is that going to be, what is the plan?
Yeah, I mean, right now, you know exactly. The plan is that it becomes a part of our unfunded liability.
Okay.
And so if we did not discuss limiting, because I've heard you, Supervisor, say it before, like limiting grant-funded positions to be less than 5 years. We did not discuss that. But if that's something that your board wants to pursue, just keep in mind, if you hire, say, an employee that already is a PERS employee, and even if they only work for us for 1 year, we still carry some of that liability, even if they're only for 1 year. So there's some, challenge, but anyway, yeah.
So
if you,
the point I want to make is that I get when you get into the weeds, it could be, maybe it's a good idea, we should still pursue it. But I think it should be up to the board to have that conversation if we want to take on that employee as a long-term PERS fixed liability.
so you're saying all grant-funded position.
My recommendation would be if that person has a potential, that grant has a potential, and that position has a potential to go past 5 years and become a long-term liability for this county, I think we should know about it and make a decision on if that, in the grand scheme of things, is worth it.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah. I mean,
like if the grant is for $200,000, and then guess what? Over the course of the next 10 or 20 years, that employee is going to be a $400,000 draw.
Yeah.
Like I want to know the financial outlook on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, because obviously you currently approve positions when we add a position, even if it's grant funded. So we could do something about like how long maybe we think that, estimated how long we think that position will be.
Yeah, it's a simple cost analysis.
Yeah.
It's a business plan for here's the grant, here's how much it is, here's the employee it's going to take to administer it, and when we go past 5 years, what's the trajectory on? I mean, because I get that they could get rolled into another position, and but again, I've had way too many complaints over the years where we have too many grant-funded positions that become long-term draws. They leave, we still have the liability.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we can add that as like a component when we bring to your board requesting new grant-funded positions.
Okay.
Yep.
The other question was, let me see. On a lot of these action items, you said you'd like to, you keep alluding to like, well, we'd like to, but on these action items, are you doing these? Like
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify
Yes.
for my brain.
Yes.
You guys are doing them. So time cards, we're going to do them. Credit cards, we're going to do them. The deposits, Open Gov One Solution, those are the things you like to do. You guys are going to pursue those.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now this discussion, like specifically development will, initial meeting, one of the things was they want some clarity from the board about specific expectations on the development process. Are you looking for that today, or is that just, hey, that conversation's happening, it's going to be coming forward at another time?
That one, the second one.
Second one,
Yep,
okay.
we'll be back.
Okay.
Yep.
I was reading while you said cost savings, revisit or reevaluate visit Tuolumne County contract. So is that something you guys are reevaluating right now,
No,
or are you
this-
asking for feedback?
Yeah, I mean, this was this was an item that was identified as
discuss-
the highest priority that employees would like to have your board consider
Okay.
for cost savings, but I mean, you don't need to provide feedback right now if you don't, that's something we can talk about during budget or
Okay.
whenever.
If it's coming out another day, that's fine.
Yep.
Some things that weren't, this is kind of maybe to your question towards the end. Some things that I haven't, and maybe they're in budget, Liz, I'm sorry. I'm trying to piece this all together. It's the first time I've seen this. But like, you know, there's an educational, $60,000 in educational program, which is potentially cost savings. Comes down to bargaining, which would be health insurance, compaction. There's fire consolidation. You brought it up in here, maybe offloading some like Standard Park or other facilities because of the insurance costs rising. Review longevity pay. There's HIP camp as an idea for a revenue generator. We're talking a little bit about merging offices. So I feel like part of me is kind of getting overwhelmed because we have so much work to do. So many things have to change, and we just got to start biting the elephant. But what I want to make sure is that while we're taking bites of the elephant, we're not missing a bunch of things that we've all spent a lot of time and energy saying these are things that we should probably have a conversation about. I just don't want them lost in the minutia of necessarily all these meetings. So it would really be nice almost, and this is just Kirk saying.
And
if we had
Supervisor, not the nitpick, but questions, please.
Okay. Oh, that's right. My last question is, do you have like an Excel spreadsheet of all of our ideas that we have submitted since prior to January? Because a lot of the ideas I've heard aren't in this.
Yeah.
But I sense that they're being discussed and kind of flushed, but I don't see, I know there's like 100 ideas, and I want to make sure that you guys are tracking them and we start taking bites at them.
Yep.
So do you have?
I do have it in Excel, yes, or Word actually, but we'll put it in Excel, no big deal.
All right.
Yeah.
That's it for questions. Thank you for
Supervisor Hall.
clarifying, Brandon. Getting tired.
And I asked a bunch of questions that I kind of want answers to, so I got some of those. I'm gonna put Roger on the spot. One, will the time card electronic version will be implemented? Because we talked about this months ago. I thought we were already like dusting them off out of the basement and installing them.
So I will actually have an email that was going to go to the board this week with an update on a couple of things. One of them includes the additional, one of the items that I was going to talk about was the additional funding that is needed to pay for the implementation of the time card system. It's not very much. It's less than $20,000, but it is something that we're going to ask to add to the budget for fiscal year 25-26.
And so if we say yes, how long? Approximate, just guess.
I would guess it would probably be something we could have implemented within a couple of months.
Okay. Also, on the long-term stuff you're talking about, Liz, for the 5-year plan, roughly how much a year are we putting into like deferred maintenance to fix the buildings and stuff like that?
I missed the first part of your question, I'm sorry.
You were asking about like 5-year long-term plan, like, so my question was, are we currently, and how much are we putting in to like deferred maintenance on the buildings and stuff like that, so our insurance claims don't get denied and stuff like
Yeah,
that?
for just like general maintenance type stuff, fixing a doorknob or a light switch or maybe a little bit bigger than that, we spend about $700,000 a year, $700,000 or $800,000 for capital projects, which end up just being like larger deferred maintenance projects. It's about $1 million a year.
And we're actively budgeting that in there right now?
That's right. That's what we budget for every year. Is about
And do you
$1
feel
million.
that's enough to accomplish our goals?
No.
And what number would you recommend to that?
I mean,
it can't be shiny new, but can we at least knock it down top of
just
the
as
wall?
an example, so that $1 million that we transferred into capital last year, it's all going to just the HVAC upgrade out at the A&F building. So, you would probably know better than I would.
Pick a number. You're the budget lady.
I would say.
Yeah, I think that the actual number is still unknown. Blossom and I have a 37-page, 35-page list of deferred maintenance items that have not been taken care of throughout the county. And some of these items are like a broken window downstairs in this building. Other items are like $1 million roof that's needed on a building, or $1 million HVAC system, or all these other things that are millions of dollars. And if I was to actually, we were in the same situation in the IT department in 2019 when I came on board, and the actual cost annually for doing the maintenance and the refresh of the IT equipment would have been over $5 million a year that would be required by the county in order to stay up to date on everything. And I think the facilities deferred maintenance is far beyond that.
Oh, yeah.
Far beyond that.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, any money that your board wants to allocate toward deferred maintenance would be spent, could be spent. I don't think you,
Gotcha. Are we currently doing it as a dollar amount or a percentage of like
No.
general fund revenues?
a dollar amount.
And if we switch it to like a percentage of general fund revenue, it'd be consistent, it would grow consistently,
Sure.
therefore.
Yeah, unfortunately, deferred maintenance, capital improvement stuff has always been, I mean, I don't want to quite say afterthought, but it has been something that we just sort of like, I don't know, let's put $1 million in there and hopefully we don't have to cut that as we're balancing the budget. So, it hasn't been, yeah. It's not like necessarily we've used that $1 million that we budgeted the last couple of years with our facilities team and really sat down and said, okay, and that's one of the things you saw as a recommendation, that we want to get together as a team to discuss our capital projects and our needs, and then come to the board to say, hey, if you invest this much this year, and to be more thoughtful and intentional with what we're putting toward maintenance and capital improvement.
And my last question is, we had talked before about the fiscal people all throughout the place and consolidating some of them. And I know one of the concerns our auditor controller had was they end up duplicating a bunch of the work or have to go back and fix it because it's not to the standards they need.
Right.
And that wasn't to all departments. But if the plan is not to do that, how do we ensure that we're not just doing double work and wasting the money? So either maybe they need to be under the authority of Donnie. They can go work over there if that's helpful, but maybe he needs to be doing that training so he's getting the information that doesn't make them have to do more work.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just my suggestion is include him in that conversation.
Oh, yeah. So he was a part of that conversation for sure. And so one of the things we talked about was like a lot of process standardization. I was going somewhere with that, but anyways, we had a big conversation with that about standardizing our processes, because really at the end of the day, that is one of the things as we've been having these meetings over the last handful of months that is a phrase that has come up a lot, is let's not solve a performance, not that this is performance, but let's not solve a performance issue with an org chart solution, because that's not always the most efficient way to operate as a government, just to change the org chart. Let's just address what the issue is. And so there's a lot of like standardization type processes that we, I think, see an opportunity to
And my last thing is, you talk about I think the ag needed a credit card machine. Anywhere where we're taking money, do we also take checks so people aren't, if they want to pay, they don't have to pay like a 3% tax, a credit card fee. If you go to CDD and pay for a permit, it could be $10,000 or $20,000.
Yep.
That we're not forcing them onto a credit card machine that now we've upped their bill. So
That's
I
a
think
good
we should
point.
if we're offering, we need to offer
Yeah.
both.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Supervisor Campbell?
Thank you, Chair. So going to the slide 20, the reorganizations, what's our guiding principle with these reorganizations? Is it cost savings? Is it better delivery of service to our customers, or all of the above? And how are we weighting that? Like, what is the most important thing to you or to staff and in your discussions with respect to the reorganization?
I think it's all of the above, what you just mentioned. I think it really depends. When we talked about OES as an example, I think there was some opportunity. I think we were looking at some opportunity to leverage some of the grant funding as a way to perhaps offset some costs in other departments. I think that may have been where the initial conversation came from. When we looked at the most efficient way to deliver the services specifically in OES, that's why it's our recommendation to not change it right now, because again, it's really when we look at the core mission of like emergency response, we felt like OES being a part of the county administrator's office, there's the level of efficiency there. But of course, keeping in mind that OES is also responsible for prevention and recovery. So, yeah, anyways, with animal control as an example, that wasn't so much. I think there is some cost savings opportunities with reorganizing it this way. Not a whole lot, but I think some. I definitely think the sheriff has mentioned that there's some opportunity perhaps to utilize some other revenues that animal control doesn't have access to right now, and we'll see what comes of that. But I think that's some opportunity. But really, this one is really about how can we better support the team. I think reorganizing animal control to the sheriff's office would provide better support to the animal control team. So all that to say is it really depends.
And not just limited to those two, but like, we've kind of dismantled the GSA without a real clear plan on what to do afterward. And so now we're trying to figure that out. Well, I'll save my comments on that until that period. So thank you.
Supervisor Griefer? Okay. I only have 3, and 2 of them are hard, so I'll start with the easier one. I wanted to ask specifically about, there's some talk about centralizing some, I think, kind of white-collar services in that. One thing I wanted to ask was about some of the physical repairs, particularly thinking of roads and public works maintenance, about repair work, chip sealing, striping, ditching, that type of stuff. I know there's discussions happening for any type of work we're contracting out. Was there a part of a discussion there for that?
I'm trying to think if we had a, I don't think we did specifically in those like 5 or 6 focus areas that we had our initial conversations about. But of course, I think you're aware, and of course our public works director is here. She'd, I'm sure, be happy to talk to you about her plans over the next couple of years to do that very thing. Yeah.
Okay. I also want to, so with the development process, I realize that's coming back. In terms of that direction, was there discussion about between that and revenue generation? The revenue generation was on fees. I think that's part of what we're talking about. Was there discussion about economic development, attracting projects, and basically building more housing? One of the concepts here is you have to invest some money to be able to make money. I didn't see anything here about economic revenue generation.
No, we didn't really talk about that in this initial conversation. Really, this conversation was like, how are we functioning as a team? Mm-hmm. How are we functioning as an organization that supports your board's goals, and how can we maybe improve some relationships? Ultimately, I think what we realized was if we can lay that foundation with internal improvements amongst the team, and then like improving some trust and relationships with the board, and then I think you can stand on that foundation as a way to then pursue, I think, the economic opportunities. So we didn't talk about it.
Okay. I think we need projects ASAP, but.
Yep. Totally.
And then the last, this is a hard question. We've talked about it a bit, but so thinking in the mental math of what the problem we're actually trying to solve is, right? And that, I think, goes to Supervisor Kirk's point of some cuts have been made, we have more cuts coming, but like, what is the actual cost coming up? So here's in my head, we've got the PERS minimum payments. We've got, if we wanted to do basic road maintenance, let's say just the basic minimum to freeze PCI, 1 road per year and whatnot. We have the deferred building maintenance, at least maintaining or even expanding that. We've got maintaining some of the investments we've made within public safety, and then continuing to put money into reserve, all that. If we had to put a number on it of what to accomplish those goals we need to basically hit, what would that number be? And I'll preface by saying the number in my head is $12 million a year.
Well, then that sounds great. I'd have to do some math.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, I wouldn't want to give you a number that wasn't like thoughtful and considerate. I would want to look at some things before I give you a number. But yeah, if you're thinking 12, fine, 12.
Well, and I guess the question on
I think
that
that's
is,
an important part too.
is
for
it
the-
bigger? Is it much smaller? Is it circa that? And I think it's kind of like, what is the scale of the issue that we're trying to
Well,
solve? Is it
that's
more
really
like a
it.
3 to 4? Is it more like a 10 to 12? Is it more like a 15 to 20? Like in a range of what we've set as goals, do we have kind of an estimate of what we think that actually costs beyond a year-to-year budget? That's the question.
I think for the, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think for like the salaries piece, that's easier to calculate and figure out, say, what we would need to maintain some of the investments that your board has made on like wages for public safety as an example. But sort of like to Supervisor, what we were discussing with Supervisor Holland, when it comes to improvements to our deferred maintenance, including our roads, you know, our infrastructure will take as much money as it can get. So, you know, there's a range there for what could be given to make some significant improvements.
Well, let me interrupt to say that I hear you on it. So it sounds like there's not a number with it. My question on an ongoing basis would be, I hope we can develop that number. I'd like to have a range from what we're asking of what that would be in a future. Maybe that's the 5-year, but I'm getting into comments, so I don't want to break my own rule.
All right.
Okay, so with that, I want to open up to public comment. If there's any members of the public who would like to speak. Bob? Once, twice. All right, closing public comment and bringing it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Kirk?
Discussion, I made some of my comments already. I think the only thing that I disagree with, and I get that, you know, this stuff goes back to staff and they have conversations, and I appreciate that, but at the end of the day, I still have opinions. I've been very vocal since things have changed at the beginning of the year. I'm trying to get the CAO's office, and I think we all are, you know, to focus on a few things a little bit more differently. I've been a big advocate of not wanting OES to be under the CAO's office. I didn't care really where it landed other than not with the CAO, so I'm still back to its core function is emergency. I get that there's a budget piece, that's very important, but I don't see how they can't still communicate with the CAO's office. So I would like to put them under the sheriff. And it looks like the sheriff's busy. Looks like you're doing animal control, so knock on wood, thank you for that work. I'm not trying to dump more on you. I'm just trying to look a little farther out into the future, and it sounds like those are my comments when it comes to high priorities for next year. I think we're going to get into it with budget, but this is going to be a continuous. I will say this, you know, when we were doing the priority thing, I said we want like quarterly check-ins. Like this is, I think, on the majority of our board's radar, where like we have to bite the elephant every single time we have a chance to have these conversations. So, Sheriff, I don't know if those are my comments. I don't know if Liz, is today's board direction like, will we decide if OES goes under the sheriff, or what are you looking for as far as that? Since I disagree.
If you'd like to direct that, you can today. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be my direction.
And maybe if we can go to the end, because I think the last had what's asking, right? Yeah. Okay. Guess I'll chime in onto it. I guess I do appreciate. I see staff ideas in here, and I see board ideas in here, and I appreciate the work into it. Very broadly, though, I think we need way bolder ideas than are presented kind of in this. So this may be with the 5-year plan. I know this kind of sketches out some stuff, but in the revenue generation, we have to think big and what is going to bring a lot of funding. And in terms of community development and public works and the development, you know, what's the goal? The goal is get more projects going, whatever that is. It's not just to make the process easier, it's to make it easier to get more projects. So the goal, if we just make it faster and less frustrating, but no more housing and no more businesses start, that's not achieving kind of that end, at least for me. You know, we're talking about a few specific software things, but I think we need to rapidly deploy AI into some of these systems. I think we need to look at centralizing front desks. I think we need to be looking at potentially closing office hours or open offices in some of the departments at several days. I mean, to get to that 12 million, to me, is we need much, much, much bolder action than some of this. It mentioned, for example, some of the emergency services charging some fee. one of them would be potentially with medical calls for fire. That's something that's a serious amount. I just want us to kind of have that amount. So anyway, we need major developments in particular. We have to think very large. Are we able to get 2,000-3,000 unit type housing, centrally planned communities? Are we able to get new industries to come in like power? Are we able to get more hospitality? I do not support reductions to the Visit Tuolumne contract. I do think, however, we should trade the TMD provision for a full-time economic development person in housing, in hospitality, because that is one of the biggest revenue generators we get. Second was maybe related to this, maybe related to the floating managers, but a process improvement team. As I think I spoke to Supervisor Holland, Tuolumne Doge. But the idea of a finance person, a government administration person, and somebody that's tech savvy, going around to areas they do not normally function in to help folks who are experts in what they do in the issue, but may not have the kind of hard technical skill in terms of Excel or in terms of software or something like that, and allow them to take the employee feedback we've had and go out and solve problems. Bring us back processes that suck, figure out a way to automate it, digitize it, have workflows, rather than have teams that may not have those skills in them develop them. Lastly, and this is related to the CSEDD item, and this is specific to the high priorities that I'd like to see for this coming year, I think we need to actively discuss with the other counties that are also struggling with reduced TOT, the Wayfair sales tax decision, and some of the unfunded mandates each year, as well as unfunded PERS. We need to share services. We need to look at opportunities where we're trying to provide more service, but we can't afford to invest. How are we able to have virtual teams, share them at CSEDD, or pay another county for it, or have them pay us for what we do really well? I think we need to aggressively partner. That's not just within other counties, but within our county too. If, does TUD need to have a separate HR department from us and the city? Are we able to combine some of those things? We've done it on one-off stuff. I think we need to very aggressively say we're open to partnership. So, $12 million. Supervisor Griefer.
Supervisor Campbell.
Supervisor Campbell.
You're senior. You can go ahead.
I should probably go, otherwise I might forget what I was going to say. Okay, so I guess I'll just start with I think this is a really good layout and a good explanation of kind of where we're at and where the decision points are. This seems kind of like a first step to me, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. But there's a couple areas that I kind of wanted to highlight. And I'm grateful and not surprised that our staff kind of keyed in on the Visit Tuolumne contract. Supervisor Brandon mentioned it. I have a different opinion. Not that necessarily we should change that contract, but it's always it's been brought up a number of times ever since I started on the board, and it just always kind of seems like this third rail, we can't talk about it kind of thing. And I've never quite understood why that is. And I'll use an example. I'll bug the sheriff on this one. We just asked the sheriff and his staff to go through a pretty comprehensive explanation of this project to move our dispatch facilities. And that's pretty easy to justify in the eyes of the public why dispatch is important. And the cost of that project is very similar, $1.6 million in that ballpark of what we spend every year supporting Visit Tuolumne. Now, and I have never seen that level of explanation about where that money goes, or how many employees, how much the lights cost, that kind of thing. That kind of information is not really made available to us, and this is an every year expenditure that we make. And so if we're going to justify that expenditure, and I don't know, it could very well be spent in a way that our community thinks is appropriate and that has to be protected. I'm not saying that it's not. It's just I have not seen enough information to make me feel comfortable saying that it is. And I use the example with the dispatch center. I feel very comfortable that money is being spent wisely, and it's on an item that the vast majority of our community would support. So I want to get to that same level with this Visit Tuolumne contract. That's what I would be asking for. And kind of my question about the reorganizations too. Again, Supervisor Brandon kind of keyed on the facilities part of it, and I kind of agree there. My concern is that facilities and then also the animal control, I want to see, are we talking about cost? Are we trying to save money with these reorganizations, or are we trying to improve the service that we're providing to the community? Because those are two very, very different things. And I've talked to both the sheriff and to Blossom about, facilities and animal control. I'm totally confident that they can operate these things at a high level, but there will be a point where I could see that we're going to have to make a decision whether we reinvest in those departments that are being taken over to bring them up to a higher standard that we haven't in the past. And to me, that sounds like that's going to cost more money. And if that's our goal coming into this with reorganizations, we just need to be aware of that coming into it, that it could, if it's going to cost more, I want to know how much, and we think about that coming into it. And again, that's just a conversation that I want to have, not necessarily making a determination about it. And that the rest of it, I think, is great. I think looking at the way we pay our employees and, the paper and the time cards, and, I was a county employee years and years ago, and it's the same process now that it was then, and it was pretty old, antiquated system back then too. So I think that we're finally looking at that kind of thing is a really good step in the right direction, because there's a lot out there a lot of examples out there to be drawn of where we could be more efficient and better for saving money and just make our employees happier.
All right. Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you. Congratulations. You created the Tuolumne County Doge Department.
Thank you. Toge.
Yeah, Toge. So I'd like to address the animal control issue. And so, as you know, I kind of led the charge on moving animal control, and I also led the charge on moving OES. So when I met with both of those departments, they had a lot of the same issues and concerns. So I'm comfortable keeping either OES under where it's at or making a standalone. So I'd be okay with that right now, because that's the conversation she and I had, and I'll honor that my obligation that we'll give it a year to see how, if we need to make changes, we will, given the new world we're in. As far as animal control, it's the one thing that no one mentioned or has not mentioned is it's also the quality of life. These officers are out there doing, this work. They're not getting regular time off. They're not getting vacation time. They're getting burnt out. The quality of life for these individuals is also something that we need to take into consideration. But originally there was some pushback on both sides about moving animal control, and I think after having the conversations that those departments have, they realize that this is actually in their favor, and it's not really going to, quote, save money, but on the long run, it'll give us an opportunity to provide a better quality of life. It's another pool of individuals who are kind of used to the sheriff's model and future deputies and things like that, as well as using the sheriff's arm to clean out the pens and to provide services, which will pull some relief off of the individuals that are there now. So that's kind of where I was going with that. So that's my mindset of why I wanted to move animal control. With that being said, I'm totally in favor of forming a finance committee. I think the county should have one. I think the county should form a volunteer finance committee that has people that are interested in the budget to look at it, open up our books. I'm concerned that as we get deeper into this, I don't want to micromanage. I want our staff to be able to say, this is my idea, this is what I think is the best for us, and let's bring that forward to us if they need to, or go out and get rid of apparently the time cards is a big deal. So get rid of those time cards. So, I don't need to know how it's going to happen. I just want to know when it's going to happen. And I think you asked that question. And then lastly, for Visit Tuolumne, I actually think we should increase their budget a little bit. And the reason why is because our number one trade in this county is tourism. So the more and more we can get them and that message out to the world to say, come visit here, the more people come here, which then potentially is more TOT tax and sales tax. But you know that I'm preaching to the choir on that one. So with that being said, I think this is a great document. I think it's a good first, like you said, it's the first shot, if you will. So that's my 2 cents.
Can I add one final point, because I didn't address that. I agree. I think we should direct, I think 5 years is an appropriate time frame. I think we should direct to send this to Finance Committee. I'm not on Finance Committee, so I don't have to do any work on that then, but they'll have to go put all that plan together. I think it's going to be a lot better to do it in a small group like that with staff than it will be up here, and then be able to bring that back. So, are you willing to be voluntold? I think, it's Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Holland?
Chair, we have this scheduled already for next week.
That's great.
We're ahead of you guys.
Good.
And to Steve, we have a finance committee.
Who knew we got a finance committee? That's good. So.
Wonderful. Yeah, we do.
You guys could have stopped me as I was charging down that hill. You could have told me.
Do we have other comments? I think we've all been able to weigh in on this. Yeah, Supervisor Kirk?
No, I'm sorry, because I know we're going to have continued conversations, but like I keep reading this. Is there any direction for long-term cost savings? And I'm looking at my Excel spreadsheet, and the resilience centers are bugging the hell out of me since they've been built. $250,000 a year. So is that like, that wasn't in this discussion? Where is it? Does that need to be part of the 5-year plan? They need to break even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be continued.
There's
no way it's going to break even.
I'm just the point. Yeah.
No,
just like the juvenile hall wasn't going to make money, and then we made it make money.
You're never going to get enough usage out of Groveland to cover that.
I guess we'll have this continued. Don't worry.
May I? Because this is it's a specific issue, but I've got some too. May I recommend, if we have the Finance Committee doing it, this might be something where we're using our process to bring up in the reports items we want to send to Finance Committee.
I guess so. Finance Committee will start vetting some of this stuff, start getting some numbers.
And so you guys are already on there, but if I want to look at the medical fire thing, we can bring it up, send it to Finance, and you guys review it. I mean, is that a...
Yes. We'll do that.
Like you said, there's about 10 pages of ideas.
But I did want to clarify just one direction that Steve gave regarding OES. What you said, I didn't understand your conversation that you had with OES. You said keep it under the CAO or keep it alone, but it's not an elected position. It's not a department head, or I mean it is, but it's so it either has to be parked either under CAO or sheriff, or directly. I mean, it can't just be floating out. And
we can make it a department.
So I guess that's where I need some clarity on.
Because I was saying, originally I was very in favor of moving it after having discussions and then contacting the various counties that were highlighted. I didn't contact all of them, but there is some concern about moving it and losing potential control of that. So right now, if as Supervisor Campbell said, if we're moving it for cost savings, that's one thing. If we're moving it because I think we should move it, because it should go under there. If that's not the right answer, I'm willing to pump the brakes for a year to evaluate and make sure that we're doing the right thing. So, so if we want to leave it as is, I'm good with that. If we don't want it under the CAO, then we need to make it a department head.
But not under the sheriff.
Sorry.
Pardon?
But so you're very clear on you don't want to park it under the sheriff specifically, but you don't care if it's under the CAO.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, my concern is specifically to try and get the CAO to focus on what we're doing and have less. So yes, I think you understand where I'm coming from. Yep. So I guess
to clarify that recommendation, it was just our recommendation for like for now to not move it. Not to say that we shouldn't ever move it, but just until kind of like September was sort of the conversation that Roger and I had. But
I know we've talked about it before too, but at least from what I've seen, I know it is technically under the CAO's office. My impression is that it's not taking up like administrative time outside of what basically OES brings. So like if we moved it under Blossom, it would function the same. If we moved it on Eric, it would function the same. If we move in the sheriff's office, it might function the same. It's a little different, obviously, because that's in there, but I don't know. I haven't seen it. I agree with Supervisor Campbell. Like we're blending a lot. Like how do we offer better service? How do we invest in employees and all this? Is like these are good goals. Okay. The problem right here is financial. And I want everything framed in this discussion in terms of financial. Even if it's a better thing, that's not what we're talking about, at least in my opinion, right? Because otherwise, we're talking about literally everything that's under the sun that we could possibly do in the county, and that's a lot.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that, what Supervisor Brandon had said about OES is right on. I mean, Dory kind of just runs on her own, and I see her every 2 weeks to sign timesheets, and every once in a while grant stuff. But her day-to-day operations are pretty minimal. So that's part of the reason why we decided to kind of table that discussion for right now, because the impact is fairly minimal on what I'm doing daily or even weekly with OES. They're pretty efficient and self-efficient, self-supported. So if it was a huge impact and it was impacting my daily operations, I would be more concerned, but it's so minimal that I feel like it just wasn't a higher priority right now.
What about during an emergency, like a fire or something big?
Everything changes during an emergency.
Sure.
I think that we could even say even smaller emergencies. I think that the impact of the Canyon fire, even though it was not as big as it could have been, had a substantial impact on the number of hours that all the staff had to work. And there was an expectation that at that time it would have an impact. And it would have an impact, I think, across the board to the organization during an emergency.
All right, so we'll pause for now, it sounds like. Good.
Do you
Concur.
have unanimous direction? Liz? Kidding, but do you have adequate direction on this item?
Yes.
All right, great.
I'm sorry. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't think I heard 3 for the financial strategy, or did I? 1, 2.
All right, let's
I'm
do
sorry, I
thumbs.
did.
5-year
Yes,
financial strategy.
yes. 1, 2, 3.
Make Mike and Anaya do
I
it.
did.
If
You 3 here.
If I may, this is only a presentation. We're not, right? This is the first step in this discussion.
It's presentation and direction. So we're
Yeah,
not
the
doing a
direction
vote,
is-
we're just providing
Yeah, the
direction.
direction has come back with more detail about your 5-year strategy. I don't think we need to say, do a 5-year plan right now, because that might change to a 4-year or a 6-year. Let's let them decide bring it to us.
Just that you
Well, the
even
direction
want
is, do we want to have a 5-year? Because we traditionally don't develop a 5-year. It's not something it exists right now.
I agree with what Steve said, because there's basically nothing in here where I'm saying, I don't want staff to look at this at all. Like, everything in here, I think, is still on the table, and so we're giving them an indication of where our priorities are so that they don't waste their time bringing back everything all at once.
Right.
But I think if they find something that's workable within here, then they're going to bring it back to us. So, yeah, 5-year strategy is fine.
What I'm seeing, I mean, there's 2 things. There's what are we doing this year as more immediate things that are coming back, and then the 5-year is setting a time frame. Basically, it's going to develop things that we are not implementing this year, but say by December 25, we then have a 5-year adopted.
How about we talk about finance committee and we'll get back to you on what a plan would look like and what it would take to get done.
Okay, sounds good. Liz, got everything you need? All right.
So wait, so it says here develop in. I should read. Never mind.
Yeah.
Not develop and.
Yep. Okay, with that, I think that is all of the public items we have on the agenda. We do have 2 closed sessions. The clerk can read the 2 closed sessions, and then I'll ask Sarah if we have to report out.
Item number 8, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Roger Root, acting county administrator, Liz Peterson, deputy county administrator, Karen McGettigan, human resources director / risk manager, and Deb Schuman, human resources manager. Authority, government code, section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Item number 9, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code, section 54956.9D1, Mill Villa Mobile Home Park, LP versus County of Tuolumne, Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV67033.
Sarah, do we have a report out expected?
On number 9, we anticipate a report out.
All right. Sorry, Access. Thanks for hanging out. All right, with that, we'll adjourn the public portion of this, and except right after we do public comment on those 2 items. All right, so we'll open it up for public comment on items 8 and 9. Going once, going twice. All right, we're closing public comment on that and closing the public portion of this meeting at 3:51. We'll adjourn to the law library for the closed session items and report back out on item 9. We're doing a report out of closed session, April 22nd, 2025. On item 8, closed session, labor negotiations, we have nothing to report. On item 9, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Supervisor Kirk moved and Supervisor Campbell seconded. By a vote of 5-0, the board approved the county council to defend the county in the matter of Mill Villa Mobile Home Park, LP versus Tuolumne County. Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV 67033, a lawsuit arising out of a mobile home park's application under rent control regulations. The board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and the tender of defense to PRISM, and the board approved a retainer agreement with the Alashire and Winder law firm to represent the county. With that, I think we're all done and adjourning the meeting at 4:12.